Ready to go? Are we ready to go? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, I will start because we're trying to keep the real world in sync with the virtual world. So, and I know there's people who are excited to see real faces with real bodies out there, and it's difficult getting them to come in whilst they're drinking their coffees. But if we start, the noise hopefully attracts them, and they can settle down whilst I'm talking, because the important people are after me. I would like to welcome you today to the fourth annual Global WealthTech Summit. It's my pleasure to do so. My name is Richard Satcher. I'm a director of FinTech Global. It's wonderful, again, to see real faces. And for those of you virtually, this is not just a pre-Zoom face. I have the rest of me with it today. And I'm delighted that all the rest of you do as well. It's the right place to be. It's time to reconnect. I know that there are plenty of resistors against that. Those who know us know that we actually run literally hundreds of fintech events to date, including physical events, virtual events, webinars, daily briefings, and other customized events in the fintech industry. And normally, most of those have been physical. In fact, this event normally has around 600 people. Actually, we've still got 600 this year. Half of them will be turning up today. Half of them will be online, and probably about 60% are financial institutions. So we've managed to keep the right mix of the right people that hopefully are relevant to you today. But obviously not all of them can travel and be here. So thank you for those that are tuning in online. We're doing our bit to help the industry reconnect so it doesn't get left behind, to get you back to work. We've been doing that in some of the other sectors as well. It's great to see that many people are very keen to do the sorts of business that you can't do virtually. So I'm going to be a bit odd, and I'm going to actually say some thank yous before we start. And the first thank you is to you. Thank you for getting here live and in person. Well done for not missing the bus. I know there's another event going on in Scotland somewhere, and that's quite important, but this is also very important, so you are doing the right thing. My second thank you is for dressing all the way down. I know it's hard to get away from your Zoom and get out your pajamas, so well done for doing that. It will be rewarded today, I assure you. And then my main thank you is for all of our sponsors who've helped us make this happen. So our sponsors and exhibitors today: Moxtra, Avaloq, DreamQuark, Wealth Wizards, SimCorp, WorkSmart, ERI, Unblue, and MyDocSafe. So thank you to all of them. For those of you that don't know any of those companies, they are actually innovators in their areas and are helping to progress the wealth management industry and the private banking industry in ways that will redefine and recreate the business models that work. So please do take the opportunity to engage with them. Many of them do have booths outside, so you can actually go and talk to them. You will be surprised, I'm sure, by what's happening. The innovative solutions they're offering are very relevant, if not to your personal situation, but then perhaps too many of your competitors, and will show you the direction the industry is moving in. For those of you that are on virtually, you can go to the virtual booths, so you will be just as involved and get just as much engagement, hopefully, and information today. So to get the most out of the day, please don't forget the event app. For this event, we're using Brella. It's worked very well for us for some of our other hybrid events. We've got the very catchy code PUFSEM, so please use that. It is worth downloading. You can download it from the App Store or Google Play. It will give you all the information you need today. It will allow you to engage with other people, to connect, to organise meetings. And we've found, as we've done a couple of events over the last month that have been hybrid, that has made a huge difference to people's experience. I.e., those that have actually engaged and used it to create meetings have actually got an awful lot more out of it. And some people have got an awful lot of meetings. So please do, by the way, also just check your meeting requests, because sometimes they're piled up. We did have someone a couple of weeks ago at our RegTech event saying that nobody wants to meet me, but she hadn't sent any meeting requests, and she did actually have a big backlog of people wanting to meet us. So please do that. It will impact how much value you get out of today, and it has been very successful for people that used it. So this isn't the first time. The last couple of hybrid events we've done, it's worked very well. So I mentioned that we have literally done hundreds of fintech events over the last few years, but events aren't all that we do. We actually produce more news and research than anyone else in the fintech industry across all sectors, and so we provide news and customized research. We have advanced search tools, and we do cover more fintech companies across all sectors, including wealth tech, than anyone else in depth by engaging directly with those companies. So if that's relevant to you, particularly as an FI, if you want to know what's happening in the marketplace, or as a wealth tech company, you want to know what's happening with regard to your competitors or industry dynamics, please do click onto our site, FinTech Global, or talk to our colleagues about other ways of getting our information. And that also means that we've built probably the world's largest fintech network, primarily of the people that matter and are influential in this industry. We have around 300,000 people on our network through our various channels, and around 10% of them are interested in wealth tech, either as buyers or influencers on those decisions. And if you are a wealth tech company and you do actually want to raise your awareness with them or to engage with them, please do talk to us about impact marketing solutions. We can actually help you raise that awareness and get that engagement. And we found for quite a lot of our clients that work with us on that lead generation for unsolicited inbound increases by around 100%. And so a lot of our clients have actually found that they are connecting and reconnecting with potential clients, and it's hopefully leading to deals it is factually leading to deals for many of them. So please do talk to any of my colleagues about that if it's relevant to what you're doing. And the next slide hasn't moved. It's moved on one screen, but not the other. There we go. Right, so set the context for today. Wealth tech will drive the future of wealth management. That's why we're here. And just an example, literally last week, the CEO of UBS Wealth Management said that one of the main planks of his new strategy would be a digital wealth manager for mass affluent customers in the US, which will be launched earlier next year. The reason that's important is because UBS made record profits in their wealth management, but they realise that the future is digital transformation, and that's what they're planning to work on. And it's interesting that they're doing that, because those of you in the industry will recall that some other banks have tried to do that and then failed and gave up, but now more are coming back. So it's almost like a second wave of moving into digital, getting it right, hopefully, this time. So it underlines its relevance to the future of the wealth management private equity industry. And therefore, it's no surprise that investment in the industry has exploded. You know, people might have been in their pajamas, but they have been doing deals over the last year or so. So the first 6 months of this year saw almost a 50% increase in investments in wealth tech companies compared to the whole of last year. In fact, over the last 4.5 years, around $45 billion has been invested in wealth tech. That's just in third-party independent companies. So it doesn't include all the wealth tech innovations that's happening within financial institutions or within the large tech companies that aren't specifically purely wealth tech. So the growth and relevance of wealth technology is obviously paramount to the whole industry. Our research shows that it's set to continue. So if you'd like to know more about what's happening in terms of investments, please do again look at the FinTech Global site, and you can uncover more information there. I mentioned that we're going back to physical, but actually the first two events on there are virtual. But there's a good reason for that. I know people during the winter are trying to close down, but they're different types of events. For those events, we tend to have much larger audiences. So for the InsurTech and AML last year, we had around 2,000 people. So it's a way of making sure that even if people can't travel, we will be able to get them to engage. So please do join us for that. There are about another 40 events in FinTech that we'll let you know about. Many of those are in wealth tech and in areas that are relevant to you. So hopefully you will be able to join us for those. And I should have mentioned earlier that we, with regard to the app, it is worth engaging because we're very careful about who actually attends. There's no silly people. There's 600 people. Most of them will be relevant to one side or the other of the buyer-seller equation. So it is well worthwhile that you will meet people that are very relevant to what you're doing. So now I've literally got 3 seconds, which is great because I've timed it perfectly, I think. And we can now start the real proceedings for the day. We're starting off with a panel. I couldn't think of a better way to start than to actually have the leader's perspective from asset management and private banking. We have a very distinguished set of panelists. And what I'd like to do is welcome our chair today, Dr. Jakob Schmidt, who's an assistant professor at Regent's University. Jakob, if you would, am I pronouncing it right? Jacob or Jakob?
Jacob, yeah.
Jacob, I beg your pardon. If you'd like to present yourself, your background, what you talk about, and welcome your guests to the stage. I'm delighted to hand over to you.
So thank you so much. Thank you very much for inviting us to this very interesting conference. So my name is Dr. Jacob Schmidt. I'm an academic, and I'm also a wealth management practitioner in that I sit on the investment committee of a wealth management firm, NLPFM. We run around 1.2 billion in assets, very similar, I think, to one of the other speakers on the panel. So I've had a very great interest in wealth management, both from an academic point of view, where I teach wealth management, also teach entrepreneurship and technology in fintech. So that's very close to my heart. And of course, as a practitioner, technology is very important to us. We are not yet there. We still use a lot of paper. And the other day, I went into the office of one of the partners of the firm, and I said, your office looks like an office in the 1980s. It's full of paper. And he laughed. Is he still printing lots of reports and so on, even though we have apps for a lot of technology and so on. So I think there is still something to learn. And if you think about it, it's COP26, and we still produce all this paper, not here. And that's amazing here that we have this technology connecting, having information, and so on. So without any further ado, I would like to invite now the panelists, very esteemed people here on the podium. First, perhaps we start with the ladies. Cara Williams of Mercer. Cara, welcome. Then we have Muriel Danis, I hope I pronounced it properly, of HSBC Private Banking. And then Phil Patient of HFMC. Complicated like NLPFM.
Not to be confused with HMRC.
Exactly. So what I would like to do is, I think it's always better to ask people to introduce themselves, because you always make mistakes. Either you say the wrong thing or you say too much. So perhaps we start with Cara. If you could just tell us a few words about what you do within Mercer. Of course, we know what Mercer does, who Mercer is. And then perhaps a little bit of an opening of your perspective with regards to wealth management, wealth tech, the technology side of wealth management.
Sure, thanks. So my name's Cara Williams. I'm with Mercer, and I've been there 16 years, and I'm global head of wealth management, which means we work with financial intermediaries and family offices, primarily on investments, so investment due diligence, operational due diligence, helping them sort through best ways to build portfolios for their clients. I guess as far as wealth tech goes, I mean, we have the luxury of working with some of the largest as well as some of the smallest wealth managers around the globe. And it's been really interesting to see, certainly over the last 16 years, the fits and starts and people trying to implement, as was mentioned earlier, going robo, then pulling back, and then trying to figure out what the right hybrid is and not figuring that out right. So I think we're starting to see people get a better understanding of what it is that they want to do and what it needs to look like. But I haven't really seen a truly successful model yet. I'm sure HSBC will knock our socks off. Yeah, so that's sort of my view.
Thank you very much. Perhaps over to you,
yes,
Muriel.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm the Global Chief Operating Officer of the Investments and Product Group of HSBC Private Banking and Wealth. I've been with HSBC for 10 years. My teams own the product management and product development cycle of the business. And actually, a big part of the job has been around the digitalization of our product proposition, investment services, underpinning investment processes. So wealth tech has become a very important part of our agenda. Obviously, it had started before COVID, but COVID has accelerated the trend. And the process of digitalizing the way we engage with our customers, provide advisory services, investment services, has become a key part of what we're focused on and what my team in particular is driving.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Phil. You work for a wealth management firm / IFA, so a different perspective, a little bit similar to perhaps what I do with my other hat on, not the academic one. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself and then the firm and perhaps what you think about where you see yourself at the moment?
Absolutely. Thank you. So I guess my background comes similarly actually from some of my colleagues, originally private banking. So I was head of wealth planning for C. Hoare & Co., oldest UK private bank in the UK. Also then working for Stonehage Fleming, which is largest family office in the EMEA region. And now on the distribution side, again, IFA, as you say, with HFMC Wealth. So now looking at it really as a distributor, and responsibility for me as Group COO is very much around the wealth proposition, the advice proposition, and then the back office streamlining, really both advice and how we ultimately interact with the product, I suppose, at the end of it, where a product is appropriate rather than just advice. So a lot of my time, certainly over the last 18 months, has been in COVID, as we all have, trying to work out how you still keep things fluid for a client so the experience remains what they would want it to be, and really trying to get a lot of the product providers to play catch up.
Thank you very much. So perhaps we go into the first topic we discussed yesterday, a little bit of what we want to discuss here with you. And of course, I forgot to mention here that the way you ask questions here is you go to the Brella app, you go to the bottom toolbar, you click 3 dots, and then you ask your question. And hopefully we can answer it then later. So coming back to this discussion here about, you mentioned COVID-19, last 18 to 24 months have been very difficult for most of us, I think personally, but also professionally. How do you see what has changed in the industry, and how has that affected you? Perhaps we start now with you.
Sure. I think there's the obvious, which is the world of streaming, video conferencing, Zoom, Teams, and having to work completely differently from just being used to sitting in a face-to-face office. But I think it's gone beyond that now. We obviously have to work out how to hybrid work, and also look at how we interact with clients. And I think the way that clients are wanting now to deal with us has already changed. So where you used to have your trusted advisor relationship certainly sitting face-to-face across from the client, now I would suggest maybe 3 out of every 4 meetings is virtual. And certainly there have been, I think, Harvard studies saying that if you keep that sort of relationship of 1 out of every 4 meetings you're having with your client being face-to-face, then I think then there's a degradation of your client relationship of around 3-4%. So that will keep your efficiency there. So I think there's a lot of concern about simply going virtual, but there's huge efficiencies in there too. And I think a lot of clients have welcomed it, but there has also been a real change at the same time in how people want to interact with you. So as firms, I think we need to be more open, really, in to say it's not just face-to-face, it's not by this email or this app that I have designed for me and my business. You know, if I talk to my children, they want to use WhatsApp, they want to use all sorts of other different methods of interacting with us. And part of the journey has been understanding that that's how they want to interact and working our systems and back offices to work with that, I think.
Yes, I would agree completely. The model of interaction with customers have shifted very much so. I think the hybrid model is going to settle. In a private banking context, the face-to-face interaction remains important, but we're definitely shifting into a more hybrid model. Also interesting to see how it evolves across the segments. I was talking to one of our bankers earlier this week, and he was saying, as an example, family offices almost no longer, interact on a face-to-face basis. They take virtual meetings, primarily, and they see that continuing. So I think the interaction, the engagement model is going to settle down. We'll continue to see face-to-face. The hybrid model, I think, will prevail, in particular in the private banking space, but no doubt that we're now in a very different territory. What has been very interesting for me as well in the context of COVID is, of course, the wealth digital trend was underway much before COVID, but COVID has really played a catalyst with respect to accelerating the trend. And that has led really to an intensification of the expression of client needs and preferences. It has led to greater investments, and we've seen it in the introductions. And it also has really led to an accelerated pace of change. And I think that's something that has been very, very palatable in the last 18 months, 24 months, and that catalyst effect of COVID.
Yeah, I think to the original introduction that we heard, one thing that we've seen a lot of is, I think over the last 18 months, is not in a negative sense, but a lot more navel gazing, where firms have taken it as an opportunity to look at their structure. How are they organized? How are they working with their clients? And how can they improve that? And obviously there's the impetus of where it's not going to be quite as much face-to-face. So yes, need to be creating better client portals and interaction. But it's also, I think there's been a lot of infrastructure analysis and how can we better align our business with where we're going in the future, and how do we enjoy better margins going forward, because typically wealth management is obviously a really hard business and margins are pretty small given the amount of high touch requirement in this space. So I think the number of deals that we've seen happening is not a surprise at all, because a lot of firms have been cleaning themselves up, getting themselves ready to be acquired, or getting themselves ready for VC or just some sort of capital influx. And you see a lot of acquirers really looking at their cash and saying, okay, how can we better implement and use this cash that we have, again, to better align ourselves with the future and where we want our business to go. So it's been a really active time, but quite an internal time, I think, for a lot of firms.
I think if I can just follow up on one of those points, was the other thing that I think we've seen is the start of real democratization of wealth. So certainly for us, we deal with high and ultra high net worth clients. And what COVID has done is it's accelerated the transfer of wealth. I think that we've all started, all talked about for so long, with all the baby boomers holding the wealth and saying, well, I'm going to pass it on to the next generation, but when and how? And what we have had those conversations now. It has meant that we are now engaging with those next generations, and the wealth transfer has begun from our perspective. But it does mean we are now having to deal with a different group of clients who want to be dealt with a completely different way. And it's interesting about the conversation you make, Jacob, about paper. So for us, paper has disappeared with those sorts of clients. They don't want paper, and the days of having to read, the brochure that people used to proudly produce. I mean, they're just not going to read that stuff half the time. And I've had people say that, saying, where's your podcast? Where's your video message? Where are these things? So the way we actually reach out to our clients and prospects has changed. And I think because of that, data has become really, really important. And when I say data, I mean clean data you can look at and segment and really understand your client from the data and get insight, because data for the sake of data means nothing, right? It's all about insight, what you can actually glean from capturing all of that data, because without that you can't hyper-personalize your message. And there is no value, I think, in us going and seeing a client and talking about some topic, coming to a decision with that client, and then my central marketing team sending out something that cuts right across that 2 minutes after they've left the meeting, because then you don't know your customer, then you're just a sausage machine, and you can't do that. certainly not in the high net worth space, and expect to maintain relationships and effectiveness. So I'd say data's even more important than it ever was.
Definitely. So the UK is a very large market. It's probably the second largest after Switzerland. So it's a very important market, but very fragmented. So we have, as you mentioned, there's a consolidation going on. There's lots of transactions going on. But there are also trends in terms of how to use technology or how to use data. You mentioned data here. I think that's a big challenge for many of us because you have so many different systems. I saw, Muriel, you wrote a paper most recently in the Journal of Digital Banking about how you use Aladdin on the wealth management side and incorporate that and so on. And we all know that we have different systems. We have onboarding systems, we have asset management systems, we have risk profiling systems and so on. And what's the connectivity? So where do you see the trends going there? Is there of course, for the private banks, there is a different set because you do it in-house. I think on the other end, on the smaller end, we tend to buy things in, and there are very good offerings out there, but they're still quite fragmented and so on. How do you see? Perhaps we kick off with you, with your kind of paper and the research you've done within HSBC, and then.
Yeah, I mean, it's for an organization such as ours, it is by far the biggest challenge. So creating a seamless digital client experience and actually user experience as well for advisors across what is somewhat a fragmented platform and infrastructure. And Phil mentioned data. It is one of the very critical elements of being successful in the digitalization process of any activity, and in banking in particular. So we actually spend a lot of time really understanding what the client's needs are. So really driven by a client-centric, design-led process. And from that deriving, clients' journeys, underpinning investment processes and underpinning data framework. Otherwise, obviously, and that's so absolutely critical to making the client experience valuable, because to your point, if the data is not clean, if the data quality is not there, if there is not a coherent investment journey from the point of profiling your clients to the point of delivering a portfolio review through portfolio constructions and portfolio monitoring, then obviously you're not delivering to the client's expectations, because you're still there to advise and to provide quality advice. So I would say really the ability to look at the journey end to end and translate it into actually a business capability map and underpinning data framework is really critical in being successful with digitalization of the processes. So it's big undertakings, I suppose, for organizations such as ours who are operating across platforms.
Cara, what do you see? You have access to the entire market, I think not just in the UK, on a global basis. What do you see there in terms of connectivity, different systems, in-house versus buying off the shelf?
I think the first and most critical issue is that it's never one and done, right? You're never finished. I mean, it's good for Muriel because she has a job forever. But there is no create your platform and sit back and you're good. There's constantly going to be some kind of innovation that comes out that makes client reporting better attribution analysis, better, there are new investment products. So how do you incorporate that into a system so that either your in-house folks can better manage portfolios or your client base can better understand their portfolios? It literally is just on such a fast track of new changes and new technology coming out. And the issue is, it is all very piecemeal. There is really no great provider that does end-to-end. In the States, you might say it's like an InvestNet. But InvestNet has loads of pieces that are really crap and really old. But if you want a plug-in, that's probably going to be the easiest one, right? So if I'm a smaller IFA equivalent, so RIA in America, I'd probably use an InvestNet because plug and play. I can run my business. I'm good to go. But they have loads of pieces that are really old and outdated and really aren't going to keep me up to speed. It's going to be the further up you go into the private banks and the higher amount of cash that you have that you can implement. That's where you can say, okay, we can create something in-house that kind of ties it all really nicely together. This piece actually doesn't meet our needs, so we will design our own thing to do that. And then they can also have the ability to change a lot quicker. I think that's where the size does matter, and the bigger you are with a higher amount that you can invest really does make a difference.
Phil.
Yeah, I mean, I now come at it from the small IFA. I guess we run 1.5 billion assets, but we're no HSBC. So for us, we're less able to do the straight-through processing of having your own platform. So so much we can do it on our own discretionary. But when we're using external third-party managers, that doesn't work so well for us. So you've got an interesting trend with digital. There's one thing which is digital transformation, which is making everything straight through processing and easy and seamless for the client and in your back office. And then there are just points of digitization, whether that's turning your forms digital or the like. But really for us, I think talking to our clients, they might have 5 or 6 different asset managers, running, millions of pounds each. So what is it they're looking for? So when we talk to them, they talk about aggregated reporting. They talk about consolidation. And so, again, it comes back to that data point and who owns the data and how do we get to a position where everything can be reported in one place seamlessly. Now, I think an unpopular position that many firms take is they own the data and they'll put their arms around it. But data nowadays is owned by the client. It's their data, not our data. And therefore, I think we all have to embrace integrations and the advent of open API and open banking and be able to share that data and let different organizations tap in really to the information that we hold and start making it more seamless and easy. So certainly in our back office systems, and we use a firm called Intelliflow in the UK, there are open APIs. There is an ability to link through to a risk profiling tool. There is an ability to link through a cash flow modeling tool. Yeah. And I think from that perspective, you can go out and say, who's the best at doing this? To your point, Cara, and say, I'll use them, but how do I now integrate it? And APIs, for us at least at our scale, is the answer to that, because we're not going to have the funds to be able to develop our entire own platform. That's just not feasible.
And you also just touched on something that just reminded me as well. I mean, you mentioned earlier that you want to go after, or you're now being exposed to that next generation, right? So it's Gen 2, Gen 3. And they're making investments in very different ways, right? So they're out there doing crowdsourcing, they're on seeders, they're throwing a couple grand here. How do you consolidate that? And that's what's been, I think, if you look in Asia in particular, where people are really quite hesitant to give their advisor insight over their entire wealth, right? They like to piecemeal it. Like you can look after this money, you can look after this money. And you do see a lot of fintech developing that is really trying to consolidate that. So that says this 25-year-old with a lot of money that's off making investments via friends and various, again, apps and things, they're able to consolidate that and then provide that information back to their advisors. And the question is, does that investor want that to even happen? But you do see a lot more acceptance and saying, yeah, actually, it is quite helpful to have somebody else keep hold of it because I don't really know where I've been spending all my money. And it's good for them to see what the returns are.
Yeah, and the data aggregation is definitely probably on the very top of what clients are looking for these days, in particular the top end of the client base. And very often clients are telling us, can you get the basic rights, actually? So coming back to the importance of data quality, before you even go into more sophisticated capabilities, which are very much value add, stress testing and scenario analysis and so on and so forth. Can we get an accurate reporting on portfolio positions, portfolio valuations? Can we have the ability of aggregating data across, in some cases, booking centers, but also potentially with externally held assets. And so the importance of the foundations and doing the basic things right is really most often what clients are looking for in the first place, because it's actually not always there.
Just the last thing I would say is on there, to your point, Cara, about what it is that clients want and how they want to interact. It's interesting when you look at how regulation has changed. You take old wealth management and say, oh, someone wants to top up, they've got their bonus, they want to put their money in and invest it. And it used to be, in the advisory world, you had to do a letter that said, oh yes, thank you very much, you want to take £100,000, you want to put it into this portfolio or whatever else. I mean, certainly when I talk about, again, Gen 2, Gen 3, they go, well, I know what I wanted to do. I'm quite happy to just do it, press a button and put it in. I don't need you to write me a letter, right? And add a week into a process whilst, I sit in cash, whilst you write a letter to tick a box to tell me what I already wanted to know. So now suddenly, again, we're engaging with tech to say, well, is there a way where you can get that streamline all the way through? Is it AI using Wealth Wizards or whatever it was up on the screen, or Avaloq or whoever it may be, where someone knows what they want to do, they can do that, and you allow them to do it, and they should be allowed to do it. It's their money. People can make their own decisions. We've got to make these things easier and think about what's important to the client, because they don't want to sit there waiting a week for a letter saying, I'm putting some money in an ISA.
Yeah.
But it's important, the ISA.
But it is important, the ISA.
In particular, if you do it every year over 20 years, then
Sure.
you can have a nice pot. We have some interesting questions here, and I think I would like to kind of start addressing them. One question here, which is kind of a little bit related to that, and is also kind of dear to me, which is, how can we help wealth managers use technology to encourage more people to invest and not rely on savings and pensions for the future? It's one of the things I also do as an academic, that to show that what is the importance of investing, saving, that wealth management is not just investing. Wealth management has this kind of financial planning aspect, that you look into the future. What do you think? So I see it as educational, but I would like to hear your views. How can we use technology to encourage people more to kind of embrace investing? Because a lot of people still sitting on cash or not being totally efficient. Who wants to kick off?
I'd say make it easy, right? It's to that same point, right? Nobody wants to reach out to a financial advisor and then wait for a letter and set things up. I mean, you basically need a quick touch point that somebody understands. Even, £10, £10 a month is going to make a difference. So I think technology is critical back to the democratization of wealth, particularly in middle and lower income, the mass affluent, right? There I think is where technology is going to really make a change, where people hopefully will have better outcomes than they currently do, right? Because we have a massive retirement gap. I mean, it's a massive retirement gap. And a lot of it comes down to, yes, it absolutely is education, but it's also simplicity, right? So again, younger generation is really quite comfortable doing a lot online, right? That there's no reason why they shouldn't kind of get, okay, they're not probably in positions to get $100,000 bonuses, but they may be in a position where they just got a £2 raise an hour, and that they understand that their life wouldn't change that much with that £2 raise. So maybe they do £1 goes into their savings. It is absolutely about education and using technology to make sure that people get that. And it's things like, there's like kind of the nutmegs of the world. That's kind of saying, give me a little bit of a little pot and we'll invest it for the future. Make it a little sexy, make it a little bit more fun to do. Gamification, I think, will really make a difference, and that's all technology.
Yeah, so I would echo that through technology and digitalization, you're forced to rethink your process, and that is the beauty of it as well. So if you digitalize your investment process, you have to rethink your investment process, and you have to force to actually simplify it, make it coherent, make it consistent end to end. And actually, you mentioned the Aladdin implementation. When we introduced Aladdin in the private bank of HSBC as our core portfolio management module, we had to completely re-engineer our investment process end-to-end, from the point of client profiling to the point of delivering portfolio reviews and constructing portfolios. And it has forced us to simplify the process, make it very clear, very consistent, very coherent, and there is an element of education in it. So actually, we did work with Mercer in relation to, reconstructing the investment profiling. How do you go about engaging with the clients, talking through their investment preferences, talking through their risk return objectives? Which techniques do you use to make it very tangible to them as well? If we talk about risk rating of customers and we talk about a risk appetite, what do we mean? What do we mean beyond the number 1 to 5? What does it mean in terms of what you're prepared to lose in the context of your portfolio? What is your maximum drawdown appetite, and how you can use all kind of technological elements to make it more palatable, more tangible. Technology is very much helping rethinking your processes and simplifying the processes, and actually it really helps and support the education process much more than where we were years ago, when we were mainly paper-based, and also much more product driven, when now we're really thinking about the client's wealth holistically in the context of their portfolio and in line with clients' investment preferences and investment objective.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. I think almost we have to go back one stage even before that, though. So certainly as a firm, we now go into schools. We support initiatives from Chartered Insurance Institute, going into schools to educate children really around the basics of financial planning. When my daughter's about to leave school, she has no real awareness of, aside from what I've told her, credit cards, budgeting, go to university, how to balance her rent, all of those sorts of things. The concept of going away and saying, right, I'm going to put some money into a pension, completely alien to her, right? So I think we have to really, as financial institutions, go back and say, we have a huge role to play as educators. We have to remove the jargon and the complexity of TERs, OCFs, all of these things. I mean, who comes up with this stuff, right? I mean, it's all important that somebody knows what they're paying, but really the principle they need to first get is I need to do something. And better to have saved something even with charges than not to have saved at all. So I think education's where certainly we think we've got to start, and then as part of that removal of jargon and simplification, I think visualization is really important. So people need to understand what it is they're saving for their retirement or for their house or education, whatever it may be. So helping somebody visualize and seeing a range of potential outcomes for doing that, I think is important, because to the other points around risk, volatility, all of those things, it helps bring that to life. Because again, trying to talk to my daughter around drawdowns, good luck. And she's bright.
Yeah, I have 2 kids, and I have very similar experiences, and they're even older. So we have another interesting question here, which I think kind of feeds nicely into that, which is about AI and how AI might pose a threat to employment. The question here is, will increasing use of AI mean fewer people working in asset management, and probably asset management, wealth management? Of course, asset management is much bigger because it's institutional. It's the big brother of wealth management. But do you have an opinion on that?
I do.
Is that threat? Are we going to see less people or more people or other profiles?
So I think it's just a change. I don't think it's necessarily a replacement for me. Certainly in the client space, I do think you're always going to want a trusted advisor in the high net worth or ultra high net worth space. But you are going to get efficiencies through AI, absolutely. But I still see technology as a support to the advisor. So the advisor is using technology. It's not technology necessarily replacing an advisor. As I mentioned earlier, you might see the democratization of wealth with technology making actually wealth management more accessible to the mass affluent. So people who have been previously unable to access advice will be able to get it because of technology. But I think technology just improves our ability to deliver advice, and ESG is an interesting thing there. Suddenly you've got sustainability, again, a huge amount of data out there. So are we as individual humans going to be able to sift through all of that data to come through to there? Really, I'm going to need AI to help me with that, not hiring 100 people to sift through, all company statements and scores. And so that to me is where AI comes in to support rather than replace.
No, I agree with that completely. It's about, obviously with digitalization comes access to data. Too much information kill information, too much data kills data. So really AI is the way through which we can actually continue to provide, customize access to information, customize access to investment content, and customize advice. Otherwise, again, we're not meeting the client's needs. They don't want to receive tons of data. They want to receive data which is relevant in the context of their preferences, their portfolios, and really their interest. So clearly AI is very powerful in that context. And yes, through digitalization, you aim to enhance client experience. You also aim to achieve operating model efficiencies, and that's a clear trend as well. So with digitalization comes an ability to lower your cost to serve, which is obviously critical in the retail space if you want to be able to deliver a very good service in a cost-effective manner.
I absolutely adore AI. I think when it comes to investment management, I think it's critical. I think it's a wonderful thing to see the amount of portfolio managers that are trying to figure out how to incorporate that into their process to assess what's valuable when they're looking at investments and what's not. So for me, I'm really hoping that it means better outcomes, better returns. And when we're looking at, when Mercer's looking at investment managers and we're trying to assess who the best portfolio managers are, for us applying AI, what are the questions that are relevant? Are we asking the right questions? Are we looking at the right things? We've been doing it pretty much the same way for 40 years with tweaks here and there. We're not sure whether or not it's really important, whether or not a team's been together for a certain period of time. AI provides us that insight, so we'll get better. And yeah, so I think it's an absolute game changer. And yes, it provides efficiencies, but and efficiencies always, people go, oh well, that means getting rid of people. It doesn't necessarily mean getting rid of people. It means sometimes getting to decisions faster and better, and then you can use people to do more value add work, because a lot of this stuff isn't necessarily value add for a human to be sitting around doing it.
And it creates other jobs at the same time. Yeah. It's just a different sort of job, right? It's not the traditional one. It's it's the person who's working the algorithms. It's just different.
Data curation. I mean, jobs that didn't exist, or certainly none of us in our generation have ever heard of, right?
But it's also, I think, to that point, enables us to expand the universe that we're providing advice on. So alternative investments are increasingly of interest, certainly in the high and ultra high space. So again, if you're going to expand the universe, you need people either to know about that universe or be able to study it effectively in some way. How you make sense of cryptocurrencies or anything else, I'm not quite sure, but someone I'm sure will get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, I think this is a very good point, because obviously the digital started really with the core asset classes, and so but we need to expand upon when we look at advising across segments. It's the ability to cover all asset classes, the most complex products and services as well. Is very critical. So incorporating alts, incorporating structured products in your overall digital advice is key. So it push up the skill set as well. Yeah.
I think we have 7 minutes left. We have lots of very interesting questions. I would like to pick one, and after that one, then perhaps a final round where we give an outlook. This question here that I noticed here, I think is quite interesting, is again related. It's about the cloud, and it's whether the cloud is the answer to dealing with the system legacy, or whether there are potentially other solutions, other alternatives. So it's a very techy question, but we have very techy people here on the panel, so perhaps you can tell us your view on cloud versus non-cloud, other alternatives what you see out there. Or is it too early?
No, I'm not a cloud specialist, just disclosure, but we so as part of handling the challenges with legacy platforms, fragmented platforms and ecosystems, Our business architects and data architects are definitely working with our providers in shifting some of our solutions into the cloud. So yes, I believe it's going to be one of the answers to helping us bring the ecosystem and our architecture together to deliver a seamless experience end-to-end in relation to data management.
I just wonder, I think the cloud has been critical to modernize and to get things off of sort of Excel systems, and you had to send people updates and things like that. I don't know, honestly, if in 10 years the cloud is going to be terminology that we even use anymore. We sort of look at how blockchain, which is such a logical thing, has sort of come about, and everyone's like, oh, right, blockchain, that's so modern and interesting, but it's really logical. I don't know what the next really logical thing is that none of us thought of. I'm not sure it's the cloud, but it's critical for now, and it's been critical for the last 5 years.
Phil, an opinion on that? So that's, again, related a little bit to crypto, to blockchain, which is not crypto as we know, but it is kind of related. But it's early days, in my view.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't have much to add. Clearly, again, you look backwards rather than forwards sometimes and say, well, going through COVID, how easy was it to actually operate? If everything was based on servers in your office and suddenly you've got a remote workforce, what then? So to me, simply cloud for now is a way forward, but again, you do have to already be looking forward to what's the next thing.
So we have 4 minutes, 5 minutes left. Let's look into the future. Where do we see the industry going? From a UK perspective, perhaps, and also perhaps from a global perspective of Europe and the world, and we're a global world. Who wants to kick off?
Oh, I get to go first. I think wealth management is a incredibly exciting and interesting industry. It has a tendency to feel stagnant, but I think that there's a lot of innovation and interesting things happening in our industry now that is going to make it a great place for people to work. And I think we can really impact future outcomes. And again, I'm really keen to see the changes in retirement and just financial outcomes for less privileged people, right? This isn't necessarily about the ultra high net worth anymore. To me, it is about how do we, you look at Goldman Sachs and Marcus, right? Everybody's starting to go, well, mass affluent is interesting. And if we get enough of the mass affluent, then we can start actually being pretty profitable. More importantly for me is I like to see the changes that's going to happen to the mass affluent because they really haven't been tended to, or they've been grossly underserved. And I think with technology, that's going to make it a lot more interesting for the HSBCs, the cities, all the big boys to really start to look at that group and say, okay, yes, we can make money off of them, but the outcomes are going to be actually positive for those communities.
Yeah, I agree. I think the mass affluent space is a very interesting space. It's probably the most underserved actually in some ways as well. Obviously, there's been a lot of focus on the high net worth segment. I think there is a lot that can be done in the mass affluent space as well. It participates to the democratization process we've discussed and the education process we have discussed as well. Digitalization will have a key role to play in this. It will continue to accelerate, I think, for the greater benefits of clients. It will help, delivering, good solutions at scale, which is also a very important element. And I think it will also force us to become, much more focused as well on data. I can't stress that enough, because now that you expose your data all, live, actually, immediately accessible to clients, you have to be extremely diligent about what it is you're displaying, how you're displaying it, and making sure it's done in a very targeted, customized way. Otherwise, the benefits of the digitalization will be lost. So I think we'll see it will drive much better quality as well, in my view, in the asset management and investment service space.
So I think, in a way, if people talk about, and I've talked about it, accessing for the mass affluent, I actually think that's going to be far slower, personally, than people expect it to be. We've seen people come into the space, even the UBSs, and then come back out of the space, and now you're back into the space on there. And you look at Nutmeg, I think even 2 years ago had whatever it was, 100,000 customers versus at the same time the Lloyds banking app having 4 billion clicks. and you go, right, there's a bit of a difference there, and what is it that's going to make people suddenly rush to that space unless you have the education again that we mentioned before. So I think it'll probably be slower than we expect it to be. It's the right idea, it's a great opportunity for everybody, but I think there are some underlying things that will probably stop it happening as fast as many people want it to. I think trend-wise we are going to see further developments in how we all interact together, and I suppose the obvious ones there, I think yesterday you had announcements, I think it was from Microsoft, how they're going to challenge Meta or Facebook as how it was, how we're all going to be meeting with our clients or internally. Are we going to be sitting there with VR headsets in a virtual office, or are we, with our own avatar that its lips move when we do and it does gestures? That was yesterday's news that came out, what Microsoft's delivering to challenge Meta. So I think there's going to be a change in the way we work as much as there is what it is we're trying to deliver.
We're spot on, I think. We expired, our time has expired. Thank you so much for your insight, for your contribution. Thank you to you here in the audience and of course online where you followed us. Perhaps a round of applause for our speakers. And thank you so much. I pass back to the chair here. And thank you for organizing this great event. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jacob, Phil, Muriel, Cara, for a very insightful discussion, a fantastic way to set the day. I know there are a lot more questions, but hopefully people can catch you either via the app if they're virtual or in real space outside, because I think we could have gone on for a lot longer, but time doesn't allow. But thank you for setting the scene for the day and for talking about the fantastic opportunities, particularly in the mass affluent, and also the challenges that are there that I think some people are overseeing. Now it's time for our first keynote presentation. I'm delighted to be welcoming in a moment Alexander Sawley, who will be talking about how can AI support you in delivering advice and managing your customers, a key area to be addressed in this issue. I'm pleased to say that Alexander, Alexander, are you here? There you go. There you go. You don't match your photo. Yes, you do. Alexander is head of UK Solution Consulting at Avaloq, which many of you will know is an industry leader in wealth management solutions that harness the power of automation and data science. But Alex, welcome. You will no doubt be able to tell us more as you give us your presentation.
Thank you very much. Just checking. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect, and I should have a clicker here. Yes, so thank you for that introduction. So yes, my name is Alexander Sawley. I'm head of Global Solution Consulting at Avaloq. That is a global remit covering all the jurisdictions that we operate in. We operate in a consultative approach using design thinking, human-centered design thinking, to understand our clients' problems and to help solve those problems. And really excited actually today to talk about AI because it's something that comes up quite a lot when speaking with clients. Not necessarily to talk about AI and what is AI strategy should be, but they talk about problems around data and engagement with their clients and how should they work in the future. And it's a really challenging space to think when you think about it, because artificial intelligence, at its very core, is simply a machine that replicates human behaviour. So just to catch up. There we go. So it's a machine that replicates human behaviour. And when we think about AI, some people think about things like Terminator and war games and Dave from Prometheus, things that are going to ultimately lead to our destruction. And that was an article I saw as well recently, that if we let AI go unchecked, it could lead that way. But we are an awful long way away from AI leading to our destruction. In fact, AI is all around us. The biggest companies in the world use AI to ensure that their experiences are relevant. Hyper-personalization, it's something that was mentioned on the panel there before, making sure that what you do with your clients is relevant to your clients. And these names that are on the board here, they use AI, they use machines, and they use all that data that's out there the data that you give them, you freely give them, your name, address, your salaries, your friends, your relationships, they use all that data to ensure what they show to you is relevant. So Facebook, for example, when you log into Facebook, it shows you news articles that are relevant to you, things that it knows you will engage with based on your behavior, based on your likes, based on the things that you are interested in. Meta, as it's now called, obviously. Amazon, scarily accurate AI. It knows what you've done in the past. It knows kind of what you have been searching for. It knows information about your buying patterns, your salaries, etc. And it uses that to come up with things you might be interested in. So that's why when you think about products and services, and you log on to Facebook or you log on to Amazon, you get one of those little bars that go, you may be interested in this. It's scarily accurate what they can do with this data. And you think about Google. You think Google, you type in a Google search term and it just returns results. It doesn't just do that. It uses all of the data it has access to make sure that that is accurate for you, that the location that you're in, so it gives you information that's relevant to your context. It's fully relevant to you. And the panel before mentioned it as well. Actually, sorry, just quickly, Netflix is one of the prime examples of this. When you first log into Netflix, it knows nothing about you other than what you've already told it. But as you watch Netflix and you interact with it, the AI learns and then recommends products, videos, series that are relevant to you, that you would be interested in, people like yourself would be interested in. So it's all around us in everything we touch. It's in kind of digital onboarding for banks, facial recognition, that's AI. It's in mortgage and credit card applications. When you fill in the details, it takes what you put in, but it then also takes what you know and then returns whether you'll be accepted for a credit card or a loan. It's in the virtual assistants that when you log on to your likes of your banking applications and you go, send me a statement, send me what is my balance? It's all there. That is all natural language processing, AI machines, learning from what you're asking it, learning what other people have been asking it, and to return more relevant results, ensuring that you keep engaged with that product. I will cover a few, like I said, AI is everywhere, and I'm going to cover a few practical examples of how it can be used. The first thing I want to do is just talk about what you need to make AI work. So AI is, I think as was mentioned by the panel, it's data. It's first and foremost data, and it's large volumes of data that it churns through to give you insight. An AI is a brain, and it just needs that data to learn. Next, you need a platform on which to train that data. You need to be able to create those models. You need to be importantly, you need to be able to validate them to make sure they're doing what you expect it to do. You can't create an AI and let it run wild. You need to make sure that it does what you expect it to do. And then you need a platform or an experience through which to visualize this. AI on its own, going through all this data, coming to recommendations. If it's got no way of giving value to the customer, then what is the benefit of it? So you need some form of experience through which that the client you're trying to interact with can visualize this. And I think the important thing here, this links into some other technology trends as well, like microservices. You can then start embedding these AIs into your existing experiences. You don't need to create something brand new for a client. You can keep your existing experiences and embed an AI, a robot into that to visualize some of this stuff. And I'm going to talk through that in a little bit more detail. Okay. This, I think, is what the panel discussed in depth as well, which is really, really good, really, really reassuring. And this is what we discuss with our clients on a kind of continuous basis. These are the shifting trends in the marketplace. So what we have is shifting client expectations. Clients no longer want paper-based statements, delayed, out-of-date information. They want real-time, contextually relevant information using the tools and solutions that they have access to. So example being, they don't want to necessarily log into a portal to get a statement. They want to be able to go into WhatsApp and connect to their wealth manager and go, what is my balance? Can you make a payment? Can you make an instruction? They want to be in their context, interacting with the wealth management firm on their terms. They want to, the next one is kind of decreasing the cost of advice. There's lots of competitors in wealth management now. There's lots of competitors that are going to eat into the margins available in this space. So one thing you ought to be conscious AI can help here is in driving down the cost of that advice, so helping the relationship manager when it comes to things like recommending products for clients, when it comes to things like discussing and taking on board all of the various endpoints and the data they have and coming up with recommendations that will be most relevant to that client, not just taking a risk score and a time horizon, but taking a risk score, time horizon, ESG, salary, location, and what other people in that kind of grouping of people are interested in. So that when they're going to sit down with their client, they should know that they're going to be very, very interested in what they're going to be talking about. So there's more chance of that getting converted into an actual opportunity. The next one is kind of open AI, and they talked about it in the panel as well. This is all about opening up that ecosystem of data that you have. So long gone are the days now, hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, of kind of monolithic systems. One system doing everything for you. That is kind of a thing that is hopefully going away. You're now getting more best of breed using open architecture, APIs, microservices to give your clients and your users of your software the best experience possible. And we've got their unattained efficiency, just to create more efficiency through that process. So choosing best of breed, integrating them in real time together to give you the most efficient solution possible. And then we have data insights, competitive advantage, insights in data. The panel, again, discussed it at length, I believe. There's all this data now. There's more data out there than you could possibly imagine. There are people out there who can provide you data, can analyze your data, can send it through to you. But what do you do with it? You have as wealth managers and banking institutions, you have so much data on your clients. What do you do with all that data? How do you get insight from all of that data? You can't have, I think as we mentioned, you can't have 100 people churning through ESG data to give you the insights you need. You need to use AI, you need to use automation, you need to use robotics to get insights from that data. And then this then powers the shifting client expectations and the decreasing cost of advice and the wealth management productivity. Without all that data, it's very, very hard to give the clients the expectation they want, the experience they need, they want to keep them engaged in those digital experiences. It's really, really hard to give relationship managers more efficiency in their tools if you don't have the data to power those AIs that are going to support them. So what I'm going to talk about now is how AIs can help support these kind of main four areas. And then you can see there are other areas in there, kind of goals-based advice. Again, you can use AI to help with goals-based advice. But these four are the kind of the main areas I want to discuss today. And this is, I think, very, very critical as well when you're talking about AI. It's the human touch. We've all been there when you've been on an automated phone call or on a chat bot and you get sent around in circles because they don't know what you're trying to ask it. They don't understand everything. They haven't been taught everything. And you need to get that point, that sweet spot between AI assisting and augmenting the human rather than replacing it. And I think as the panel discussed there, I do not believe personally either that AI will replace the wealth management or will replace roles in wealth management, but it will augment them and make them more efficient, which allows them to go after more clients. So this is kind of going after the mass affluent space as well, as was mentioned in the panel. And that is really hard to see, so I'm quite disappointed about that, apologies. But this is the simple, very, very simple UI. This is Avaloq web banking product and application. And what you have on here are multiple AIs, and by looking at it, you wouldn't realize that because they are embedded into the experience. They're embedded into the context that the client expects, and they are making sure that what the client sees is relevant to them. Historically, this would have been done by old school CMS systems where you would have maybe been able to chunk up your client base into various segments, and then if you are this type of person, you will get this experience. If you're this type of person, you get this experience. If you get this type of person, you get this experience. Now with AI, you can make sure that the experience each individual investor gets is personalized to them, is relevant to them, is contextualized to them, is hyper-personalized to them to keep them engaged in the digital experience that you're offering them. So I'm not quite sure what's happening with the clicker, apologies. So at the very top, you have a AI that has identified that a client spent a little bit of time on the page and maybe looking for something that they can't find. So this is all about an AI being aware of the client's interactions with it, and helping the investor get to the decision they're looking for. You have what's new. In here, you have 3 AIs. These AIs are churning through the data that you have access to for ESG, for news and insights, and for products to pull out those bits of information that are relevant for that client. So again, hyper-personalizing the information that they see to that individual investor. And this is kind of what Facebook does. It goes through all the information that he has access to and presents it to the user for them to interact with. And because this is AI, not old school CMS, based on how the client interacts with that, it will learn. It will learn that that person doesn't necessarily like that particular stock, or like that particular asset class, or like that particular bit of market news from that particular vendor provider. And therefore, it will make sure that the information it sends through to that user is relevant to them. Again, hyper-personalization. Next, again, we have another simple experience, and this is the Avaloq Wealth platform. So this is Angular Google Material Design. It's been designed to be simple, to be used by the context of the relationship manager. What you have here is simple kind of an AI that allows, so I'm not quite sure what's happening with, I'm not pressing anything and it's moving. Thank you. I'm just going to put that down rather than hold it in my hand because it keeps doing something so weird. So what you have here is a recommending tool. So what this is doing is looking at all the data that we hold on that particular client. So it's looking at the assets they hold, the transactions they've done, their kind of age, their salary, their nationality, where they're located, where their investment's located, taking all of that data and coming up with a recommendation that the advisor can then take to that client. And it's presenting it in a very simple way. It's got a match score, which is very similar to what Netflix does good. Based on the data we hold about you, this asset here is a 98% match for what you like to invest in, or you're interested in, what's relevant to you. And then you have the little rationale next to it, which explains to the advisor how we've come up with that decision. And that is quite powerful, because what this is doing is going through all of the data that you have access to and coming up with things that the client would be interested in. So you can then go and take this to the client in confidence that they would be interested in it, without having to go through fact sheets or go through all the data yourselves. A machine has gone through all that data and decided that these are the most relevant products for that client. And you can see here we've done it on kind of asset class. We've got equities, funds, ETF, bond structured products. That can be done on anything. It can be done on product types, ISAs, bonds, PEPs, whatever. You can use it to recommend investment products to your clients. And then there's a little video which just shows the rationale. So you've got equity region, net worth, trade history. You've got the top 5 it shows there. There's another 2 on the next page which are less relevant. So it's very, in a very, very simple way, explaining and displaying to the client what would be of interest to the investor. And then you can take that to the investor and have a conversation with them about that in confidence that these are things that they would be interested in. Obviously, all taking into account all the risk rating, et cetera, et cetera. And then this is another simple UI UX, but it has 4, 5 AIs embedded into it. You have a user behavior AI that understands who is accessing the application and what they're doing and how they're using it to kind of get insight on how, in this case, your relationship manager is communicating with your clients. It has a chat application here. So what this is doing, this connects to this is the Avaloq Engage product, and this collects through to the end client's WhatsApp. So you can have a secure 2-way communication, the relationship manager on an internal compliant device, the client on their native WhatsApp or Weibo or Facebook Messenger or whatever it is that they want to use. And what it's doing is taking that chat and analysing that chat, and then taking from that chat some actions. So you can see there you've got Thomas Anderson has requested his share balance. Jordan Smith requested a share statement. So it's taking that chat, analysing all that chat on your behalf, using natural language processing to come up with best actions to augment the relationship manager. So the relationship manager simply clicks on that and it loads up the statement to send through to the client via their chosen channel of choice. You have recommendations here. So a client may have messaged you saying, I have come into £10,000 of cash, £100,000 of cash, whatever the value is. I'm looking for investments. It can then take that chat, realize that the client has money to invest, use the recommender from the previous screen to come up with what are likely recommendations that they would be interested in, display them to the relationship manager for them to ready to send through to that client. And then at the bottom, you have the relevant news again. So again, this shows all the news that's collated by either external sources, so your news feeds, or your internally curated CIO content. So you may be launching new structured products, new funds, new cryptocurrency products. You click on that news article, it shows you the list of clients that might be interested in it. It allows you to share that with your clients based on their channel of choice. Again, that is all using AI. There isn't a human being behind this tagging these news articles and telling you which ones are relevant to your clients. And AI does that automatically in near real time, so instantaneously have all this information at your fingertips. And I've got a minute left, so onto the summary. AI augments the wealth management chain, value chain. It doesn't replace the relationship manager. We all know that wealth management is based around money, and money is an emotive topic. And you never, I personally, I mean, other people in the room may be different, I personally never going to trust large amounts of money to a machine only. I want to have a conversation with a person to understand what it is really I'm investing in. And AI at this moment in time cannot give you that level of clarity just yet. So what it's doing is augmenting that experience. AI needs data, servicing platform, and visualization tool. AI uses huge amounts of data. You have lots of data. There's lots more data out there. ESG is going to bring in even more data that you need to analyze. So it needs data. You then need a platform or a solution to ingest that data, to understand it, and create models off the back of it. And then you need a tool to visualize that through to your end investor. Otherwise, what is the value of it, unless you're kind of driving the revenues out of it? Or increasing client engagement, or increasing client experience. You need to have an output of it. AI can be used to meet market trends. So the fall I mentioned, they're kind of the client expectations, the digital first, digital native generations, they want everything at their fingertips. You have your relationship manager who needs to be more efficient, needs to look after more clients. You have open API, and you have huge amounts of data. AI can be used to help in all of those areas, plus the other 4 or 5 that were on that screen as well. And I think the important one here is it will not replace the human touch. You're always going to want to, and again, my personal point of view here, other people may be different, want to speak to someone when you're talking about money. It's very emotive. It's your money. You spent hours and hours earning that money. Would you trust the entirety of that investment to a machine? Or would you want to speak to someone to ensure you fully understood what you're getting into? So that's why we think it will not replace a human touch. And then finally, just thank you for your time. 20 minutes has gone by in the blink of an eye. I feel there is so much more about AI than we can cover in 20 minutes. And I just want to say thank you for your time. We are on the first stand as you walk through the door. If you've got any questions on AI, please come across and see me. Any questions about the products we have that are servicing this space or how we see this space, I look forward to having a conversation with people. Hopefully you found that useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That was certainly more than useful. Very insightful display of how AI can, in practical terms, help with the hyper-customization of client relationships. And thanks for emphasizing the need for it to be a hybrid solution as well. In much the same vein, we will be continuing with another presentation. Oh, and by the way, please do, I know you did a very good job at putting so much together in such a small space of time, Alex. So if you want to engage with him, please do catch up with him in the coffee break. But don't go yet. I know you want some caffeine stimulation, but the stimulation that's coming up will be far greater, I assure you. We've got another presentation now. It's focused on leveraging your one-stop client interaction hub to transform the private client service journey. It's a similar theme, and I'm delighted to be welcoming Anshul Bongiwa. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Anshul, are you here? Yes. And please, come to the stage. Anshul is EMEA business lead for Moxtra. Those of you who don't know Moxtra, it's a leading solution provider in banking and wealth management, modernising in systems to modernise and manage client engagement through digital automation, so I understand it. So perhaps you'll give a better description, and Sean, I'd like to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you everyone for your time today. Over the next 20 minutes, I'm really going to be covering, 4 main sort of themes to set the sort of agenda for today. So theme number 1 is we're going to talk about the rise of mobile and how that has sort of been impacting the wealth management firms overall. And in our experience as well, what have the challenges wealth management houses faced when it comes to being able to deliver a premium client experience consistently across the entire client segment that they have. We'll talk about how wealth managers can potentially build differentiation, in this increasingly competitive landscape. And finally, we'll talk about how Moxtra can come in and potentially help you by leveraging a one-stop hub. What are the sort of benefits that you can expect with a one-stop type of solution. So let's get started by actually, exploring digitization in financial services. Of course, it's such a broad sort of topic altogether, and digitization is almost like a keyword. So to narrow the domain a little bit, what we're going to be focusing on today is digitization in business processes that require client interaction, right? And in this specific domain, the best type of solution is a hybrid solution, where you're going to be able to leverage the strengths and efficiency gains in automation, as my predecessor just mentioned and talked about. And also you're going to need that human touch to maintain that personalization. As he was also talking about, there is a large amount of money involved when it comes to wealth transactions. You're going to still need that, personalization sort of touch. And to try and address, what these on-demand type of service models are going to be in this financial space, well, we're going to need to start consider some of these questions, which is, how do the client experience look like today? How are they sort of getting service today? And we're going to look to answer a very specific question over the next 17 minutes or so, which is how can organizations create a managed, modernized digital experience to build a customer relationship, a persistent customer relationship. And to look at on-demand type of services, let's start looking at the market expectations. Well, over the past 5 years, market expectations have evolved quite rapidly. Due to the advent of mobile phones and smartphone apps really been on the rise. And it's apps like Uber are the ones that are really driving this on-demand sort of change. It's not only in the consumer space, customers are now expecting that across the entire business processes. So every part of, every facet of business transactions and engagement they touch on, they want to be able to connect in an on-demand manner, which is personalized, it's streamlined, it's at their convenience. So let's start look at what an on-demand service model can actually look like within financial services. So if we go back to the example of Uber to look at what an on-demand service model even looks like, well, Uber actually compressed the entire customer journey in one application. So everything from getting from point A to point B was tied together in a really nice experience for the customer. But how did they maintain consistency? Well, before Uber came along, taxi services are everywhere. They had no idea, where their drivers are. How long is the trip taking? What's the customer feedback to the service delivery that they're getting? They weren't able to get this. And if they're not able to get this and they can't maintain oversight, they can't manage, the experience and the delivery of their services. Now, when Uber came in, they really flipped the script altogether. With Uber, Uber has access to entire data of, where the drivers are, what's the route they took, what's the customer feedback. They can get real-time, almost customer feedback. So this gave Uber a way to have complete oversight. And once they have complete oversight, they can have management into the client service delivery. And that's what makes it, they can manage a completely consistent premium experience. And looking to apply that to financial services, well, what can an on-demand service model look like there? Well, we first need to start by analyzing the nuances in a relationship like in wealth management. So the first thing there is we have a lot of persistent relationships between the client and at least one individual inside the firm, perhaps more. And with these persistent relationships, there are also document-heavy exchange of conversations that are taking place. And with this amount of different documents, they are complex in nature. It's going to cause structured and unstructured workflows to take place. And because of this, and because of the content that's being discussed, there's a high requirements for security because of as I mentioned, the nature of the discussions that are taking place. And compliance. Well, why is it compliance? Well, number one, of course, there's the regulations that you need to comply with, but it's the brand reputation as well. One of the major compliance breaches is actually RMs using WhatsApp to communicate with their clients. And why is that? Well, clients prefer using WhatsApp because it's more convenient to them. See, RMs have to go and meet them where they are. And that's the big compliance challenge that firms are really looking to face, and especially we are seeing that in the news, recently, even in the APAC regions. So let's look at, how are these sort of client interactions today being managed? Well, way back when there was only brick and mortar sort of offices, the only way you could do business was only through phone calls and in-person meetings. Since the advent of technology through desktop computers and mobile phones, we've evolved, of course, to emails, attachments, and with mobile phones really on the rise, we've seen messaging also being thrown in. Now, with COVID, we were heavily relied on video meetings, and due to the convenience of it, I really don't see, video meetings really transitioning away anytime soon. And when it comes to those attachments that you're going to email to them, well, they're normally stored in some document management system over there. You're going to leverage some collaboration tools to facilitate the conversation, whether it's internal or external. You're going to have back-end systems like CRMs, where it is coming to, the RM has to come in. They always have to periodically update the back-end system so there can be some sort of an oversight maintained. And finally, when it comes to e-signature, it's that final process to go ahead and complete that transaction. So what this automatically does is introducing multiple different fragmented, disconnected communication channels, which leads to not a complete lack of oversight. And again, when you don't have a complete lack of oversight, you cannot manage the service your clients are being delivered on. So hopefully you can sort of see similarities in terms of what taxi companies were facing before Uber came along. This has only been worse with the rise of mobile. More and more clients are now looking to evaluate the ease of doing business with a firm before they even sign up for any form of service. Over COVID, wealth managers who actually did have an app, they saw about a 36% increase in mobile app usage. Yet, mobile apps across the wealth management industry, the mobile portals specifically, have been comparatively significantly poor compared to other industries. Wealth managers have not been able to leverage the potential of bringing in that mobile traffic and converting that into real proactive conversations, which can lead to an increase in number of transactions taking place. And it's already true today, but even more so in the future, it's going to be incredibly important, is any form of a digital app or digital service is now going to become the new front door for investors. Customer satisfaction today is already being driven by how easily they can do business in a secure manner at their own convenience through some form of digital service. They want to be able to have human interaction right through the application so that, as my predecessor was mentioning, so they can have a feeling of trust and it's convenient for them. So now that we've talked about what potentially we are seeing the challenges today, let's also talk about how wealth managers can potentially build market differentiation in this increasingly competitive landscape. Well, number one, the first thing to note is it's actually very difficult for a wealth manager to build a competitive edge purely on the services they're providing, which are the products that they're offering. Essentially, the products they have access to on an average level, they're going to be quite similar. There are going to be some outliers where some of them can deliver significantly higher returns, well, for example, but almost always, it's always in the same order of magnitude. So you're always going to have similar returns. So when you're looking to differentiate yourself in the market, you really have to look elsewhere. And where can that be? Well, one of those ways is how the kind of experience you can deliver to your customers. If the experience is as good as it can be, well, now what you're going to be doing is you're going to build loyalty. That brand loyalty is to the brand and not any specific individual as well. That's a key thing that we're actually going to explore in more detail in just a few moments. But the key thing that we're also seeing is an unrivaled digital experience in the market is what's really going to entice customers. And in addition to that, a digital experience is not also going to provide you with internal productivity gains and efficiency gains. So now that we've talked about the challenges and how we can build market differentiation, well, this is where Moksha comes in. This is where we can come in and help you. Moksha, as a company, what we provide for wealth management firms everywhere is an ability for you to manage structured and unstructured workflows with your clients through your own mobile application. If you don't have a mobile application, we can go ahead and build you one, or we can embed that into your existing mobile app as well. But this concept of being able to manage the structured and unstructured workflows all through your application, well, what that also gives you is complete oversight and data. So every interaction you have with your customers and your clients is all going through your own mobile application. It's fully integrated, which means you can make a lot of analytics, you can make oversight on it, you can have, and that's where you can manage the experience you're delivering and make sure it's consistently being delivered across the entire client experience. In addition to that, you can also see an increase in Net Promoter Score. You can see an increase in number of transactions and the velocity of transactions. And we'll go into this in more detail with a live case study that we've got. But now that I've touched a bit about what we can do, let's talk about how we can actually do it. So when it comes to defining what a business process is, we're going to talk about is let's look at what some of these business processes actually are. So business processes in wealth management, as we see it, come from client onboarding to periodic quarterly performance reviews, to a sales pitch, to an execution of that sales pitch as well. So these are the kind of conversations, these structured and unstructured business processes you do with your client every single day. And this is how you can achieve them. Well, the first thing, as I mentioned, we do is we'll provide you with a white label mobile application. And if you already have one, we can go ahead and integrate that into your existing mobile application. So this is what the client portal looks like. The clients come in, they open the application, they get greeted, and then they're going to see the team of advisors that they're working with at their wealth manager, at the wealth management firm. This is a direct line of communication the clients have to communicate with you, your advisors, right through your own mobile application from end to end. Below that, they're also going to have access to the static content that a traditional mobile application would have. These are the apps that you're already used to and know today. Below that is where you can have these structured conversations take place, whether it's your portfolio reviews, whether it is your new investment opportunities. Maybe you're looking to liquidate certain assets. All of these are different processes. It's going to have a dedicated workspace, and you're going to have specific stakeholders having access to those dedicated workspaces for that conversation. And all of these can automatically also be, if required, be escalated into a video meeting as well, or a voice call. Again, taking place right through your own mobile application as well. What you saw was on the mobile side. Well, there's a seamless transition on the web as well. So anything you can do on the mobile can also be extended on the web interface, giving your clients the ability to interact with you at the time and place and the device that's most convenient to them. And then on the right-hand side, what you also have seeing is actually the business portal. This is what your wealth managers, your advisors, and your internal staff are going to use. So your clients, they come in, they receive services from the client portal, and your advisors, they have access to the business portal. This is what they can use to communicate internally within their organization, but more importantly, they can look at the client's incoming sort of messages and respond to them and really provide curated advice. So now let's actually take a look at an example sort of process. So we can look at an example of an investment transaction, how that can be achieved from start to finish. So let's say, for example, you have a set of clients, or an RM has a set of clients. What he can do is that he can broadcast a potential investment opportunity to the entire set of clients that's of interest to them. So we're going to be able to leverage secure messaging, and you can go ahead and broadcast that with a document as well, right through the application. Now, based on the feedback and maybe questions they have, the RM can go ahead and annotate on top of that investment product that essentially that's already been shared with them. So they can annotate right on the document itself and comment on it. But more than that, what they can also do is he can record a small video clip, with his video, his voice, and his annotations right on top of that file as well. So it's a really personalized pitch, essentially, and a response to the question that the client is giving him. So they can go ahead and they can send that over to the client. If there's working on any to-dos or deadlines that need to be managed, well, we've got that as well for you to manage any through task management as well. As I mentioned, you can escalate that into a video meeting. Now, let's say, for example, the client actually needs to change his risk portfolio or risk appetite before he actually he can go ahead and act on this specific product, the investment product. Well, we also have co-browsing built in. So the client and the RM can go ahead, come on a meeting together. They can co-browse where the RM can go ahead, help the client fill in this relevant documentation. He can work with the client to actually help him fill in that documentation. That can be moved on into a digital signature for any executions of that document or form as well. And finally, we can also create an investment transaction card as well, summarizing exactly what the transaction is that the client wants to move forward on and execute. So from start to finish, the pitch to the entire transaction all takes place in one platform. We've also got the management oversight as well. As I mentioned, every information is tracked, it's recorded, you can go ahead and access that. So the management team at the firm, who are managing the RMs, they have access to every interaction their RMs are having with their clients. So they can have complete oversight and they can manage the experience their clients are providing to their clients, making sure it's consistent and it's premium, exactly what the brand expects. We also have the admin portal. Now, the admin portal is where you can go ahead and manage these relationships between a client and between a specific relationship manager. You can access, the entire data trails as well, right through the admin portal. But something that's really key here is, if an RM actually leaves, there's always a flight risk that they're going to take some clients with them. Well, again, through the admin portal, you can easily manage the relationship. And the new RM has access to all the previous data. Again, tying the loyalty of the client to the brand and not any specific individual. So Moksha has also been named as the best digital banking solution in the recent Tech Awards. And very quickly, I'm also going to talk about who we've worked with already. So we were founded back in 2012. Since then, we've worked with multiple different banks across the globe. Citibank was actually our very first client. We got a deployment with them in India, and since then we've expanded our relationship significantly. We've worked with Standard Chartered and Raiffeisen Bank as well. Raiffeisen Bank we've deployed on priority and business banking as well. We've got Stonish Fleming as a client, which is the largest family office in Europe. Van Lanschot is also a private bank, the oldest private bank actually in Netherlands as well. So these are a few of the clients that we're actually working with in mass affluent sector, in priority banking, in private banking, and family offices. So we sort of provide the entire segment of wealth, and we've got solutions to cater for the various segments as well. And let's also take a short minute to actually take a look at what the impact of deploying Moksha was. So as I mentioned, Citibank was one of our clients. Let's take a look at what Citi sort of experienced. Well, Citi deployed a solution called Citi Gold. This was for their mass affluent and their priority banking segment. Citi Gold saw a 10% increase in their Net Promoter Score. They saw a 200% increase in their advisor productivity. They saw a 3x increase in the number of transactions per relationship manager per month. And they saw a 3.5x growth in their customer base over 3 years. So these are, the KPIs that you can potentially expect by deploying a one-stop solution, which really ties in every interaction you have with your clients and modernizing the way you do business with them. We can deploy either on-premise or on a private cloud. or even on a public cloud. As I mentioned, we have SDKs and APIs to integrate with all of your existing banking tech stack you already have, whether that's your existing app or your core banking system, any of your backend system. We can easily integrate with them with our APIs. And of course, we offer bank-grade security. Working with an essential solution being designed with banks, it really has security built in. Well, that's Moksha. Hopefully, you enjoyed that talk. If you do have any questions, we do have a booth outside. Please feel free to come there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed for another very interesting presentation, some very impressive KPIs. And some very impressive clients. It's coffee break time, so please do take the chance to get some caffeine, to network. You can bring your coffees back. There's two options after the break. You can either come back here, we'll be talking about our customer experience, or the demos will start for some innovative solution providers in the room next door. So please have a look at the agenda, make sure you decide what you want, and we'll see you back here or there at 1:45. We'll try and get back on time so you can bring your coffees back in. So please do have a quick cake and caffeine, and see you back soon. And online, get a coffee, but don't be late. Cheers. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start. You're welcome to bring your coffees in. You have a choice, obviously, to be here to our next couple of sessions on customer experience, or the demos are starting next door. Apologies to you online. We did delay it 10 minutes so everyone here could get a coffee, and you could get a coffee. But we'll try and get back on track. So it's my pleasure now to introduce our next panel of distinguished experts. We'll be talking about shaping the customer experience and driving long-term client engagement. And it's my pleasure to welcome, to chair this, Maurizio Flaschietti, our Italian intern, just explained to me how to pronounce that, so I've been practicing for 15 minutes, who's a lecturer in banking and finance at UCL Institute of Finance and Technology. Many of you know who are leading in the areas of research in this in fintech. So it's a pleasure to welcome you, Maurizio. If you could introduce yourself and welcome your panelists, that'd be great. Thank you.
Shall we? Yeah, please. Thank you very much for everybody to be here. So, as said, I'm a lecturer in banking and finance, and it's my pleasure to chair this session together with Philip Kurtenbach and Anshul Bangawar. And I would like, first of all, to ask my nice fellows here to introduce themselves. But before, I'd like to also remind everybody following the session that to ask questions, you should go to your Brella app. You go to the bottom toolbar, click the three dots, and then you can, you have a Q&A space where you can post your questions that we are very happy to ask nice friends here. So without further ado, I would like to start the session, and I would like to ask Philip first and then Anshul later to introduce themselves, and we start with our panel. Thank you.
Hi, thanks everybody. Welcome. My name is Phil Kurtenbach. I'm currently Global Head of Wealth Structure Products for HSBC. Been with the bank for over 13 years and had a variety of roles in different markets. Spent time in digital, running the websites for Asia Pacific. Also have got experience in the front line and in the risk space. So customer experience, customer retention has always been obviously a really important factor in my career. So I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Anshul. I guess the entire panel has a complicated surname to pronounce. But I've been working with Moksha for a few years now. Worked all the way from the SMB, the smaller wealth clients, all the way up to the largest sort of clients we have today, like the likes of Citibank and Van Lanschot. So I've through my tenure at Moksha so far, I've seen how engagement and priorities are sort of evolving, not only in the smaller sort of companies and firms, all the way up to the multinationals as well. So from a digitization technology standpoint, I've been working in the wealth space for, I think, about 2.5 years now. So
very good, very good. Thank you very much. So let's get started with our panel. So we are talking here about customer retention. So my first question to you would be, what are the most effective strategies for customer retention at the moment? So Philip, you want to?
Well, yeah, that's a big question. I think obviously the basics, right? You need a good product shelf, you need an ease of access experience, and you need to have a good brand. But I think if we dive a little bit deeper into the people, the customers, so what are they? Always think that from a personality trait, you've got a thinking and a feeling individual, and anything in between. And so in order to retain customers at a large scale, we need to cater for both of this. So from a thinking aspect, it's often more quantifiable things. That what value do you bring? What performance do your products bring? How much time can you save me? Right? Ease of access is a big piece. In terms of the feeling part of an individual, it's about what value do you bring for me? How do you understand me as an individual? So I think those two things are key for long-term retention, because it's almost easy. It's easy to get customers through the door, but it's much harder to retain them. So it's about understanding your own product shelf and understanding your clients to ensure that you give the right products through the right channels to the right customers. That will be key for kind of like a baseline retention. And then if we're real, like what underlines all of this is that you need to function, you need to work. If we look at the biggest reasons for why clients move away from a product, a brand, a company, it's not because it's a bad product or one bad RM or something like that. It's about simple processes not working. I tried to get in touch with somebody, I couldn't. I had a complaint and I didn't feel valued. So I think, again, to summarize those three aspects, you need to have the thinking part, you need to bring value to the customer, you need to understand it, which is a whole tale of things like data, how do you personalize your service, etc. Consistently make the customer feel valued and have processes and channels that just work for each of the client types.
Good. For you?
I think Phil really talked about this one key point, which was ease of accessibility. That's growing more and more over the past years, and that's across the entire segment as well. Whether you start with the mass affluent segment, we are really seeing robo-advice is really on the rise, right? That's coming from the accessibility standpoint. But as your wealth sort of grows with them, and as you sort of reach the H&I sort of segment, the ability to have that human touch and human engagement, that's going to be something that's obviously going to be really key for you to be able to drive retention. But the main aspect, I think, in my opinion, that I've seen so far is for customer retention to be effective, you always need to have the retention strategies focus always on the brand itself and not always to the specific individuals. Because as soon as that one specific RM, for example, decides to move on, if there are not effective strategies and processes in place to let a new RM come in and really pick up the relationship exactly where it was left off, as Philip mentioned, there's going to be a drop-off that clients are going to see and experience and feel. They're going to feel that they want value enough, and that's what's going to cause them to sort of move on to the next brand. So I think that's the key aspect, is the accessibility, and make sure you've got the human touch that the clients always, when they need it, they crave it, they have the easier ability to engage with them, and having that brand loyalty sort of tied in.
I see. Good, good. Is it getting tougher to retain clients?
Yes, I think so. Anshul spoke about accessibility. Everybody knows that digital channels, mobile or online, and more mobile have become key for all industries, as well as the financial industry. So with this ease of access, it makes it easier. Before 20, 30 years ago, you needed to build up a branch network, hire hundreds and hundreds of people to even start getting a foot in the market. And these days, you market your product online or an app, you get an app, or maybe you buy in a white label part. So yes, there's more companies out there, more specialized, nuanced companies where they really battle you not on the breadth of everything you do, but just one key aspect. And customers are more and more willing to multi-bank or use different apps for their specific use. So I think, it is getting tougher, but the one piece where I think, coming from a larger company, that we do try and drive on is exactly what you mentioned, the brand. We're not here for you just now, we're here for you always and for anything that you want. And I think that's what we're trying to drive on.
And for you?
I think in the FS space overall, as I mentioned, we're seeing this over the past years. We've seen so many new neobanks also come into place, right? Like the likes of Monzo and Starling. Initially, there wasn't really any confidence whether companies like Monzo, individuals would trust to actually have like savings accounts or have a large amount of their money in their bank accounts, in a Monzo bank account. And as we're seeing so far, it is leaning towards that direction. Right. So we are getting and entering into an even more competitive landscape, which is always going to keep evolving. So, as Philip always mentioned,
It is good.
It is.
Okay, so second questions for you. How important is the digital KYC, so know your customer, to investment platforms? Should it be a priority?
I think, from a digital standpoint, I think it's a no-brainer that you're going to need a KYC process has to be digital. If it is still based on, can you please still send me these, sending that over multiple different emails and all of these unstructured sort of ways of going about it, that's the very first point that you have to sort of put your reputation and your brand forward. So if at that very first point the customer is not getting a great experience just through doing the KYC process, well, that's already, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. So that digital process is, almost a necessity. And then that will always need to extend into actually understanding your client. So that KYC process not only is about gathering all that information, but it's actually knowing, what are the needs and the interests of your clients, so the RM can come in and, service them appropriately.
I see.
I totally agree. So for me, digital KYC as a basic part in an onboarding journey will become a hygiene factor. It's not a, it's almost not, it's not a USP. It's not something where you can say like, oh, we can do this and this is something nobody else can do. This will become a hygiene factor, I think, or at least offering it. Also agree with it's more about what do you do with this information then, because if you ask a client to more looking into the wealth space, above and beyond just the basic things of address and date of birth and passport information around what are your incomes and outgoings, what are your assets that you have, what debt do you have. It's about what do you do, how do you utilize that data to then personalize the experience for the customer, or ensuring that you don't ask these questions time and time again. So it should be, if I've digitally onboarded with you and filled all this information out, then I then either come to an RM or in any other shape or form interact with you. I don't want to be asked these questions again, and that is probably a bigger hurdle for a lot of, especially larger companies, and that will become key to utilize that information and pair it with maybe third-party information or information out of that you know about your customers from other channels. Pair this up to really drive your experience.
And actually, personalization is a very good point, because it's bridging also. It brings me to the third question about personalization, actually, which is basically, how can firms build trust and personalization with digital investing that consumers would traditionally get by meeting banks, investment managers face to face? How do we provide that? No? What is your experience?
I think, yeah, so in terms of personalization, it has to be done digitally, and I think a large part of that is or just a starting point could be education and content itself. So it's not just about products or services. Hey, this is how you can bank with us, or these are the products that I feel you should buy, or we have on our product shelf. It is about, again, you utilize the information that you've had to personalize the experience. If I know somebody is experienced in equities but has never invested in bonds, then maybe just educating them about bonds it may be a great step for the customer and a great step forward in the relationship. But knowing that this is what they may need, and the digital use of the channels, be it website, be it email, or through the mobile app, or etc., will definitely become key. And again, the usage of the data and the information that you can draw from how did they interact with the educational content or with the product content I put in front of them to consistently and constantly optimize the experience will definitely become key.
I mean, I think Philip is already talking about a lot of things that, AI is going to be essentially going to be leveraged. I'm sure it's already being leveraged now, but it's going to definitely keep evolving and leverage more and more to create that personalized, products that's going to be relevant for a specific customer. And then it's the RM's job to come in. So once the AI has kind of come up with an output of, what is the right product for this specific individual, or maybe a new product for them to look into, it's now really going to come into that RM to really personalize a way for them to pitch that forward. And from a digital standpoint, I think it's definitely something that's going to be, it's already possible, whether it is depending on the digital sort of solutions that a bank is implementing. When it comes to the actual sales pitch of how it's being done, I think that's when that personalization element is really going to come in. So once you submit that investment proposal, why is it the right one for me? So that's when the RM is really going to come in and step up and say about that. But if you can go a step further and actually make it asynchronous, so it doesn't have to be tied to a phone call or right. these in-person meetings anymore, that's going to make it even more convenient for that customer to bank with you.
Wow. I see. And actually, so the digital world is offering an opportunity, right? So also to meet the needs. And this brings me also to another question, which is, how can you, to what extent you can meet different needs of the customer with a hybrid journey? So parts human and part digital services offering, right? And what is the right balance of human and digital services to attract millennials audience? Especially.
I mean, when it comes to the right balance, of course, it's going to depend on the exact segment that you're dealing with. We're seeing millennials actually not only in the mass affluent segment, but there are actually a lot of H&Is coming in that millennial segment itself. So we also need to look at exactly what segment it is. As you go, obviously, from mass affluent to H&Is, your automation goes down and that human touch sort of comes up. I think that's pretty much a standard that's really given.
Yeah, so I think I see the word hybrid in this part almost as there's three different aspects to it for me. So number one is a hybrid journey could be a journey that starts digitally, ends with an RM, or vice versa, right? So I think, yes, that plays a role, especially you mentioned high net worth individuals. But it's like, moving away from how much money you have, just the complexity of your needs. If you have more complex needs, it's harder to fulfill them digitally. So a hybrid journey where I still have the ease of starting with an app and then ending with an RM, I think that is an important one. Hybrid could be having the full process available digitally and via an RM. And it's actually for the customer, it's not a must. You have to start digital and have to end with an RM or vice versa. It's just you choose. You can start with an RM, then go think about it, do some more research online. It's important that those two interface with each other. That again, it's not, I don't have to repeat myself time and time again. It's not that the RM says, oh, sorry, I don't have access to what you put in online or the recommendation that you received online. So those two pieces are hybrid. And then it's about the hybrid approach by process, right? We're talking about overall and maybe an investment advice process, but I think overall each process needs to be looked at individually and say like to what extent is a hybrid or a pure digital, pure RM journey necessary. So I think those three factors together, for me, the bottom line is it's about variety and flexibility. Each customer will be a little bit different, and the same customer may be totally comfortable with doing some investments online by themselves, but for other things want maybe a pension, want some advice, or all face-to-face. So I think it's the flexibility that we offer our customers, rather than just saying, oh, we offer a hybrid journey. It's about really the detail of it.
So it goes back to personalization in a little bit, no? What we were saying about personalization. And on the other side of the story, actually, you could also have segmentation of the banking side, right? So this is leading me to another question, which is about segmentation. So how can financial institutions segment their customer and offer different service models based on specific investment requirements? Okay, so how can you meet actually the segmentation needs of your clients? I don't know if you want to start.
Sure. Again, I think, the classic way, how did our financial institutions segmenting their client is by how much assets you have. That's a classic view of doing it. You could do it by risk, and am I very risk averse? That will bring a different product shelf, maybe different service in. What preference of channel do I have? I think, again, the reality is that we need to be prepared for everything. Each customer could have a difference of a channel preference or a preference in investments for different pots of money they have. I may be very risk adverse for my pension, but very adventurous with just money I have to sit there and grow. Versus the money that I set aside for my child's education. So again, for me, it's about taking all of these segments, interlock them to individual. It's not an individual person maybe, but personas, right? It will come down. It's not one set of segmentation that will make a financial institution successful or non-successful. It's the ability to utilize multiple data layers and dimensions to create really effective personas. Because you mentioned the millennials. We see millennials that don't want to go digital at all. And we see older generations, boomers that say, I want to do everything online now after COVID. It's really difficult these days to draw an easy line here. So I think, again, the ability to bring those things together and create personas that have different dimensions to it, that will become the key of how to segment your customers.
So I'm puzzled. So millennials don't want to go...
Well, no, I guess what I'm trying to say is that you have... I think there's a perception and a generalization out there that you say it's like, oh, the older the customer, the less online they want to do. But the reality is there's chunky portions in each of the generations that want to be digital and not. And yes, the average will be the older generations probably want to do. There's less people that want to do everything digital. But if to segment your customer in that way would be, that's what I'm trying to say, by just one dimension, that will be the mistake. You need to be by multiple dimensions to create personas.
So really know your customer, right?
Yeah.
And we have also questions on that. Yeah. What's your view?
I think I totally agree with what Philip mentioned. As you mentioned, know your customers. But again, we kind of are going back to a similar theme of personalization. But at the end of the day, as Philip mentioned, even if they're sort of similar demographic, maybe they have similar interest on things, they're always going to have differences in terms of the way they want to access those services as well. So if banks especially can leverage solutions that are still familiar, to begin with, so they can still entice the customers in, and then move on to more, perhaps complicated or complex type of interfaces. That's going to be sort of bridging them into almost like a gentle push, rather than really throwing them into the deep end.
No, that's exactly, that's very interesting. So I think I've done with my questions, and we can start with our Q&A session. So I'm really just want to remind that to ask questions to the audience here, you can go to the Brella app. So I will start with the first one, again on KYC. So it seems to be a very big issue. So is KYC, so know your customer, a secret power to improving customer experience and standing out from the crowd? So is that the secret power? What do you think?
I can go first. I definitely agree. As I mentioned this, briefly before, when it comes to KYC, that's the very first touch point you're really going to have with your clients. So that's the first, time you can really make a strong impression with them. And if you can really understand your clients on a really personal level of what's really important to them, that's really going to allow relationship managers to go that extra mile. And really differentiate themselves than potentially what other competitors are going to be able to do. So if you have a strong KYC process in place that gives the customers a great experience, but also allows them to actually divulge that information. Oftentimes if you don't ask that question, maybe you will never get the answer to it.
Yeah, totally agree. KYC is key, and just to add maybe an additional layer to it, I think it's what could become USP, or what is becoming a USP for a lot of companies out there, is how do you consistently go ahead with this? So we all onboard customers and we all ask a set of questions, and then there's this first advisory conversation. The key here will be to consistently have this dialogue and engagement with your customers, to understand where they are, to understand the nuances and how opinions and situations change for our customers. And again, there for me is the approach is, number one is you have direct interactions with your customers, whether that is directly on your website, via your app, via an RM on the phone, or via your chatbot. That is key, but also I think the addition and the understanding of third-party data, understanding the holisticness of your customer and the wider picture will become key. So KYC is, rather than becoming a one-off, is becoming consistent throughout the relationship, and I think that will be key.
I see, that's interesting, because brings me to the second question that the audience is asking. So a diversity of ways to interact with the clients. So the question says, people want to engage with the wealth managers, so something specific, wealth managers, in different ways. How can, because there is an element, in wealth management there is also an element of trust, if you like. So it is particularly important, this question. So how can a firm ensure that they are meeting all types of customer expectations? So what do you think, Philip?
I mean, if we specifically talk about ways how to interact with your wealth manager, I think, COVID has shown us, digital way, right? So I think it's becoming key. I think also for looking at the different types of questions for everyday, I think it's important for everyday questions to have channels such as a chatbot or a team to answer some basic questions. But for wealth manager, absolutely, and we see more and more companies even going things like WhatsApp or texting, because customers feel it's not about having an hour-long conversation with and that then being able to do via Teams or Zoom or something. It's about having a quick response via text message, maybe even. So I think those will all become key. It's like, I've seen this recommendation that you sent through. Can we quickly do this? Right? So things like that, I think, will become. It's about it. Instant response is becoming more and more important for people.
So you're saying, now, if I get it right, you are saying that actually technology there is a means rather than a solution. So it's the dematerialization of physically interacting with a person, but you always have a person behind technology, right? Or you might have a person.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as say always, because again, that depends on the customer. But absolutely, for anybody who wants to interact with a wealth manager, digital channels will be important.
What about you?
I think the devil is in the detail. So, social channels like WhatsApp and, Telegram and all these, solutions, customers go there because at the end of the day, it's just a more convenient way. And the challenge that the bank has is not actually the fact that the customer is using WhatsApp. It's the fact that they have no oversight in terms of what's actually being discussed on WhatsApp with their relationship managers. And if they, as I mentioned, if they have no oversight, they can't take appropriate actions. So if banks can, bring that into them. So if they can have WhatsApp-initiated conversations from clients, but they're still auditable, and use ways for you to do that. And essentially, even from a client standpoint, they're going to feel secure to have some conversations on WhatsApp. But especially when large transactions are involved, they have to go through an authenticated sort of approach. So this kind of gives banks an opportunity to open up these different channels anyway. So where a client can start a conversation on WhatsApp, but if it actually gets, requires sensitive information or requires a transaction or approval, well, the RM can easily push them to, okay, can go ahead into the, for example, maybe the HSBC app, log in, and we can continue that conversation there. And they can even go a step further. You can also have, we've seen instances where banks actually have an unauthenticated chatting system, so they can still open the app, but they don't actually have to authenticate themselves, and they can have some layer of conversation to emulate a WhatsApp-like experience, and then again transition into an authenticated environment for you to have that secure channel. So there's a lot of opportunities out there to meet the customers where they are, of course, depending on the region and what the needs are.
That's extremely interesting. And actually, we have another question which touches on an interesting and important point: vulnerable clients, right? So, how does the customer experience change for vulnerable clients? Would you like to go first?
I think probably need to better understand in terms of what they exactly mean by vulnerable clients, but at least the take I'm taking to this specific question are the ones perhaps like in volatile markets perhaps, where they don't have access to the very basic needs or technologies and those kind of things. So I think it really comes up to expanding, a bank sort of horizon, and I think there's a lot of governmental play that comes into it as well.
I think you said the right thing. Vulnerable customer can be, it's a variety, right? Is it a recent bereavement? Is it just a learning disability or language barriers that make them vulnerable of understanding what you told them? So I think that's why maybe shifting it, what is important around vulnerable customers for me, number one is have journeys that cater to them, right? So again, if you were to force everybody to just go online and you have massive documents with lots of stuff to read, that doesn't cater the journey. So you need to have channels available and means available for them to bank with you or to get advice from you. One of the aspects there is also, how do you identify vulnerable customers when you don't sit in front of an RM? And I think that's where a key part is for any institution that deals with customers, even outside of banking, is how do you identify? Because before it was easier. You have an RM that knows the customer for 20 years. They understand, they know what's going on in their life. They know at what period of their life they may be vulnerable and which ones they're not, or whether the customer, for one reason or another, is vulnerable permanently. That is digital. That's tougher digitally, right? If you have a complete digital onboarding where customers kick out the question. So I don't have a solution, to be really honest. So apologies, I don't have a solution for this. But I think this is an interesting aspect and something where companies have to take responsibilities to explore how can this be done. But I'm probably the wrong person to do it. It's about, I guess, the type of questions you ask, the type of answers. You look at linguistics and behavioral patterns, but I think that is definitely an area to explore.
Perhaps how they can potentially actually even interact with the bank as well. So, are they even catering for someone who cannot see, for example? I think accessibility in that regard is also something that's key. I've seen in my personal experience that accessibility has been a key requirement for one of our own banking implementation as well. So there are banks out there who are taking active steps towards, again, not only increasing the addressable market, but trying to cater for vulnerability. But, again, hard to answer that question specifically.
Okay, so apparently, though, the first step would be offering an hybrid journey, just to come back to what we were saying, right? So that is the very first step. You cater for different ways of engaging with the bank, and then at least those who self-assess as vulnerable can have different journeys with the bank. Good, very good. So another question. So what impact will tighter client segmentation have on costs, if any, in the future? So a tighter segmentation, what is the impact on costs? Or tighter
segmentation impact on cost. That's a good question. Well, you would hope that kind of your analytics tools, AI, etc., takes a lot of that back. So implementation and development is a cost, but I would expect that whilst there is a one-off cost, that it wouldn't necessarily add a consistent or permanent higher layer of cost in there due to the right usage of data, of analytics and AI.
I would perhaps think it would actually have a positive impact on the revenue itself through tighter segmentation. Of course, if being implemented appropriately and you can leverage that data well, it really should translate to the bank obviously making more revenues to increase in number of transactions purely because they know exactly what the client's needs and demands are.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I agree with you. I mean, they might balance out, but it depends actually. So, what impact? What level of customer churn should be acceptable in wealth management?
That's a tough question.
Let's try to address it best in a general way. Would you like to go first?
Yeah, I can try. That was a big one. So in terms of level of churn, I think it's going to be hard to put an exact number on it. Obviously, it depends on how big the company is, how new is it, how much of an established market that they're already playing in.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna put an exact number to it, but I think what I would probably do is understand why is it that the customer is churning. I think there's some reasons that if a customer churn is happening for these reasons, I think that really should be something that's addressed as soon as possible. And some of these reasons might be purely just a lack of good customer care. I think if you're able to sign up a lot of customers, but you're not even able to provide them great care, I think that's something that's right off the bat should be addressed as soon as possible. And then the second element, I think we've touched on this as well, is if we get repeated sort of feedback from your customers that you're not actually hearing me, I think it's again coming down to that personalization, saying how can I actually get in touch with you easily, accessibility, those kind of things, which really there are solutions out there in the market for, whether you decide to do it yourself and implement it yourselves or go and outsource the implementation. So in my opinion, if you have customers churning for easily solvable problems, that's something that really needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I can put a number on it. There's two individuals. You'll have natural attrition of customers, right? That's normal. They move away. They for whatever reasons, right? But it's about the reasons, right? It's about whatever your number is,
right?
It should be lower. I guess that's a fun thing.
That's a good way of putting
it. But it's like whatever your number is, you should always strive. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, what do I want? Zero, right? I want no customer to leave. I want only growing. But that's not realistic. But I think it's not about is 10%, is 15%, is 5%. Right. It's about whatever the number is now, understand why and drive it down. That's probably more the point. And again, then it becomes really the tree becomes throughout. And we spoke about this, and I think that's where a lot of the pieces come together. It's the consistent customer contact should enable you to understand the reasons why they're leaving, if they're leaving, and in what situations they're leaving, and then address these, and then monitor. Again, it's if you take a digital experience, right? That's what the classic digital companies are so good at, right? They consistently monitor every single step of a journey within an application, on which page, on which field do the most customers drop off. Let's reword that. So I think the point is the mindset needs to be constant and consistent optimization of whatever processes, whatever advice you give, whatever the product is that you're promoting, and that really should then help drive the rates down.
So just one important point probably to address is the biggest sort of flight risk that should be catered to is an RM leaving should not be the cause of your customers leaving. I think that's a really critical point that we've seen sort of firms, no matter what size they are, that's something they really are challenged with. So being able to build in effective processes to minimize the fact that if RM leaves, they might take some clients with them. I think that's going to be really key.
Right, but I think we can all agree that number, whatever number that is becoming more and more important in the strategies of the banking system.
100%, and it's always what is it? Marketing 101, right? Onboarding, winning a customer is more expensive than keeping them. So absolutely.
Yeah, but still, I believe. But you tell me your view that it is becoming more and more important in the last few years or so, right? So you are looking at that with a particular attention, I believe, but you tell me, no?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so another question about long-term retention or engagement of the client. Do you think that it is better for the long-term engagements going for regular, quick engagements or maybe lengthy biannual meetings? So what is the best way?
I think you can't really pick between one or the other. I think it has to be somewhat in the middle. I think the periodic, regular sort of engagement, if they are coming in with content to actually discuss and not just a formality, that's the key. Of course, you need to be able to build a strong, familiar and friendly relationship with your, with your clients. So that's going to be, again, that's going to require some form of periodic contact. And when it comes to these annual reviews, I think they have a different purpose altogether. It is to make sure that the objectives and targets set by the customers at the very beginning are being met and at least tracking into the right direction. So I think there's a place for both. It's just a matter of based on the individual customer, how often do you connect with them?
I totally agree. I think there's your skeleton has to be in the wealth advice space, has to be we're having deeper conversations. I can't. And again, that doesn't even matter whether they're digital or whether they're face to face or via Zoom or something. You need to ensure that you still understand your customer and that the strategy that you and your customer together have chosen for their wealth is still applicable. And throughout there, it's constant contact, right? I'm not speaking about spamming them with a push notification every day, but it's about ensuring that by understanding your customer that you consistently provide value to them. And again, that's not about products, it's not about sales, it's about educating them, taking them along on the journeys, updating them about it. I don't need an hour and a half conversation to just give you a quick snapshot of what's happened to your portfolio in the last month, or whether there's some new exciting developments within your portfolio or things like that. Or if I know that you're interested in something like sustainable investments, and it's constantly new information out there right now to provide you with a steady stream of information. Because again, linking it back to retention, this is, if I don't constantly feel valued and personalized by your company, it's a higher risk that I'm going to leave you. Right. So I think that's key. So it's both.
I think another point is potentially also to start thinking was multi-generational, retention as well. Just before this panel discussion started, Philip was talking about how HSBC is working on creating working on fairy tales for financial sort of education of kids. Being able to drive that type of engagement, potentially even with the younger generation, to build that relationship and addressing, what their how do they want to engage? Again, if it is. Maybe it is digital, but maybe it is just like you just want to see them face to face. Maybe it's once a month for dinner. I think being able to address that the entire sort of family's needs, not just the direct point of contact, that's really going to help any firm, for example, to sort of build their client portfolio and retain them.
It is fascinating how, at the end of the day, even in this area of digitalization and innovation, if you like, it all comes down at the end to know your customer and relationship management, which is actually what has always been there. Yeah, exactly, for you. I think we will take the last question, because unfortunately we are going to the end of the session, but I'll pick up on the new generations. And the last question we are going to answer to is the following: how do we attract and retain clients to traditional lower returning asset types, when the younger generation will be seeing the rise of digital assets with huge returns? So the competition with digital assets,
So first, I think the attraction of younger customers starts, as you mentioned, with education. I think that's something where in most countries around the world, where the school system still has a little bit of a blind spot, where really do we teach our children properly through the general education of how to budget, what money is, how does it all work? I think that's it. The competition with digital assets, of course, I mean, the returns have been mind-boggling at times, but it's about understanding. Change the question even to younger customers or customers who are heavy in digital asset. Is that where you want to put your pension? Let's start with the key pillars of your life. Is if you were to save money for a wedding in 3 years' time, would you put your money on Bitcoin? And maybe somebody will say absolutely. But I think you will see a growing part of it is that digital assets may play a part in a lot of investors' lives today, and maybe it will even grow in the future. Right? But the reality is that I don't necessarily see the core financial planning capabilities being shattered by digital assets, because how do you advise on digital assets? Like what is there a buy recommendation? It's still quite far away from the traditional financial assets, and maybe that will change in the future. But I think right now, to focus on what is important in our customers' lives and to cater for that and understand what they need and value is gonna drive your success. And if the customer at the end of the day makes the decision themselves to use part of their wealth to put it on this big question mark that digital assets are, then that's their right to do so.
Yeah. What's your view?
I mean, at the end of the day, as Philip mentioned, it's all about risk appetite and risk education, right? So if the question is specifically for millennials in terms of how they can, compete potentially with digital assets, well, I think it all comes down to the point of like hedging your investments. So if it is that they feel that digital currencies or Bitcoin or NFTs, all these recent sort of digital commodities, essentially that they feel pretty strongly about, I think, as Philip mentioned, it's of course their prerogative to go ahead and invest some of their wealth into those assets. But then it comes back down to the basic investment philosophies, which is hedging your investments. And when it comes to hedging, you're going to have to stick with the known financial products, which are going to be the ETFs, the commodities like gold and silver, which have been, the hedges for several years now and decades.
Yeah, so actually, we have time for the second part of the question actually, which is like that. And how do we pivot risk models AML in the digital asset space?
Oh, that's a completely different. So
yeah, that's why I left it.
AML part on digital assets.
Yeah.
This is a very difficult one. Obviously, there is AML concerns about the use of digital assets that you can't track and trace them. There's little KYC in that space. I guess in order to, and we've seen that coming up more and more, right? If you want to give customers if the ability to invest in digital currencies, right, there's ETFs out there right now already, right? So I think that's a way how you can alleviate AML concerns for now. But again, I'm not a blockchain or a digital currencies expert to say it's like this is the programming, this is how you could solve it kind of digitally or through any tools that you could build. But it is the industry itself can utilize their known asset class or their known vehicles such as funds and ETFs, etc., to enable customers to invest in new types of asset classes. And then it becomes, as long as you trust the fund house that they don't money launder with the Bitcoin or the Ethereum that they're holding, then that is a lower risk than holding the assets themselves. So, yeah.
I think the first thing I need to do is preface by saying that this is not my domain of expertise at all. Yeah. But I think essentially just echoing everything that Philip has said, which is, right now there's just not sophisticated systems in place, whether that's governmental or maybe even a technological system that's mature enough for them to have, strong AML capabilities right from the get-go. So as you mentioned, if there are more sophisticated products which allow, like ETFs, which allow for investments into these digital products, and maybe that's going to be the way forward, at least for the short term.
So, on the end of the day, it is on your radar, right? So you are kind of managing that.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much to both of you. It has been extremely interesting. It could have been go on forever, but I think we will wrap up the session. Thank you all the audience to be here with us, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maurizio, Philip, Anshul, thank you very much indeed for another insightful presentation. Again, it could have gone on for much longer, but there'll have to be engagement outside or via the app. So from customer experience to customer satisfaction. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Simon Binney, who is a Business Development Director at Wealth Wizards. And those of you who know Wealth Wizards will know that it's a market-leading provider of financial advice technology. So Simon, welcome. Over to you.
It's still good morning, isn't it? Yeah, good morning, everyone. I want to talk a little bit today about the sort of history, past, present, and potential future of what's been dimly called robo-advice. Wealth Wizards have been in the market as what we like to think of as a true fintech, in that we have our own advice permissions. We're a regulated business in the UK. But we couple that with world-leading technology and engineering. We work primarily B2B, so we tend to work with large high street banks, global banks, building societies, wealth businesses, to help them deliver technology solutions to their existing and hopefully new clients that they're seeking to engage with. And we also have a proposition, because we believe in eating our own lunch, that we support with our own advice permissions with about 60 corporate clients and about 70,000 employees. And that includes everything from sort of FTSE top 10 companies right the way down to organisations of sort of 150, 200 employees. And that's really sort of the bedrock of what we like to call our hybrid offering, but what probably in the dim distant past and maybe still in the current climate is called robo-advice. But enough about Wealth Wizards. I want to talk a little bit about how we see as I said, the sort of past, present and future. So robo-advice, as it's termed, was kind of the big brave new world probably about 10, 11 years ago when we first entered the market from a technology fintech perspective. And it was very much, I think, seen by some of the large sort of financial institutions that gave advice as build it and they will come. Mainly from a sort of an ISA savings perspective, possibly into things like pension top-ups and maybe sort of touching on retirement. But it seemed to, I think, with the best will in the world, kind of fall flat on its face. Mainly because I think that whole premise of build it and they will come really didn't stack up. People, in our experience, don't wake up in the morning and think, I need financial advice. The whole point is if you look at the way that we engage with customers and how we like to be engaged with as consumers and customers, it doesn't necessarily work like that. It's about going through a process and the whole KYC piece and understanding what customers' needs are. So the build it and they will come kind of 6-7 years ago didn't really work. It was very hyped up in the media, like this is the brave new world. And I think certainly from our perspective as a fintech provider, we're looking at servicing two sets of people really. One, we need to be very, very friendly with the advisors and the financial planners and the wealth businesses, because in our view, we're helping to support them to support their clients more effectively. But also we've got to make engaging customer end user propositions as well that are really going to take people on a journey where they feel comfortable. And you know, bearing in mind that I think everyone in the room would probably agree, we are so far behind in the wealth management markets around how we service customers digitally in every other aspect of our life, including things like coming here today and finding out about the summit and engaging with people. We're very used to using digital technology. But we've kind of created in wealth a rod for our own backs by mystifying it and making it very complex. And this is very, very complex this is, and you don't need to understand how it works because we're very, very clever people. And that's actually working against us. So the whole cost piece, as it says on the slide here, didn't really stack up either from a robo perspective. Some of the firms that even have been pretty successful in this space are still finding that the customer acquisition costs and long-term servicing costs, the amount of assets that have to be gained to achieve any sort of financial viability are very, very high. So that scale isn't quite there yet, mainly because that kind of journey hasn't sort of started the way that it needs to start with how are we really properly engaging with customers. So it tended to be, and tends to be, people that are already engaged with financial services and are already saving that have gone on to this method because they're more comfortable and they may be comfortable with a more digital proposition. So what's the COVID effect? I think we're all sick of talking about COVID. In fact, the last time I was at a summit was in January last year when half the delegates and half the speakers didn't turn up, and it was up at the top of Park Lane, and we were told while we were there, oh, it's because of COVID, and we're like, what's COVID? What's happening? So yeah, this is you know, we're that much further on now, and I think what we've learnt in the last year and a half, 2 years, has been quite significant. I think an Altus report that I read recently said there's been something like 20 years of digital enhancement in the last year and a half, which is unsurprising. And that's mainly in the wealth space because, as I said, I think we're in catch-up mode. But really, I think one thing that the crisis has done has made people sort of understand that, right, I can't go and see people anymore. From a wealth perspective, from an advice perspective, I need to find other ways of achieving that. So we've kind of had the advisors that have gradually realised that, you know, some of the areas that are absolutely key in terms of getting face-to-face with people require technology. And that's largely been taken on board, and it's had to be taken on board. But I remember, you know, certainly from our perspective, talking to wealth businesses from a technology area, it actually still took 3 to 6 months for people to actually get to the point where they could start to talk to customers again, rather than by email, which again was a significant time lapse. Everyone had laptops and were working from home, but actually getting to that point where hopefully you had the stability of Wi-Fi where you could engage with customers took quite a long time. And so we kind of reached that point where it's kind of become accepted now that this is the way forward, this is the way I'm going to need to engage with customers, because it may take a long time, if not forever, until people sort of come out and start seeing people face to face again. So that whole piece around how do we manage that transition and what technology do we use became really, really important, because as anyone that works in any advice or wealth businesses know, there's already probably about 25 systems that don't talk to each other. You have to rekey the data about 2 or 3 times already. For someone to come along and say, oh, I want to sell you another piece of technology that's going to automate this, probably isn't the sort of message that you wanted to hear, because it's adding to the problem rather than taking away from it. In an ideal world, I guess with what we've learned in the last couple of years, the head of advice would go to the CFO and say, right, we need to throw everything away we've invested in over the last 20 years, all the CRM systems, all the platforms, all the ATR tools, everything, and we're going to start again. Because actually, in about probably 18 months, it'll pay for itself and we'll be a much more streamlined, efficient business that will be able to scale. To which the CFA will say, some expletives probably, and ask you to go away. So that's probably not going to be the case. So advisors realised that sort of tailored advice was possible via video conferencing. The whole health wealth piece came to fruition, which is, I think, the long term saying is something like, people will always want to talk to someone about their health and about financial advice. And we believe that's absolutely true. You can take the heavy lifting out of the process, but you can't go from one extreme to the other. If you're used to talking to an expert who hopefully you trust in from a trusted brand, to you're just going to talk to a computer or a robot now that's going to help you with your financial matters around things like key decisions like retirement and savings. So that kind of hybrid approach, which is kind of where I think the market has moved towards, of let's keep the advisors and the planners right at the centre of the customer's universe and make sure that they understand they're absolutely there, but let's take the heavy lifting out of the process and give people information around guidance and streamlined advice in a way that they're used to accessing that through applications like WhatsApp or even like an Amazon type experience or eBay, something like that. And we've found that that's worked extremely well, certainly on the engagement levels that we found from a digital self-service approach to those 70,000 customers that we work with in Workplace. We've got something like, and we go through a process which is like an initial onboarding, which is a financial health check, the kind of conversation that an advisor or planner would typically have with a new customer, covering all of those bases around, how old are you working full or part-time, are you married, have you got dependent children, do you have a house, is it mortgaged or unmortgaged, how's your day-to-day spending? Are you saving? Are you familiar with savings? What's your affordability? Do you have money left over each month? To determine what are the areas that maybe we could help you on to get you on track for a better financial future. It works incredibly well, and it's been refined over 6 years, but we've got something like a 11% drop-off rate on those journeys now, and that's in Workplace, which traditionally has about a 1 to 2% engagement. So it's starting to really gain traction. And we're seeing the white label customers, the banks, building societies, wealth businesses that we work with now, are moving away from a more kind of like, how do we service our high net worth clients more efficiently, to how do we onboard new clients, the low net worth, that are going to be the high net worth clients of tomorrow. So robo-advice now has really kind of started to move more to this hybrid model of it's a trusted brand, maybe, so it's like the high street banks, the building societies, people that tend to see the custodians of their wealth picture and future and the trusted source of that. But having said that, even some of the high street banks have struggled with some of the classic robo type approach. Again, because it's that, well, if we just put it on our site, maybe people will come. You need to have that journey and that onboarding and get people to really understand and accept that they're going on a journey without having to give too much information up front, personal information. It's a kind of give and take approach. So I think coming back to the point of integration, it has been absolutely critical. So as all of us as providers, we've had to make sure that we have this open API approach, because we're going to be part of an ecosystem. people aren't going to throw away all the technology, the CRM systems, the wealth management platforms, and all of the tooling that they've used in the past. So we need to be able to integrate with that, but make sure that the advisor's experience of using the technology and the customer's experience of onboarding and engaging is absolutely first rate. Exactly the same as you would expect from other aspects of your life that we've become used to. And really still the curators, the trusted custodians of that, are probably going to be those big trusted brands, the banks and the wealth businesses that these customers have worked with for many years, and they've built up that trust. But still, it's really important that you don't just rely on that. It's still got to be about how do we engage with these people, whether they're existing customers or new customers, how do we bring them on board so that they really understand what we're providing to them, and that we're showing it's not just a generic process that one cap fits all, it's a personalised journey. We're finding out a little bit of information out about you. Then we're going to provide you with some information. Then hopefully you'll feel more comfortable giving us a little bit more information about you and your financial circumstances. And again, that trust starts to build and the journey continues. And that hyper-personalisation is absolutely critical because, as I keep saying, that's what it comes back to in every part of our lives. We really want to feel that this is something for us. So what does hybrid financial advice look like in the future? And importantly, what is it really? Because I think still from our view, it's about using technology where it's appropriate. And we don't like to use the term artificial intelligence. We know it sits there somewhere in the ether. We like to use the term intelligent automation at the moment because first of all, before you can have artificial intelligence, you need to have a pretty sort of sound data bank of, we've done this process so many times now that we can start to learn how it works and maybe make suggestions about how it could be improved. We're not there yet. We're still automating existing advice policies and the way that organisations give advice to customers and understanding that bank or pulling together that bank of data. So we think it's really, really key that we make sure that we use what we call intelligent automation. We're putting the advisor still at the absolute centre of the experience, whether they're talking to the customer directly or not, but the advisor and the advice policy is at the centre of the experience, and we're taking the heavy lifting out around things like report generations. As I'm talking to a customer now, I can be completing either by hand or voice recognition a suitability report. And taking sort of 8 hours out of that process, which the customer doesn't really understand and why it's so expensive. We're reducing full at-retirement journeys where the advisor is still at the centre of the journey from something like 35 to 40 hours for some of the advice businesses we're working with, down to less than 5 hours. And importantly, that 5 hours is the part where the advisor planner is talking to the customer about their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations. Everything else is what machines and technology does best. It's pulling the information in, it's analysing that information, it's getting quotations, it's starting to put together a framework or produce a suitability report, it's attitude to risk questionnaires, it's vulnerability, it's all of those areas that the machine does better than the human. But never forget that at the centre of all of that is, how do you really feel? What makes you excited about your future? What are you scared about? What are your hopes and fears? That's the bit that the advisors and the planners love doing as well. So it's really important to have that at the centre. But as the images show here, we're kind of caught between this sort of Iron Man type approach, which a couple of speakers spoke about earlier, of the terror of the future of intelligent automation, and RoboCop, where suddenly the machine turns on you and starts giving terrible advice or blowing your head off. And that kind of protection from yourself, which is the kitten on the right-hand side, which is get away. You need that for your future. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And we're kind of in that process at the moment. So at the moment, I think the pandemic has definitely highlighted for us the need for people do need affordable guidance and advice. We've got a massive advice gap. We've got a huge savings gap. There's still only about 27,000 advisors in the UK. And there's something like about 7 million people that at least that need advice, probably another 15 million that could do with a lot of guidance and potential advice and help. Those advisors aren't going to service that because we've got this whole real financial issue and commercial viability issue of we can't afford to talk to you. So that hybrid approach is really important. Use the technology to onboard customers in the right way, the way that they're used to being talked to digitally. At the appropriate time, engage with them personally. And that might be right at the beginning, but it might be never, because some people don't want to talk to someone. Some people just want to get on with it. If every time that you made an Amazon purchase, someone picked up a phone halfway through and went, "Hi, how are you today? How can I help you? What are you doing? What are your hopes? What are your dreams?" You'd be like, "Go away. I just want to buy a book." So it's about making sure that the right media and mediums are available to everyone, but it's the customer's choice. Or it might be that someone, just says, "I've got a really complex situation here and I need to talk to someone." So that hybrid approach really manages that. Keep the advisor, the advice business at the centre of everything, but service people and take them on an onboarding journey and a continuous journey that works for them. And we've developed digital chatbot interface. We've got a number of different mediums. That tends to be the most popular. So it's actually sort of asking you questions that are relevant and giving you multiple choice answers, or allowing you to freeform type, or just say, again, like I said, I want to talk to someone. I know what I want to do. I want some information about retirement. I'm going to retire in 10 years. What are my options? Taking all of that sort of heavy lifting off of people and giving the information as it's required. So I think the future from our perspective is very much about how do we continue that journey and make sure that we're managing all of these different sort of areas, both from a customer perspective, but also from an advice business's perspective about. So, there's narrowing that advice gap to fully sign up, the whole to the digital economy. So how can I access my wealth information in the same way that I go online and access my online banking information? And we think that's really, really critical. And then managing that through the, low net worth clients, onboard them in the way you want to be onboarded, ask the right questions, not too invasive to start with. Don't start with, give me your email address, tell me how much money you've got, and tell me how much your disposable income is, because you'll turn people off. Find out a little bit of information high level at first, and then gradually, as you're giving information back, in the same way if you think of any other journey that we use successfully digitally in other aspects of our lives, I'm going to feel more comfortable about giving you more information then. So it's about managing that really effectively. We need to obviously serve more complex cases with the hybrid, so using the advice expertise in the business where it's absolutely appropriate and where an advisor's expertise is needed for those more complex areas. So again, take the heavy lifting out of the advice process, free the advisors up to do what they do best, talking to customers, understanding their needs and objectives, their hopes and dreams. And making that applicable across the board of all of these areas. Reduce administration, increase compliance. All advice businesses have said to us that we work with during the pandemic and prior to that, we want to scale our business, but we don't want to scale the people that work in our business. So take the heavy lifting out, which is great, but make sure that your advice policy and your investment policies are embedded in the technology, in the algorithms, to make sure that every piece of advice that goes through as you scale your business is like advice that's been given by your best advisor on their best day. And it's a great training tool as well for new advisors coming in, which is again an issue, getting people to come into advice. I want to leave you with one perspective that is my kind of favourite analogy, I guess, which is Deep Blue, which was the IBM technology that kind of learned how to play chess. And I kind of feel that that's where we are at the moment. And I think it launched in 1985, Deep Blue. I think it was called Deep Thought to start with before it became Deep Blue. And it learned how to play chess. And it learned the basics, almost like out of a textbook. How does everyone play chess today? And we're kind of doing that now in wealth. How do we give advice at the moment? How have we always given advice? Then, in 1996, it played Garry Kasparov, who was the world chess champion, and it lost. Because Garry Kasparov still had that, I know what you're doing here, I'm an expert advisor, I know this is my world you're in now, you're not going to beat me. And he beat it 4-2. So it won 2 games, but that was great, beat it 4-2. A year later, taking that learning from Garry Kasparov and many other chess leaders, the technology came back and said, we want to play you again. Because we've learned not just how to play by the textbook, we've learned how you play chess, how you give advice, if you like, in the analogy. And it beat Garry Kasparov. I think it was 4.5, 2.5. And Garry Kasparov's reaction was, IBM cheated. And that's kind of where we are with the advisors at the moment, which is, it can't replace me, I'm better than it. it doesn't want to replace you. It wants to work with you to make you the best advisor you can be for your customers. So that's quite a useful analogy. Hope that's been useful. Thanks very much for your time and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much indeed for that perspective. It was really intriguing. I did wonder what happened to all of the robo-advisors, so that was great to have that addressed. And your discussion about how rapid the advancement in digital engagement in wealth management has been over the last year and a half was also highly insightful. Gave us an idea for our next Global WealthTech event. We will have financial advisors and computers playing chess. But unfortunately, we haven't organised that today, but that will tell us where we have progressed in wealth management, no doubt. We're going to progress the conference today by moving on to another panel discussion. I'm delighted to be able to welcome some more distinguished experts. We'll be talking about using technology, the range of the latest technologies, to improve efficiencies in wealth management. It's my pleasure to welcome, as the chair of this panel, Małgorzata Sulimierska, who is a senior lecturer in banking and fintech at Sussex University. Małgorzata, if I pronounce it, welcome. Please do introduce yourself and welcome your panelists. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be chairing this amazing panel to looking at how the technology is reshaping the efficiency of the sector. So we could see over the years, especially last 10 years, that there's a huge change regarding to the technology, especially after 2008 crisis was something that shifted the interest and implementing on that. And there was a lot of new players coming into the market, looking for the fintech companies. But another aspect that is actually changing is the way how, if you think about your kids or your teenager kids or your cousins are thinking, they behave different. They are not need so much interaction face-to-face. So we have this aspect that almost 2/3 of our times, we as adults spending on the internet, and our kids actually spending more. So actually it's moving us that there will be a change and they will be using more this type of the technology that allowing them to interact, not actually through the way how we used to interact. So we have two very nice people who are going to speak on that panel. First of all, I would like to introduce John Wilson, who is a managing director and of the UK Ever, and he will say a few words about himself.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Yes, so John Wilson, I'm the managing director of Avaloq for UK and Ireland. Avaloq, as I'm sure you're aware, are a leading wealth management and banking software and services company. We deploy our core product and standalone digital products, either on-prem, SaaS or BPaaS, and we work with over 150 clients globally across Switzerland, Europe, and also Asia Pac. And
another person who is introducing is Nick Rosser. He's the head of the information technology for Sander House. If you could say a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nick Rosser, Head of Information Technology at Saunderson House. We're a wealth management firm based in the city, just around the corner actually. And we are around about 200 people strong, managing around about 5 billion of assets. Recently been acquired by Rathbones, which is an exciting opportunity for us. And we are servicing a number of clients across both our discretionary and advisory services. So yes, looking forward to talking about this in further detail.
We would like to invite you for our discussion. If you would like to ask any questions, please use the Brella app. And you have to go on the bottom toolbar, and then you have to click 3 dots, and that should really lead you that you can ask the questions. So I will have all the questions from coming here. So the idea we had here that we will have some kind of a leading question first to kind of start the discussion, and then we would love to hear the questions from you and from audience as well. So one of the things and aspects I think it's important to look at it is there's a lot of legal changes happening. So one of the things I think it will be very interesting to see it. Normally, like the legal changes, and we try to implement any innovation that is causing a problem. So what do banks or financial institution needs to do overcome any type of the legal issues to be able to generate new technology? So Nick, what do you think?
I think for us, I think the legal and regulatory side of things can sit very closely together. So I think for us overall, it is around thinking around what we can achieve from a business outcome perspective, associated with thinking around all of these areas and process efficiencies in particular, but ultimately making sure that they're done in a legally and compliant fashion. So I think it's looking at those overall areas across operational efficiency through to working with the appropriate teams who've got that specialist knowledge associated with the contractual requirements and regulatory requirements, so we're not doing anything that essentially leaves us exposed.
John, any of your thoughts?
From a legal perspective?
Yeah, and then information of the technology.
Okay, so in terms of the legal perspective, obviously we work with clients across the world, and we are subject to regulatory constraints and restrictions that are kind of particular to those different areas, and we work within them. What's common across those are some of the integration challenges that those clients face, and certainly from an AI perspective, which again I think can at times kind of stretch the boundaries. I guess in the edge cases, at the worst case of the of GDPR and data issues, the integration challenges that we see there across those firms are many and diverse. So we always would recommend to those clients, first of all, to make sure that they have got senior commitment, because undertaking any AI and integration challenge is definitely kind of organisational wide, and without that senior commitment, certainly the complexity and the cost of these things can't be underestimated. So it certainly requires senior commitment from that perspective. And then it's a case, I guess, of looking at it from the perspective of the user. So we would always recommend taking very kind of user-centric use cases that look at the different personas across the value chain, whether it's a relationship manager, whether it's middle office, whether it's compliance, again going to the kind of the heart of the legal and reg challenge, to make sure that you understand what are the key outcomes that those different personas are looking for, and making sure that in your strategic AI roadmap that you've effectively ordered it in line with those priorities, whether those priorities be growth, risk management, compliance management, efficiencies, etc. And then beyond that, it's a case of making sure that you've assembled the right kind of resources. And these can be, of course, going from the bottom to top. Infrastructure, cloud is an amazing enabler for AI and data. Making sure you've got the right platform there to make sure that you can ingest and process and rationalize and normalize a large volume of varying structured and unstructured data sources. Making sure you've got the right data sources themselves, and then key enablers such as APIs, and then not forgetting, of course, the human resources such as the data scientists, data engineers, business analysts, delivery teams that are required to deliver on these things.
So it seems like one of the very complex.
It's a hugely complex area.
Yeah. So one of the things that's just interesting is what are some of the existing technology solutions being used to transform investing? We know that we already covered the aspects of the legal aspects. So what will be existing technology which are being used now, which are allowing us to transferring how the investing and how it's happening, based on your experience?
I'll comment first if you like. So I think overall for me, I think it's around from a business perspective, getting using technologies which align to what you are trying to achieve. And by that, I'm talking around the business objectives as much as looking at the overall essential commodities that are needed to drive your business forward. It's not always best, I feel, to necessarily be at the bleeding edge. I think that's very much around a business strategic decision that you need to make associated with what you're trying to achieve. And therefore, sometimes it's more appropriate to use something which is established. You are going to be the only people who are going to know about your business, and ultimately what applications you've got, and ultimately how you can utilize those integrated technologies where it's necessary to ultimately drive forward business efficiency. Now, sometimes that can be a consolidated solution that comes through from a host of, from one vendor. Sometimes it can be about cherry picking the most appropriate vendor for what your needs are. So you need to understand very clearly what your business case is and what your business drivers are in order to make sure you are selecting the right types of technologies to support that.
Well, look, as a technology vendor, I'm going to give a somewhat of a partisan answer and then a non-partisan answer as well, which I guess everyone would expect. You know, from a kind of a partisan perspective, I think some of the interesting technology opportunities lie in some of our standalone digital products, all of which have got a heavy reliance on AI. And actually, across the kind of the various panels and presentations this morning, I've heard a number of these themes mentioned. So, you know, our conversational banking app, Engage, our data platform, Insights, which allows kind of ingestion of huge volumes of data and then kind of processing that to serve up insights. And also kind of the recommend technologies which exist within our portfolio management tool, Wealth, again, kind of all of which are heavily reliant on AI. I think looking forward, maybe the kind of the non-partisan approach, I think some of the kind of more exciting kind of technology opportunities would lie in things like hyper-personalization, which I've heard mentioned several times today. You know, for example, taking not just kind of news feeds, but kind of key news articles that would go to a client and they would be absolutely served up relevant to that client's interests. Some next action type technologies, so natural language processing and chatbots serving up what would be the logical next action from a client, understanding their requirements. Intent detection, so hovering over any kind of aspect on a page, making sure that kind of AI is jumping in to interpret what a client is interested in and therefore kind of serving up where we think you're going to go there, we think you're going to go there, giving them options in that sort of space. I've already talked about recommends in terms of making sure that you can, or the applications using AI can interpret a client's requirements and then serve up kind of portfolio recommendations and instrument recommendations, which are highly tuned to that. Predictive analytics, which I think everyone in the room has probably had some experience of, making sure that you can kind of manage peaks and troughs. And then finally, the key enablers such as APIs. You know, we're going to live in a best of breed microservices world. Those APIs are going to be critical to make sure that we can all consume data from a variety of different data sources and can move into the bright new future together.
So it's mean that mainly the data will be something that will leading us in a certain way, how we are using and implementing the technology. I find it very interesting you mentioned about the chat box. I have to say personal experience with my students is every time I'm lecturing and we have this online lecture, which is not like face-to-face here, the only way how they communicate is through the chat box. It's question, you can get like, and it's really interesting to see the difference between my generation and their generation. So I think that is something that will definitely change the way how we communicate definitely with, in the future.
Yeah, but I think generally in terms of communication channels, I think what you're highlighting there is we need to be flexible. There's no point in terms of us focusing just in terms of one dynamic. We've got different generations who work in very, very different ways. I know if I try and speak to my children, even if they're in the same room as me, forget it. But you message them and they respond straight back. My wife's the opposite way round, so that's always a good thing. But it does demonstrate that the importance of being flexible in relation to the way that we communicate for people's personal preferences, their different demographics, their technical experiences is really important to build into whatever we are doing. And that applies as much to our internal stakeholders as it does to our clients.
So another kind of coming from what we have talked is mainly a data. So one of the aspects we are talk quite a lot is about artificial intelligence, and we know that artificial intelligence needs much more of the data as possible in order to be properly implemented, because we analyzing the human's behavior, which is unpredictable very often, as you pointed out with example of your kids. So what challenges have financial institutions face connecting all these databases? How they can overcome that? What is your opinion?
Would you like me to take that one first?
Go for it.
Yes,
Okay.
please go, John.
I mean, I think it's a multi-dimensional problem because, I mean, as has been mentioned several times in discussions this morning, I mean, data is ubiquitous and varied and structured and unstructured. So, I mean, I'd kind of boil it down into, I guess, kind of four key challenge areas. So first of all is in terms of connecting kind of various data sources. One of the problems is some of that data is going to be structured, some of it's going to be unstructured. So whether it's structured or unstructured, you've got to clean that, you've got to normalize it, you've got to rationalize it. And then not only that, you've also then got to be able to process that and then kind of present the insights in such a way that they're actually going to add some kind of value. You know, if you're getting in information around relationships or preferences, and you know, part of that's coming in as a result of voice communications, multilingual kind of voice communications, then you're going to need some kind of graphical interface and kind of scoring capabilities in your terms of presentation mechanisms that are going to be able to have to make sense of that. So clearly there's the unstructured, structured debate. Then there's the question of volume. So, and conversely, that can kind of really kind of take kind of two different channels. You can either have too much volume, in which case, you know, you need a lot of processing power, perhaps relying on the cloud to be able to manage that and to make sense of it, or even too little, because I mean, there might be 50 million millionaires out there in the world, or 500 million mass affluent. However, how many wealth managers are actually going to have access to all that sort of information? Even the big players, the UBSs or what have you, you know, when you start breaking down their client base by demographic, by geography, by preference, by gender, or you know, whatever, you then start getting into kind of much smaller categories, and you start to question, well, have you got the right kind of sample sizes to start drawing conclusions? Of course, you can extrapolate, but then you're into the world of assumption. One of the things that we do at Avaloq is go down a deep learning path. So we like to serve up our clients obfuscated insights from across our BPAS community. So we've got over 150 clients, and if we can obfuscate their data and take the key data insights without obviously revealing the data, then users of our insight platform get access to a far greater sample pool. So therefore, dealing with that, you know, the kind of the problem of not enough volume. You then got the issue of timelines when you're connecting data sets. You know, you're going to have to work between real-time data, which of course is essential if you're going to be making kind of instantaneous decisions, or if you're in the business of predictive analytics, then you've got to kind of work through your kind of various batch interfaces. And as I said earlier, it's really that kind of visualization challenge, I think, will be challenge number 4. So I think kind of the challenges across connecting those various different data sets are many and various, but you know, those 4 categories I think will be key for me.
I think especially in the context about you have different type of the data, structure and unstructure. In order to merge this data, that is one thing, and another one to read and cluster this data. You know, regarding to, you know, what type of the information you need, that definitely will require, as you mentioned before, a lot of time and resources that definitely the financial institution has to be facing if they want to go forward. So, basing on your opinion and experience, do you think it is possible that the markets will move forwards portfolio which will be entirely managed by artificial intelligence, or there will be always a space for, you know, this human touch aspect that we as a people we should be involved in this decision making?
Yeah, happy to go first. Yeah, can do. So I think for me, certainly where we are today, and I think it touches on what was being mentioned actually in the previous session, is around the evolutionary step that we are in, and where we're looking in relation to the target market if we're trying to get out to the end client in relation to the value proposition that we're looking at here. I think ultimately, if you're looking at the mass market and trying to achieve that, then the level of value that an advisor can bring to that process may start to reduce, and the cost profile may mean that it's impacted to a higher level. When you start to look at the higher touch services and maybe the higher net worth individuals who want to still have that element of personal touch, I think then the level of value starts to mean that the personal touch starts to become even more important and imperative. And I think actually we can probably look at some of the lessons that have been taken out of some of the other industries, and certainly during lockdown. If we look at something like a GP, prior to lockdown, we would all go in and see our GP on a face-to-face level, and it worked really, it worked. It was just what we did, it's what we felt most comfortable with 99 times out of 100. Now, that's almost flipped on its head. A GP surgery doesn't really want to see anybody at the moment, as any of you would have known if you've been to a GP in the last 18 months or so. Everything is done through remote service, through telephone, email, or some other mechanism wherever possible. And we've almost come to adapt to that because we've been forced to. Will our advice proposition move in the same way in the future? Possibly. Amazon, when we first started to do online shopping, we were speaking about that earlier, was it normal to be going all your shopping online 20 years ago? Absolutely not. Did you used to do it a little bit and feel maybe a little bit uncomfortable about it? Yes, probably. But now, nobody will think twice, whether they're using a mobile app, whether they're using an online service. And will that impact in relation to financial advice in the future? Probably. And I think we are definitely in the midst of that journey.
I think Nick makes some really interesting points there, and it kind of I reflect on, you know, we can all offer opinions, but you offer opinions based on kind of what you understand now. I mean, Nick's just kind of contrasted, you know, where we are now through, you know, after having a period of accelerated evolution through the pandemic, you know, compared to where we were then. So could it go kind of fully automated, fully AI, fully robo in the years to come? I mean, yes, it could. I mean, I think that there are always edge cases, and I think as we progress, then our tolerance for change, well, what has changed now, what is kind of normal in the future, could obviously, you know, kind of increases exponentially. Right here, right now, though, I think kind of the common view, and I think is a reasonable view that will hold for certainly 5 years, let's say, is that AI is there to augment as opposed to fully replace the human touch. And I think that's been kind of the popular view throughout the conference this morning, and I would agree with that. Why? Well, let's look at a kind of data-driven view of that. I mean, Avaloq did a survey quite recently, and of those 200 or so individuals surveyed across about 150 institutions, we found that over 60% of the client base were not comfortable engaging with pure robo advice. Now, there's always edge cases, so that means, you know, 40% were, 30 to 40% were. But of those surveyed, over 70% believed that AI, automation, robo-advising were the kind of development areas to watch over the course of the next 5 years. So I think right here, right now, a hybrid solution is the one that works, and I think we'll see, you know, the kind of the balance between human and machine maybe kind of change over the course of the next 5 years. And I think that will be accelerated as well by, it's been spoken about this morning already, kind of generational wealth transfer. As the millennials and Gen Zs, and I don't know where we go after Gen Zs, but there'll be another generation after that. As the generational wealth transfer happens and advisors are progressively dealing with digital natives, you know, they want things right here, right now, can't wait, won't wait, and, you know, it's real time is the important thing. We've tried to respond to that with our Engage app, and that allows RMs to fully engage with, you know, their client base in a very kind of personalized way, so supported by all of the information that's in obviously you know, our core app or kind of whatever core app the advisor is using, but enables very safe either kind of, you know, WeChat or WhatsApp type messaging to enable, you know, very kind of direct and immediate messaging with clients. So, and I think Alex demonstrated this morning the number of the different AI plugins which are in that. So clearly it's becoming, you know, a bigger and bigger percentage of the tool set that an advisor is using. But I think right here, right now, it's an augmentation tool as opposed to a replacement tool.
When I'm looking at that like three perspectives. One is preferences. So what preferences we have regarding to managing our portfolio by using any type of the technology. And another aspect is education. So how we are educated. I'm talking about digital education. You know, how we are comfortable with using different type of the devices. And, you know, how from, I always look at the example of my grandmother. She's now 90. And when I moved to UK, the only way how I could communicate with her was through Skype. And she had to learn how to use it. She became so fluent with that after, like, I don't know, very short period, like 2 or 3 weeks. She was literally calling during my lectures, but I'm saying educations. And I think what Nick mentioned, which is a very good point, is environment. You know, the way how we can see how people shift to using online banking because they were forced to do it. Mm-hmm. The COVID completely changed our environment. So that might be happens here, you know, we don't never know, you know, what will happen in the future. It's, you know, how much of the face-to-face interaction we will be able to have it. So, so I thank you very much. That's very interesting insight. So another thing which I worth to ask is has the artificial intelligence reached its full potential? It is true or not? It is anything that we could add it to it? What is your thoughts in that?
I mean, no. I mean, I think we're in the foothills of it right now, to be honest. I think there's, you know, a long way to go. You know, at the minute, you know, things like natural language processing, you know, kind of chatbots, etc., are becoming commonplace. But, you know, we are, you know, transformation programs which, you know, require some reliance on AI are still massively complex, expensive affairs requiring very specialist knowledge. You know, we're still kind of fishing from a relatively small pool in terms of those experts, and new solutions are coming up all the time. So, you know, as I say, I think we're still at the foothills of this. There's a long way to go yet before, you know, AI reaches its zenith. And, you know, the further up the mountain we climb, you know, the kind of the higher it's going to get, because, you know, there will always be new developments and you know, and new initiatives.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'd certainly echo a number of John's comments there and points. I think are very fairly made. I think for me, we are absolutely at the beginning of that journey, and I think arguably, maybe certainly in certain sections of wealth, maybe a little bit behind where some of the other sectors are. And I think what we need to do is to potentially learn from some of those sectors who have maybe taken this a little bit quicker and a little bit more advanced, maybe in terms of their thinking, maybe because they've got commercial needs to be. I think there's also some potential disruptors in the marketplace coming in here who could use this in a different way, because they're maybe working in different industries today. I think we've all been mindful for a long time in terms of who those companies may be, and I won't give them the branding opportunity now. But they are going to be thinking around how they can use the existing experience and knowledge and investment opportunities they've got in those spaces to disrupt. And wealth, investment management and the like are areas where it's lucrative. We know that, we work within the sector, and I'm sure they're going to want to tap into that at some stage. And this could be an area that they use as an opportunity to get in there. And I know there's a number of organisations and firms who already work within the sector who are using that as an opportunity to grow themselves appropriately in advance of that happening. But AI, early doors, absolutely early doors. And I think it's important as well to make sure you validate what you mean by AI. There's a lot of firms out there who are who are using the buzzword, but actually are arguably not delivering AI. So I make sure you do understand truly what you mean by AI, and you clarify that with who you're speaking with. That's probably my last passing thought.
When I was listening to you, I was actually thinking about augmented reality. So I remember like 15 years ago when augmented reality was only used for the computer games. And no one was saying, everyone was saying it's too expensive, that it can be implemented in the real, like, life, our normal life. And when we look at the prop tech companies now, they are literally, not even before the COVID, but with the COVID, they literally went with the real reality, because they were not able to show the house. They were not having, and they could actually, so it's like, and now I have one of my students who are actually looking how to implement the real, augmented real reality for his banking project. So I think it's like, you know, it is, it's changing. And the more we learn, the more technology is, I would say, a little bit cheaper as well. It's easier to implement, and then the people who are using that, they have more knowledge about it. That is, I completely agree. It's the first stage. I think we're in the first phase. So that is actually moving me to my other question. According to what you think to here, what is the most exciting future user case for artificial intelligence, which will shape the wealth management over the next 10 years?
Okay, well, you're asking the guy with kind of the greyest hair and the least of it on that to kind of perform a kind of futurist, to give a futurist view. So I'm maybe not the kind of the best qualified for that. So I mean, I'd go with the the evolution, not revolution view. And I think I'd probably say from that for 5 years. I don't know if I can stretch that for 10. But I think some of the interesting things which are available now, which are to be further exploited, would be hyper-personalization. But I think hyper-personalization very much in mass market, because that's an untapped area. And I think the more that we can hyper-personalize there, the more that we can engage individuals in that sector or in that demographic, to get engaged in investing for the future and saving, then I think that's great untapped opportunity for both them and also for the wealth management firms themselves. We're in an age of passive investing, are we not? So if AI is to live up to its potential, then we have to be able to exploit kind of the infinite range of data sources out there to be able to generate the kind of insights that we need, such that active investing can start to demonstrate worth, fight back against kind of passive investing, and with the right kind of insights, the right kind of algorithms, the right kind of views, start to beat the market. I think there's a case for smarter AI, so having engagement with chatbots, we talked about it earlier, that are more human, give them more of a human experience. And I don't mean anything sinister by that, but I think there's kind of nuance which AI and chatbots are yet to get. I was reading an interesting article in The Guardian yesterday, which I guess kind of that would mean kind of AI would start serving me up all sorts of more kind of liberal data sets, which I try and confuse by also reading The Telegraph as well on occasion. But I was reading an article yesterday about an AI called, I think it was Delphi or Adelphi, and a variety of readers are trying to test that with kind of a number of different questions. And it did quite well on some, but on others it kind of failed catastrophically. One question was, is genocide okay? And I think the response was, yes, as long as everyone's happy, which I think it kind of missed the point there. So I think there's a bit of a way to go for chatbots. I think also kind of access to kind of greater, wider, deeper data pools, and ease of being able to rationalize and normalize them to kind of tap into insights. I think whereas informed as the questions that we ask, and if we garbage in, garbage out, I know that's a kind of a pre-digital truism, but it remains the same, garbage in, garbage out. And then I'd look at kind of what's going to drive change, and I'd look at it's the eternals of growth, risk management, and kind of managing kind of compliance / fraud. So in terms of growth, we've got to be able to better align investors' needs with opportunities. In terms of risk management, it's about taking some of the cost out and increasing the kind of the validity of controls, so avoiding things like kind of false negatives or false positives as we look through any alerts which might come up on on client annual reviews or quarterly reviews. And then as the digital age takes hold, we've all seen it, kind of a massive uptick in digital fraud. So I think we're going to have to place heavy reliance on AI to be able to spot fraudsters, whether that's kind of the common or garden fraud, kind of phishing or what have you, but also kind of managing anti-money laundering. And that's where things like the kind of the graphical interfaces and the network diagrams that come out of the back end of artificial intelligence tools can spot not just kind of dodgy transactions, but kind of key accounts and key individuals, where they sit in the relationship to be able to kind of pluck out the main offenders. So I think that there's a host of kind of future use cases there to work with.
I think especially when we look at the cryptocurrency assets or cryptocurrency asset investment, like there's a huge volatility going on, and any way how we could inform the investors about potential risk, for instance, of the option contracts and etc. It's not only money laundering, but as well the proper information to the people who are investing, what they actually are investing in, and what the risk they are bearing in. I think it's a good point. I would like now to move the questions from the audience, if you don't mind. So we have really interesting ones. is the hybrid robo-advisor model the future for the retail investment?
I think for me, I think I go back to something I mentioned earlier. I think it's a mix. I think it's going to depend upon your individual business model. I think it's going to depend upon your individual client profile. And I think absolutely there will be those where it will be appropriate to be robo-advised, for want of putting it a better way. But there will also be those who still require, need, or it is appropriate because of the complexity of their financial circumstances for it to be a person who is supported by this type of technology, and that process becomes more efficient as a result.
John, your thoughts?
I think absolutely. I mean, it's horses for courses. I mean, every wealth management firm is chasing, being able to add additional value to the client. They're chasing being able to grow, both in terms of assets under management and profitability, and they're looking to manage their cost base. And AI, digitization, those are all tools, absolutely, which kind of underpin those efforts. But all of those efforts are going to rely on creativity and expertise and relationships. And I think wealth management is always going to be a exercise in relationship management. And, part of that can be handled by AI and digital enablement. And part of that can't be. So I think there's always got to be a human on the end of the phone or on the end of the Teams call or kind of the other end of the side of the table to be able to provide the types of services that the clients are going to need.
And some of the clients might want the human on the other side on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
They want to have
sure.
this interaction as well. So
Yeah.
this is kind of writing to the trust that they have. So I'm definitely in the line with you, Rob. So I would like to move to the second question. How do you think the leverage between the big data and the true artificial intelligence will revolutionize the client's experience in the wealth management firm? John, would you like to start?
I think I touched on this in some of my monologue earlier, which is, big data. Well, what is big data? Well, it's about getting in, truckloads of data from a variety of different data sources and normalizing that, rationalizing that to be able to interpret it. So the first challenge any wealth manager is going to have is in ingesting that data and creating the types of models they're going to need to be able to get insights. And then in terms of kind of the AI aspect of that, it's that big data is effectively the basic ingredients to be able to draw conclusions. So I think the relationship is of kind of supply and demand. I mean, artificial intelligence needs to be provided and fed data for it to be able to model and draw conclusions. So there's a clear kind of symbiosis, synergies between the two.
So I think it's kind of moving us to the other question. Are firms ready to support the rising demand for the digital assets? Do they need to implement new technology to meet these challenges? I don't know who.
I think again for me it will come back down to your individual business. I think it's very easy sometimes to fall behind in relation to technology. It's not the arms race, I don't think, in terms of progression. But I think it is important to make sure that you keep on top of what is going on and evolving within the space, and you move forward at the appropriate speed for your firm in relation to the investments that are available and for the clients and the market segment that you're trying to look after. Some of those will be incredibly technology heavy, therefore you will need to be at the bleeding edge of the delivery of the solutions that sit alongside that. Others will be more concerned around having a good, stable proposition that delivers a good investment return potentially for advisors. So I think there's a balance there to be hit.
Yeah, but I think it's like in the context about digital assets, because I think they are normally coming, many of them, especially like cryptocurrencies, like bitcoins, and etc. They're coming with huge volatility that we have in the investment. Should we have something additional to kind of inform our customers that they are aware, some kind of technology, some kind of a selfie button that they can have, that, okay, this is dangerous, be aware, you can lose your money, your students, your kid might not get a, fund for education. So I think questions here is not generally, but actually with respect to the digital assets, because they are coming with a little bit different Maybe not. I don't know. This is my feelings. Maybe I'm wrong.
I suppose for me it comes into two films: the regulated assets, which is a space that we work in, versus maybe those that are not. And I think the question there maybe is more around, should things like crypto be more closely regulated or regulated to a greater level, so there is clear definition associated with the risk that an investor is taking associated with that.
I think that is a very good point.
I think, like it or not, crypto is here, and it's an unregulated space, and it's an exciting space, and those two things are, quite a dangerous combination. It's absolutely a kind of a valid instrument, and I think that's been proven by the amount of people piling into it and the kind of movement that we see. But because it is unregulated and because it is new, then my view is yes, there will need to be new technologies. Technologies in terms of making exchanges liquid and safe. Regulatory requirements and regulatory governance, which also needs to be then integrated into the text to support it. So yes, I think we're in a new arms race there, and I think kind of watch the space on that one.
I think in that space is actually the Bank for International Settlements. They created a RIO project, but they are looking actually at the real data for the foreign exchange market. But one of the idea I think is behind this is actually to implement that for like markets which are having crypto assets or cryptocurrencies which create the crypto assets. So I think it's, we have a few seconds left. I have one question. Is gamification an important way to encourage customers to engage with investing?
Potentially.
That was great. With 17 seconds left. Succinct to the point. Look, I think there was a great point made by, I think it was Cara from, might have been Mercer this morning, and I think it's a great tool to get the younger generation, more engaged, because it plays more to, it resonates more with them, and I think anything that can get them more interested, more engaged, has got to be a good thing.
Thank you very much for this lovely discussion. It was a pleasure, and I hope we added some value added to the whole summit today.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Fantastic. Thank you, Margazata, Nick, John. A great way to bring us up to lunch break. You get lunch now. We are catching up on time, so that's great. So you've got 55 minutes. Hopefully we'll be back here at 1:35, where we'll be talking about digital transformation strategies in more depth with some more distinguished panelists. And we've got a lot more great and exciting content this afternoon, so do make the most of that. Look forward to seeing you back here in 55 minutes. Until then, please do enjoy lunch, networking, and then the rest. And we'll see you back very soon. Thank you. bottle of Coke with me. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start making a noise so that people come back from their lunch. Don't bring your food in, but you can bring your coffees in for the next session. It's my pleasure to welcome our next panel discussion to set off the afternoon. We had a fantastic morning, and that pace will continue relentlessly this afternoon. The next presentation is a panel Next panel discussion is on digitally transforming strategies. Deliberately worded to be difficult, but a very important topic nonetheless. So a pleasure to welcome as chairman Dr. Ramin Okrati.
Yes.
Who is the head of artificial intelligence
yes,
at the Risk Lab, I understand, at the University College London. Welcome to the panel. Dr. Ramin, if you'd like to give a little bit about yourself and introduce your panelists, take it away. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, and welcome to this panel discussion. As mentioned, my name is Ramin Okrati, and I welcome you all to these hopefully fruitful discussions. So this is more or less simple conversations, and please, if you have, before I forget, if you have any question, please follow this procedure. Go to your Prella app, go to the bottom toolbar, click on the 3 dots, and then Q&A, and then ask your question. Once you ask the question, then I will see them here, and then I can ask our panelists. All right. Okay, so just briefly to tell you that this will be a very brief session, but our aim is that by the end of this session, we know what we should and what we should not do in order to smoothly transform to these digital strategies. All right, so the panel, the session structure is very simple. We will have 35 minutes discussion with our panelists, and then hopefully we will have like 10 minutes for question and answers. All right, so just a brief introduction about myself. As it was mentioned, I am the head of Artificial Intelligence Risk Laboratory of University College London Institute of Finance and Technology. I'm also a full-time faculty member of the same institute and program director of MSc in banking. By background, I'm a mathematician. Probably I'm the only one here. And like many other mathematicians, I also switched into finance and AI over the course of my career. All right, that's enough of me. I will pass on to Snehal to introduce herself, please.
Thanks, Ramin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Snehal. I'm currently head of digital and client technology at Schroders Personal Wealth. Although we're a two-year-old company, we've obviously got the backing of 2 incredibly well-established establishments, Lloyds and Schroders, in terms of banking and asset management. My background actually is in digital marketing, so sat well within the business, and I'm very familiar with a whole scale of digital platforms and applications for digital marketing purposes, but more recently, over the last 2 years or so, transitioned over into digital technology, looking after the platforms and applications that our advisors and clients use. So that's me.
Nick, please.
Thank you. For those of you who were in the last session, I won't go into too much detail in terms of who I am, because I'll just be repeating myself. But ultimately, Nick Rosser, Head of Information Technology at Saunderson House. I've been working within the financial services sector now for getting on for 30 years, if I want to admit it, with various different roles there across front office through to obviously technology. Saunderson House itself, a wealth management firm with around about 5 billion under management. Today, recently been acquired by Rathbones as well, so looking forward to the opportunity to work with the team there in more detail as time progresses forward.
Right, thank you so much. So we will start the discussion. The first topic would be with Snehal. So Snehal, the digital transformation is obviously not very new. It has been started probably since 50, 60. But what's really new is like this acceleration. You know, you feel that the rate of change is kind of speeding up. I remember once it was, I think, CEO of Google, he said something interesting, that I got caught by surprise, even though I was at the heart of the problem, okay? So having said that, it's really important for the leaders of the industry to know the key priorities in order to basically cope with this fast-pacing digital transformation. So in your opinion, what should be these key priorities for the leaders of the industry?
Yeah, sure. It's a really good point in that it's been incredibly fast-paced, and I think the last 12 to 18 months, at least 18 months, have shown us the importance of transforming, and a lot of applications and tools out there have been spun up ever so quickly, and I think some of the differentiators within the market and leaders within the market will find that I think starting off with a very modern technology stack is going to be key to driving that digital transformation. So what I mean by that is probably more around leveraging cloud technologies, using APIs, for example, to be able to integrate the various different platforms you use in-house, but also, benefiting and leveraging some of the software as a solution providers, open banking services, etc. So understanding that there is a need for a very modern technology stack comes first and foremost, I think. It's easier said than done. So I think some of the longer standing establishments within the industry will find that you do have that fight against having to work with and deal with legacy systems. That's a constant challenge, but I also believe that there's nothing stopping you really from building a front-end, modern, user-friendly solution, whether that's an onboarding portal, whether that's a client platform, etc., and then plugging that into perhaps your legacy databases, which you can't really detach yourself from as easily. But I think looking strategically moving forward, how sustainable is that and how scalable is that? You need to be able to scale up and down as your business changes, as it evolves, as it grows, as your clients' needs change. Not only clients, but advisors need the efficiencies in place to be able to do their jobs as they need to. So I think first and foremost, it starts off with a modern technology stack. In addition to that, I feel like, the idea about user centricity and keeping your user at the heart has been around for many years, and it's very well known across the business, across the industry, outside of industry. But to achieve that's quite difficult. And I think the ability to take some inspiration from outside of the industry will be really key and important to that. So if we have a look at people like Apple, for example, very different industry, I know, but you would have a team, an entire empire dedicated to the way a product feels, the way the packaging looks, how that makes you feel when you open that product, use that device, the sounds, the haptics, that experience that you get from using that product. If we could take a pinch of that and apply it to within industry, you're already in a much better place to service clients in the way that they expect. And on that note, both clients, advisors, everyone across the industry are now very much exposed to high performing technology services, tools and applications, and they've set a new precedence and expectation around what a digital experience or service looks like, and the expectation is right up there now. And I think for wealth tech, particularly fintechs, the wealth industry, banking, it's set a new benchmark. So it's being able to compete with that, really. And I would also say a third point would be around MI and analytics and data. So you can't have your user at the center of your model or your system, or have a user-centric approach without knowing their behaviors, what are they likely to do. So that's where we start talking about AI and machine learning and plugging that data into these services and tools and technologies to get some actionable insights from them, so we can actually serve clients in the way in which they want to be served. So all clients are looking for, your audience are looking for, your target audience are looking for is, essentially advice that they can trust, and in a way in which that they want to receive that.
Yeah, brilliant. So basically being adaptable, being agile is extremely important. Yeah. Nick, do you have any comment on that, especially on being adaptable and agile?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is at the fore, but I think what we must not lose sight of is what we've learned from the pandemic. I think as all businesses did, we had to adapt in greater or larger extent and expedite things that maybe under normal circumstances there would have been a slower process, dare I say it, around the delivery of those activities. we were able to prove to ourselves that we could deliver quality results in a more agile fashion. How can we apply that now to the processes that we are using from a day-to-day perspective without reverting unnecessarily and reintroducing, dare I say it, red tape associated with the processes that we're going to deliver solutions and digital transformation from in the future. So I think that's something we need to all look at our individual businesses. It will be different for different firms. But I think we definitely need to sense check against ourselves to make sure we're doing that.
Okay, brilliant. Now the next question is actually kind of continuation of what we discussed. Okay, so we need resources, we need infrastructure. Now there are two ways of getting these resources. One of them is basically built-in structure, rely on internal resources. And the other one is really just make partnership with the external resources and ecosystems. So these are two kind of mentality or two kind of approaches to solving these problems. So this question is actually for Nick, that what do you think should be the right approach for the leaders of the industry?
So I think there isn't, again, an ideal right approach. I think the balance between outsourcing, for want of putting it a better way, versus insourcing needs to be looked at on an individual case-by-case basis. I think there are several factors that will influence your decisions. First of all, in relation to your experience as an organisation, as a team, as a firm, whether that be around the technology, whether that be around the business enablement, and those types of factors definitely need to be fed into that. I think there are factors around agility that again may determine whether you've got the required skills, the required capacity, the required expertise to deliver something to market quickly, if that's where you want to go. Or ultimately, I think one of the other big questions that's important to ask yourself is, do you want to be first to market with something? Do you want to have an element of a solution which is unique, becomes a unique selling point for you at this point in time? If you do, then the opportunities to potentially insource that or work in a more discreet fashion with a third-party outsourcer supplier will be significantly influenced, I suspect. But there's nothing wrong with following others to market and maybe customizing something around you and using an appropriate third party to deliver that and utilizing a white label service if it's something which is a bit of a commodity to you. So I think overall for me it is around understanding what your business demands are, the specific case that you're trying to deliver, and challenge yourself as to whether it is appropriate for you to do it or not. Certainly within our firm we use a mixture of both, which is influenced by all of those factors and others in terms of making that decision.
Okay, brilliant. Snehal, do you agree?
I do actually. So my thoughts around that would be very much from experience as well. A hybrid model tends to work well. So as long as your core infrastructure and your data, your database, your core infrastructure is held in-house and within your control, there's nothing wrong with supplementing your digital ecosystem with the right digital partners. And I personally would, from our angle, stay clear of things like short-term suppliers or outsourcing, for example, but more building long-term digital partnerships. So if you're using more of a strategic vision on this, building the right partnerships with the right digital partners will probably be key to enriching what you're doing internally.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the next question is again for Nick, but it's open for both of you. So basically from a risk management perspective, there is this argument that if you try to rely on the external resources or making partnership, basically you will risk of, you will have some risk management issues in case the external resources, for whatever reason, they collapse. So obviously there is a risk element, a very important risk element there. And then the question is that, okay, how that risk should be minimized, how that risk should be hedged. So Nick, please.
Yeah, I think for me here, it is around, again, understanding the importance of that relationship to you as a business. The level of scrutiny, pre-engagement, and the contractual and legal position that ultimately sits around that will be determined by the importance of that relationship to you as a firm. If you've got a platform or outsourced service, for sake of argument, that you want to use across your entire client base. It represents a significant business value element through to your clients or for your internal stakeholders. Then the level of scrutiny that you're going to put around that, the level of contractual and legal obligations that sit around it, the contractuals, the day-to-day service management expertise that's required to assign against it, etc., is going to be much higher than if you've got an individual application, for sake of arguments, being used by an individual within a discrete area of the business that's not critical. So I think the first thing to do is to make sure you truly understand what the value of that contract is. And then once you've done that, and that is not necessarily in terms of contract value in terms of money, it can be in terms of criticality of service to the business. It is then around making sure you shape that contract and that overall relationship with the partner correctly. The legals should always be the last resort, in my opinion, but it is imperative that you've got that common understanding up front in terms of what you're looking to achieve jointly out of the service that you're engaging. Then it becomes an imperative to have a good, close working relationship with the relevant stakeholders across that third-party organisation to make sure that that becomes a true partnership as opposed to a vendor-client relationship. Because I think for me, partnerships are really what I try and achieve with my suppliers, and that leads to the best overall results because we're aiming for a common goal.
Okay. Thank you so much. Snehal, the idea of diversification is widely applied in risk management. Basically, you diversify the risk by adding more assets. I was wondering if we could have the same concept of managing this external risk using some sort of diversification, like having more partners in case if one fails, so the other can, take over. So what's your opinion on that?
I think, again, it's one of those things that's easier said than done. So, for example, a CRM, how would you manage that in that example? Your data sits in one place and probably accessible via different integrations and different systems. It also depends on what your internal models are as well. So if you have a very stringent policy in terms of onboarding suppliers, and it can be quite painful to onboard a new supplier. You want to work with someone, it's going to take 2 months to jump through hoops. Those processes are in place for all the reasons that Nick just described here. So I think diversification, yes, as long as you know that actually the partners that you're willing to have that partnership with that's a valued partnership. So you're not, exploring options for the sake of having almost backup solutions.
Brilliant, thank you so much. The next question is actually a very interesting one. So if we go back to, let's say traditional way of managing an organization, we had a gentleman or a lady there, and he or she kind of would transfer his or her experience to the next gentleman, and that's how basically it has been going on. But now we kind of see a problem because, let's say, the old generation could not or probably might not be able to cope with this rapid transformation of the technology. So we could probably in one organization, in one firm, we could have different people with different background. So basically the question is that how this inhomogeneity and people's skills in an organization could be managed. What are the practical solutions?
Is that a question?
Yeah, it's for you.
And is this more to do with like in-house, managing the expertise within house?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So basically, we have different level of skills between the same team. Even this could be a very specific. So if you have a quant team, which is basically a very quantitative, bunch of people together, even within that we could have different specialities. So this is not just really about an organization that some of them can handle, let's say, a PC, some of them they are like in their forefront of computer science development. So this issue can actually arise in any level of regardless of what is the level of the skills that this person has. So what we really like to address here is that how these different skills level could be basically put together so that the firm or the organization can operate more efficiently.
It's just about education and knowledge sharing, isn't it? It all comes down to, and this is one of the things that I was going to, really wanted to touch on, is that a lot of the time the responsibility of driving the technology agenda or digital transformation sits within either IT or with technology or with a certain team, or data sits within the MI team. And actually, you could almost have a data team sitting within the business and within marketing, for example, because essentially they want to understand the user journey and how best to serve their clients. So why not, share those resources across the business? Because ultimately you'll be working in silos but looking at the same client, wondering how to serve them. So the business are very close to clients and their issues and their problems and understanding their needs. And technology and IT are very much focused on driving, what technology stack should we be using, what kind of integration should we be considering, and actually merging that across, it's not difficult. So it's knowledge sharing really, and education, and actually remodeling internally what you can do to share the resources.
Okay, let me make it a bit more difficult. Let's say that you have some people, that for whatever reason, and this is not just about the old generation, it's actually happening in younger people as well. Of course, younger people are more engaging into the technology. But let's say that you have some people that they have this resistance of getting involved, either because they fear or lack of interest, and they are not passionate of basically to engage in this digital transformation and the technologies. So I know that's basically up to every manager how to handle that situation. I was wondering if you had experience of that sort yourself, and what are your advices?
There's two elements I'd say to that. Is one, if they're not passionate about driving the digital agenda, are they the right people to be supporting that initiative, right? And actually, what is their skill set and what are their ambitions? Because one way or the other, they are part of your employee base and they're there to do a job. So how else can we best use their skills and experience? Second to that, if there's a drive within the business to get everyone involved in the digital agenda, I've worked in places where you've had innovation initiatives, hackathons, get people involved in actually what digital means across the business. Also, in the future, they could be a client of a wealth firm, and what would their parents expect from a service? What would they expect from a service moving forward? So it's almost just bringing them on that journey and using quite innovative ways to make that happen.
Brilliant. Okay, let's see if Nick agrees with that.
I do. I definitely agree with a number of those points. I think for me though, I think it's not looking at it from a digital perspective. It's looking at it from arguably from a wider change point of view. Change adoption. You're always going to get those who are really keen in terms of driving that, and you're always going to get those who are really averse to it. And it is around making people understand from their own perspectives, and it requires effort, what's in it for them. And if people can understand what's in it for them, whether it's around a digital journey or a business transformational journey in some other way, they are more likely to become more engaged with it. But I think what I would say is that certainly from an age demographic perspective, I don't see this difference now between, which I certainly had a view of a few years ago, between the older generation and the younger generation. We've got a fairly young generation, group within our firm, because we take on graduates every year. And I would say my team have as many challenges, if not more, with some of those coming into the firm from a technology support perspective, as we do with some of the older people. And actually, up until relatively recently, one of the biggest technical geeks, if I can say that, within the firm was somebody who was in their mid-60s who worked within my firm. And he was, by all intents and purposes, a true uber geek with his own labs and everything else at home. So I think age is not a factor in terms of that. So I think it is around being dynamic, thinking in relation to your communications, your approaches, that you have to use in a multifaceted way to achieve the desired outcome that you want to achieve, and make sure people genuinely understand why they should be interested in it in the first place. And if you can identify those people who are change advocates and are real supporters, then they ultimately will do a fair amount of that work for you, in addition to what you're doing from a core fundamentals perspective.
Okay, thanks so much. We will move on to the next topic, and basically with this rapid pace of development in technology, in fintech especially, where we are going, like in next, let's say 3, 5 or 10 years, what would be the main service of wealth managers? Would they just offer digital advices? What happens to the high street? basically less technical sort of management. Snell?
Yeah, so if we look at the spectrum of investors, right, you've got your ultra high net worth individuals, high net worth individuals, you know, they are still going to expect, you know, they'll have complex needs, complex portfolios. They're going to need that level. They're still going to need that level of custom, personal advice, and technology cannot really replace that. So I believe there will still be a need for a hybrid approach there in terms of being able to cater to those high net worth individuals, and then across the spectrum, you know, kind of mass affluent market. You know, there's a huge potential to get them to self-serve a little bit more with the use of robo-advisors, the increase of that, we've all seen that within the market. And again, just going back to that hybrid approach, I think there'll always be a need for both human advisors and definitely a place to self-serve. So things like onboarding portals, enriching their experience with onboarding platforms, e-signatures, etc. How do we use the technology in the right place at the right time for the right reasons? So if it's to enable advisors to do their jobs really well and get them to focus on that and take the administrative, mundane tasks away by automating that, great. But if we're looking at replacing all advice, I don't see that happening in the next 3 to 5 years.
So in the next 5 or 10 years, we will not see a bunch of robots dealing with all sorts of issues that we have. What do you think, Nick?
Interesting enough, I had a similar question in the last session as well when I was up here. I think I'd absolutely echo the comments that have just been made. I think it is unlikely that in all industry sectors we're going to end up in a position of robo-advice. I can remember when it was first sort of started to be bandied around, you know, there was this mass concern that actually, you know, advisors were no longer to be needed and robots were going to take over artificial intelligence, and, you know, we were moving into that generation. It hasn't happened. There's been a number of businesses that have been specifically created to achieve that, and they've had mixed success, I would say it's fair to say, in my view. Is there a marketplace for it? Absolutely. But is it going to replace that human touch for something which for a lot of people is an incredibly personal thing when you're talking about that wealth, that opportunity, you know, that whether that's their pension wealth, whether that's their, you know, general ISA allowance, whether it's more complex investment structures, they build a relationship with a person and a brand in order to make sure that they are receiving appropriate advice on something which is incredibly personal to them. I don't think a robot can ever replace that.
It's that trust element, isn't it? It's about,
exactly.
You want, again, going back to the point, clients want advice that they can trust, but they're also going to want it, you know, they've experienced, you know, digital platforms and services outside of industry. And so there will be that expectation for that to accelerate over the next 3 to 5 years. And I think the pandemic, the last 18 months have demonstrated the need with all these tools and services coming about over the last 18 months. You know, I see them being enhanced, I see them being further developed and ultimately turning into fully fledged digital services.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So basically, no matter how developed these technologies are, how advanced the decision-making AI is, we still need some human role involvement in the process. And actually that I can confirm from someone who's coming from the quantitative finance that the issue of ethics and morality in the algorithms are extremely important. This was not actually part of the discussion, but it's interesting that it came up. Yeah, how would you convince a regulator that an algorithm is actually fair, right? That's a very challenging question, and it's currently at the forefront of research, and honestly, we don't have a clear answer to that.
And I think that's an interesting point, though, isn't it? Because we're identifying areas for evolution. The reality is that people will evolve that thinking and it will improve. There's no question about it. And it will be suitable for some people, for either through personal choice or through other reasons, to be using robo-advice, for want of putting it a better way, to achieve that desired outcome. But is that going to take over the entire market and the whole sector? In my view, absolutely not.
Okay, thanks. Then the next question, which was partially answered by Snehal, what impact, you know, the last 18 months had on, you know, personal development and in terms of the career and technology, and basically a mix of the two?
Yeah, I think, you know, the focus and prioritization has been around, from a client's perspective, I'm a client. I'm expecting a level of service, but I don't care that you as a business are using 3 to 5 different platforms to manage my data or manage my preferences. I just want a seamless user experience. So from that perspective, I think the priorities have been more around creating the right integrations, using the right technology partners. Schroders Personal Wealth is in a very unique, privileged position that we are 2 years old. So we have been able to build from the ground up. Yes, we still face some of the same challenges around legacy platforms, which I mentioned earlier, but we're in a position where we can actually start looking at a very user-centered approach to delivering some sort of a self-service automated journey for our clients.
Okay, brilliant. Nick?
I think for me it's as much around understanding. Just repeat. I'm sorry. The reason I'm stalling. Can you just repeat the question?
Sure. So basically, what impact the last 18 months, especially if you factor in the lockdown, the pandemic, and which has encouraged people to basically involve more in the technology. So what that period of time, what impacts that had on you, both personally or in terms of career development?
Thank you. So I think for me, it's around understanding that client engagement journey more, and actually thinking about that in a different way. Whether that's around the client engagement in terms of existing clients and the ability to service them. We are very much so a client-focused organisation built around personal relationships, trying to maintain and retain and enhance and grow new ones of those during a pandemic. Certainly in relation to growing new ones has been a challenge, as I'm sure it has been for a lot of organisations. Not being able to get out to events and everything and establish new relationships has proved more challenging than obviously under normal circumstances. And it's nice that we're obviously getting back to an event like we are today. So I think actually giving or forcing the business to think about how they can establish those relationships in a new way and retain those relationships in new ways has been a good thing. And I think certainly if we look at client retention, utilising technologies which probably 2 years ago, for us anyway as a firm, were not transformative and business critical, such as video conferencing, is now become an absolutely critical element to the service that we're providing. And I think we've all seen that in our personal and professional lives over the last 18 to 24 months. So I think actually it's thinking about that client journey more and how we can deliver that in a more flexible way than actually face-to-face contact.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, a very common problem. You are mute, so we have experienced that a lot. All right, I think it's time now to move on to some Q&A from our audience. And actually, I have a couple of questions here. The first one is to Snehal. SPW has 300 hybrid face-to-face advisors doing a more traditional role. And I assume SPW is a reference to your company. Yeah. How is SPW adapting to digital sales or new direct channels?
I mean, at the moment, again, and the touch point there is the hybrid model, right? So, and the last 18 months have shown us exactly the necessity to service both face-to-face and digitally, and nothing's really changed moving forward. I think it will be embracing that and adapting more and more to embracing new emerging technologies, etc. But again, that hybrid model of how do we empower our advisors to do their job best, because no one's replacing them. Technology won't be replacing them, and it's just about enabling them to spend their time doing what they do best, really.
Okay, thank you so much. The next question, which is not reference to Nick, but I'm going to ask Nick. Actually, it's not reference to any one of you. With the pandemic accelerating digital transformation strategies, which is basically something we also discussed, do you think some firm might have avoided implementing the best system that they will scale in favor of a solution that could be implemented quickly but will need to be replaced in a couple of years? Absolutely.
I'm certain that there will have been things that have been done in an agile fashion that would have led to non-optimal solutions being implemented. But I think it's actually important to now that we've got a bit more time to take stock in relation to that and have those brave decisions if we need to turn around and say, yeah, okay, we made that decision understandably as a business at that point in time. But do you know what? Actually now looking at it with a fresh set of eyes and where the evolution of things have gone on with a bit more time and a little bit less pressure, there may be a better solution out there for us. But looking at that objectively and making sure if that is the case that we understand what the true business benefits are, that we're not looking for that extra finite small level of percentage gain, but there's actually a fundamental gain associated with the transition of a product, if that's what you're looking at. So that would be my view on that.
Okay. Snell, do you have anything to add, or I should move on to the next question? Is actually for you as well.
Okay, great. I actually agree with the point in that, again, going back to the point, a lot of tools, services and digital experiences have been spun up extremely quickly over the last 18 months. So if we have a look at digital adoption and transformation, that's accelerated by 3 to 4 years across industry in a matter of months. It's incredibly difficult to do something like that. And I think, you know, what's been born from that are kind of mediocre, very quick fix solutions. But out of that, I think they will stick around. I think as long as there's more investment and funding in, you know, investment in this area, you'll have the resources available to build on what you've established, develop them into fully fledged products.
Okay, thanks. The next question. In your experience of leading a new joint venture, which may still have some Lloyd's legacy systems, how did you prioritize which aspects of the client journey should be transformed first?
I think the agenda is pretty much driven by the business in that particular case, in terms of, you know, you have TSA exits that you need to consider, and I think it just goes down to prioritization of, you know, what's key, what do we need to kind of detach ourselves from, and what do we have a bit more time with? And again, is that leaning on our internal resources for that, or can we actually leverage services out there to help support that? So it's been about really prioritization, working extremely closely with the business. You know, it's not a technology project, it's a business-wide project, and, you know, working as a team with stakeholders to understand what the priorities are.
Okay, thanks. Actually, this is very interesting. I think the whole pandemic has been a learning curve for everyone. I think we all, regardless of our position, we have learned something. And I know certainly some people, some organizations, they kind of exaggerated, you know, on the event, and probably they invested on resources. You know, they acted so quickly without the thought. They invested on resources, either technology or human resources, that probably they shouldn't have done that, or they should have put better thoughts on the way that they wanted to invest. So basically, this is actually for Nick, that what we can actually learn from this, so that next round, hopefully we will not have another global crisis, but what we can do in order to have a smoother transitions.
I think for me, it's the same as any change to a degree. But it was expedited, obviously, during the pandemic. Why would you not take stock now, as we were talking about earlier, to make sure that the decisions that you've made, that the projects that you've implemented, and the solutions that you've implemented are still fit for purpose for your business? And ultimately take account of what lessons you have learned throughout the pandemic. I know we're certainly doing that from both a technology and business continuity perspective. What can we learn from this now that we are hopefully on the other side of obviously the significant business disruption that we've all experienced over the last 24 months, and play those in to your future learnings. As a firm, as part and parcel of your processes, as part and parcel of change implementation, it's essential to always take lessons away from things. And I don't think the pandemic is any different from that. I think for me, and I go back to something I said earlier, it is around thinking around agility. And making sure that you can implement change in an agile fashion which leads to business outcomes when it is appropriate to do so. And we prove that we can achieve that as an industry more widely and as a worldwide economy during the pandemic. What can we do to make sure we continue on that journey, as opposed to maybe reintroducing some of those processes and red tape that we had beforehand? Is that still necessary?
Right, actually, the last question that I have here from the audience is kind of relevant. It's a very interesting question. How important is it for a firm to keep digital transformation strategies in place even once they have implemented their digital platform? Will some rest on their laurels rather than innovate?
I don't think it can ever stop. I think as an organisation, as a firm, yes, you may have periods where you've got a significant transformational journey occurring, and you may have periods where it's slightly quieter. But digital has always moved. I mean, I've worked within the sector, as I mentioned earlier, for nearly 30 years, worryingly enough. And during that time, digital has become an increasingly important part of it. But it's gone through phases, and it will continue to go through phases, and it will continue to evolve. I don't think the digital journey ever stops, and I think we'll always have a strategy that underpins it, the same as you do a business strategy.
Okay, Snell.
I think adapting is going to be really crucial to this. So I think, once you have launched something and delivered something, time moves on. By then something else has, emerged in terms of technology. Client needs will evolve over time. If you're in your 60s or your 70s, you have different expectations now than, if you're 60 and 70, 10, 15 years time. So you've got to learn to adapt. I think whether you're a strong player in the market, whether you're the most intelligent, experienced, it's going to be, the leaders are going to be the ones that adapt and don't sit on the laurels, because, as we've seen with banking, for example, if we have a look at, traditional high street banking all the way through to challenger banks and digital-only banks, that journey has come a long way, and I see the same thing happening for wealth tech, wealth management.
So basically, you are saying that the days that you create something and then generate wealth for decades, that's gone. We have to constantly maintain that infrastructure and technology. All right, so we don't have any more questions from the audience, but we have some actually more topics to discuss here. So it has been argued a lot that one of the advantages of digital technology is basically to make it more accessible to common people. That was the idea of those that actually built Bitcoin, because the idea was that, okay, let's go around the banking system and trade ourselves, the common people. Although that has changed now because of how huge the Bitcoin blockchain has become. So basically, what do you think that in terms of democratizations, making finance more accessible to people, making technology more accessible, especially to developed countries? So one could argue that the developing country, they have taken the most advantage of these digital transformations. Like, for instance, there are countries that before this digital transformation, the majority of the people, or a big minority of the people, they didn't have a bank account. Now, thanks to this new reform and technology, now these people can have access to a bank account, which means that they can do business, all right? So basically, what do you think in terms of democratizations? And so do you think that in future this will be even better, or at some point, no, it will stop and it will go back to those higher class of the society that normally they take the most advantage of, development and technology?
Yeah, and I think it goes back to, your spectrum of clients. So again, you've got your high net worth individuals, ultra high net worth individuals. I think the traditional wealth management industry is very well modeled around servicing them. And then you've got, would I want to sit down for 3 hours with an advisor to talk about my financial well-being or my plans for my pension? Probably wouldn't want to do that. So I think there's absolutely an opportunity to service both in very different ways. And again, it's touching on the same points of this hybrid model of, making it accessible via whether that's, making that onboarding easier, giving, educational advice. And I think it all stems from that, to at least get them onto the ladder, at least get them into that spectrum.
Okay, thank you so much. We have 2 minutes, so Nick, do you have anything to add to this?
Not a huge amount, in all fairness. I think for me it is around ease of adoption and use, and it's looking at the demographic of the individual global area. I wouldn't profess to be a global expert. I would profess to be more focused around the UK. But what I would say is that if you're able to make an application accessible, easy to understand as well as use, then it's going to make finance easier for people to use internationally as well as I'm sure it would be in the UK.
So basically, now we are in an era. Is it safe to say that companies can target pretty much all people, not to be focused on a specific sector of the society?
I would say, again, it depends on your business model. I think that there is such a wide scope of different services and such a wide area and margin, I'm sure, within each of those areas, that you need to understand which area you're focusing in. And I think if you are able to do that, you will deliver a much better proposition for your ultimate client base, which is more suitable to their individual needs. There's no need to necessarily be tripping over each other in relation to trying to be all things to all men.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We have 50 seconds left. So are there any final comments? I don't see. Actually, there's one quick question. So I just arrived now. Has the pandemic led digital strategies in wealth tech to become as or more important than non-digital strategies? Snehal, you have 30 seconds.
More important. I think they've always been quite important because, again, it's trying to keep up with the times and, you know, I think external factors are driving a lot of competition. Now, you combine competition with emerging technologies, you're driving innovation. So I think, yes, it's become more and more important. And, you know, again, with the pandemics, it's drawn out even more how important it is to be able to service in more than two ways.
All right, thank you so much. So this sums up this panel discussion. I hope that you all got something regardless of your background. And I think thank you so much for your attention. All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Ramin, Snehal, and Nick, for a fantastic way to start off the afternoon and for giving us another very interesting views on some very important topics for this afternoon. Before I go on to the next panel discussion, I just want to give a reminder to you for the Brilla app. Please do accept connections. There have been a lot of meetings that have been happening. They've been the feedback's been very good. Apparently, there's close to 200 requests that haven't been accepted yet. So please do check. It's not compulsory to meet the people that want to meet with you, but I think you'll find that most of them are well worth meeting. So don't miss that opportunity. Please do to make the most of that. So it's now time to have a discussion about something that was raised earlier, so it's very interesting. So we did ask earlier what happened to all the robo-advisors. So hopefully that will be touched as we talk now about robo-investing. So is it time for robo-investing to dominate the industry? So a fascinating topic of huge relevance. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Julian Birkinshaw. Julian, welcome. Julian is Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship and an academic director, I understand, at the Institute for Entrepreneurship and Private Capital at LBS, London Business School. So we're delighted to welcome you, Julian. If you would like to give a quick intro of yourself and welcome your panelists,
Sure.
Delighted to hand over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So yes, I'm a professor at London Business School. I've been at London Business School for 22 years or so, and I'm joined by two colleagues, Philip Kurtenbach, who's from HSBC. Do you want to just join me up on stage, and then I'll give you a chance to have your say. And Simon Binney. I think Simon is here. There you go. Perfect. So please take a seat. I'm going to ask the two panelists to share their thoughts. I mean, I will profess moderate knowledge of the world of robo-investing. We all know intuitively, I think, what robo-investing means. It's something to do with artificial intelligence helping us in our investment activities. But of course, artificial intelligence is a multi-faceted thing. And the ways in which it's going to be influencing investing for good or for bad is something which I want us to have a little bit of a discussion about. I've got some hopefully provocative questions. Please, as always, if you can put your questions up through the Brilla app. I've got a little iPad here which will give me a feed of the questions that you put. I've got a few to start with, and then as we get through the session, I'll bring a few of your questions in as well. So let me ask first, actually, I'm going to ask Simon to speak first. Why don't you just introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about who you are, your company, Wealth Wizards, what you do, and then I'll ask Philip.
Okay, thank you. So Simon Binney, Business Development Director at Wealth Wizards. I've been with the organisation for just over 5 years and been in wealth technology for probably the last 25 years with HSBC, Standard Life, and a number of other startup organisations. very focused on the kind of retirement savings and specifically the wealth management market and technology over the last sort of 15, 20 years, and looking at how technology can help to really address the advice gap and the savings gap. And at Wealth Wizards, we're very much about making financial advice affordable and accessible to everyone. So we're looking at both ends of the spectrum, really. How do we help advice businesses to service and manage their high net worth clients more effectively and efficiently, so that maybe they can have more of them, but also hopefully so that they can free up capacity to be able to onboard some of the lower net worth clients and manage that issue about making financial advice affordable and accessible to the lower end, who hopefully are going to be the high net worth clients of tomorrow. And just to add to that, for those of you who weren't at my talk earlier, we're kind of a little bit unique because we have our own advice permissions, we're a regulated business, and we combine that full regulation with world-class engineering.
Perfect. And I'm going to come back to the engineering bit in a second, but Philip, why don't you introduce yourself first?
Hi, my name is Phil Kurtenbach. I'm part of HSBC. I'm Global Head of Wealth Structure Products, which doesn't necessarily mean robo-advising at all, but as part of my work with HSBC, I'm involved in trying to shape kind of the future vision and the future state of how we interact with our clients, that's where robo-advising potentially comes more into play. Been with the group for over 13 years and then part of other financial organizations overall for just over 15, 16 years. So been through various different roles, but a lot of it around wealth management from frontline over the risk aspects to and now more of the product management side.
Got it. So look, let's dig into the thing underneath the product, as it were, because we've all got this sort of intuitive sense of artificial intelligence. I guess, Simon, I'm going to ask you about this first. For me, computers have been getting better, faster, smarter for the last 50 years, 60 years. We use the word artificial intelligence now, but essentially what we're talking about is computers just getting better at doing their job. They are figuring out through clever algorithms ways of doing things better. Just give us a sense of just how clever the technology is underlying these products, because from my slightly naive point of view, it's not that difficult to take a bunch of information about my risk profile, my when am I going to retire, a few things like that, and to come up with some recommendations. How clever is the technology here?
Well, first of all, the technology is very, very clever.
Okay, good.
But I think it's really important to understand there's a few what I would call overused terminologies in our industry. One is robo-advice, because 99% of the people that purport to give robo-advice or have a label of robo-advisors don't give advice. Right. It's education and guidance at best, and that's not their fault, it's the label that's been put on them. I think AI is an overused term, because yes, artificial intelligence does exist, and certainly we use an element of AI as well as machine learning, but it's used in a very specific way, which I'll come on to in a second. And I think the last thing is that we use a term that is underused, which is intelligent automation. Because I think we've seen the theme throughout the day today, and generally across the market that everyone kind of speaks about, is that the hybrid model is the future. You need to have the advisor at the center of the client relationship. So how do we use that technology and all of those terms to make sure we're supporting the advisor to give the best possible advice? So where things like machine learning and AI come in is where we're using this very clever technology to look at past cases that have been given by advice firms to work out, has it been consistent? Have you got outliers? What and your best advisor on their best day, what advice would they have been given? And let's try and develop the technology to be able to replicate that, but not limiting it to that. So we don't want to go to the kind of RoboCop extreme of the technology suddenly decides what it's going to do and change everything that we've thought about advice for years. There needs to be some parameters and a framework in that. But let's make sure that the technology is learning the way that the UK industry, if you like, or any other territory, gives advice, and then maybe come up with some suggestions about, have you thought about maybe doing it this way, that maybe we haven't.
Right. So the database on which the machine is learning, from which the machine is learning, this is not just past performance of a bunch of different assets. Are you saying it's also actually looking at advice given, advice taken, and trying to draw patterns out as to what sort of advice people are actually susceptible to? Is that
So to a degree, yes. So the best predictor for the future is the past. Right. But our view as a technology developer and what we like to think is an innovator and a bit of a disruptor is that that's only one part of it. Because I used the analogy in my talk earlier about the IBM technology that kind of played Gary Kasparov at chess, and first of all lost, but it learned an awful lot from that experience, and then it beat him, and he called it a cheat. But I think the most important learning from that is that the technology learned how to play the game, and then it learned how the human element can interact with that, and the technology came up with ways that maybe the human hadn't thought of. You don't have to accept those ways, and you have to have controls around it, but maybe we're too ingrained in the way we've given advice in the past, and maybe we do need to use some of this sophisticated technology to give us some suggestions for how it could be improved, or areas we hadn't thought about. And I think that's the key with ML and AI.
Got it. Philip, I mean, you're client-facing. You're within HSBC, you're creating products which then your financial advisors are selling or whatever. Tell us how the market is responding. To tell us what your customers in all the different segments are saying when you say, how about a bit of robo-advice?
Yeah, firstly, I agree with you. The term robo-advice almost has a bad label now. And people hear about robo, they're like, oh, no, I don't want it. I don't trust it. So I think that the term is, I like your analogy, right? So firstly to the AI versus the intelligent automation, right? It's like the beauty of AI is that it really can tell you things that you can't. And I've got an analogy of the cat pictures. I don't know whether you know this. So the two differences is like I can go to a machine and tell him 150,000 parameters that make a cat, a long tail and whiskers and whatnot. And then that machine can, faster than any human, identify cats by those parameters, depending on how many I give. Real AI, and that is where the industry is still learning, is actually when I give him 100,000 pictures of cats and non-cats and just tell him this is a cat and this is not a cat. And the computer will learn ways how to identify a cat that we may have not thought about. So now you overlay that with where the advice industry is going. I can tell a machine saying, like, if a company has overperformed on its revenue targets, probably the stocks are going to go up, and it will learn and it can really do it fast. And the moment news are out, it can give you recommendations. The real beauty is let's let it run over it and just saying, like, this is when a stock went up and down, and let it come to its own conclusions, where controls will become incredibly important. So this is maybe really far in the future. So where do clients see this today? It's a split. I think for me, like robo advice or digital advice has got three blocks. You've got number one, the classic, I'm taking a risk profile or custom information and match it with some sort of strategic asset allocation. Number two is the fulfillment of this asset allocation, where right now what clients have been most receptive to is simple solutions, one fund or a small portfolio of funds. And we've seen fintechs and banks adopt that very much. There's a question mark of how deep or how individual we can get about this. And the third part is about additional kind of like services that can be provided around, and like Nutmeg or things like that, where you can skim your credit card to invest, and things that a classic wealth manager will not do. So where's the industry today where the client's receptive to simple solutions? So the matching of a risk profile to a strategic asset allocation, we see growing numbers of demand in the industry. If you look at the growth in AUMs of robo-advice or digital advice, it is growing. It's expected to grow at 20 to 30% over the next 5 years. If you believe the statistic, and I guess that's still in its infancies as well, but that's expected to grow with an adoption rate at the moment. If you look at, I think in the US, it's 8% of people have used a robo-advisor. Over 25 additional % are ready to do so or are interested in it. And then those additional services is probably something where people have been very receptive to. Innovative ways to invest, not necessarily the underlying product, but skimming your credit card, having every time I buy a product from Starbucks, put £2 or put an extra £2.50 or how much the coffee was. Those are the three elements where I think the industry is where we are right now. And I think the big parts of where it could go is number one, on the depth of fulfillment. So moving away from just simple solutions, just a fund to will customers be ready, and can we model or build reliable single line equity or single line security portfolios? And in terms of the additional services, can we mirror more of a private banking individual advice journey, like what an advisor would do. This equity is now no longer buy rated. Do you want to switch, and automatically give you rebalancing ideas? I think this is an interesting kind of, those are 2-3 interesting elements to go to.
So in terms of right here and now, HSBC Wealth Management, most of your clients, all your clients, still have an advisor who is then, supplemented with some technology. Is that correct? I mean,
not quite. Not quite.
Go on. Just because it's so easy to kind of, look into the future and imagine a world that may or may not happen. I'm keen to just make sure we're clear what the current sort of status is.
So I think if we look at our client segment, so the mid-tier mass affluent customers all the way up to a private banking will have a relationship manager no matter what. Whether they then choose to invest in the markets where we even have launched some sort of robo-advice, that's irrelevant. They will still have an RM. The lower end segments, though, that do not have a wealth advisor, those ones, for them it's interesting because it's a service that they cannot actually access via HSBC right now or via many other banks. So I think that's where, no, they wouldn't have an RM necessarily. But do we have support staff to guide them through the journey, to help them if they have questions? Absolutely.
So let's say I'm in that category. I'm not sure I am or not. But you'd say to me, you can't afford a relationship manager, but would you like to use this service? And basically you're going to type in a bunch of information about yourself, and it's going to recommend me a particular portfolio. Yep. And then I can say, please go ahead and execute that, and just keep churning it as the market evolves. Is that right?
It's often they're often multi-asset funds in this. So that's where we're at, and a lot of the industry's at, is where you don't actively rebalance your portfolio. That's why you're in a multi-asset fund that actively does that for you, because it isn't from a cost to serve, but also from an individual client, that the need to have constant individual conversations is just not there. But yeah, in that instance, it would be, look, for you, we have a solution for you, which is the digital round. Yeah.
And then I just let it run basically until I update my risk profile. Exactly. And perhaps you don't want to share numbers, but there's a big chunk of people who are already in that category. Are they mostly younger people? Or?
So is it a big chunk? No, because it's a fairly new. It's not in all of our markets. So we've got, I think, 3 markets that have launched this, and it's a growing segment. The early adopter often are younger ones that are just about to grow their wealth, new into working, they want to do something, so to start off with that. But again, I think we'll see a larger adoption of it as we roll it out and as we get more sophisticated and improve the offering that is available.
And so my mother, who's 86 years old or whatever, I mean, should I be advising her to stop paying these 2% management fees to her current advisor and to just do it this way?
I don't think there's a blanket answer for this, to be honest. It depends.
I mean, I'm being a bit flippant, but my point is clearly that some people are not comfortable with this. Simon, how do you think about this question about trying to roll out this product, which works? I mean, I think we can absolutely agree that the technology is now sufficiently sophisticated to do it, to overcome the barriers to adoption amongst wealthy people.
So, and again, I think there's a segmentation issue here, and we're seeing that from a number of different partners that are using the technology for, as I think the previous speaker said, there's different business drivers. Yeah. So we're seeing some advice businesses that are looking, and retail banks that are looking to attract a younger population. That they can't afford to service through the traditional advice method face-to-face. So let's use onboarding, KYC, identification analysis of customers coming on, give them the right sort of information, make those journeys very intuitive and compelling, like an Amazon journey. I think I said earlier that, if every time you try to order something from Amazon, someone phones you up, went, "Hi, what do you want? How much have you got? How much are you going to spend? Are you interested in this as well?" You'd be like, "Go away." So it's understanding how do people want to access this information, but also that there's different business drivers. Some of the organisations we work with are starting what we call right to left, which is let's take our high net worth client part of the business that's on the more complex end of advice around retirement, consolidation, DB transfer, and let's make that process more efficient, take the heavy lifting out. So that's the intelligent automation. Keep the advisor at the forefront of the conversation, but take away all the admin that sits behind them so they can do it more efficiently and service more people. Others are saying, right, okay, let's either that's fine at the moment or we'll get that under control in a minute, but I've got a problem because I've got an ageing population. So a lot of the building societies we work with are saying average age 78. We want the sort of 40, 45-year-olds who are going to be, you know, the next. So how do we onboard them? How do we engage with them? They want different things, and they, you know, have different spending patterns. So let's use the digital onboarding. And I think we should never assume that just because someone onboards digitally, they'll stay as a digital client forever. That might be the way that we attract them in and use the kind of gamification and the very nice, intuitive journeys. But actually, it might transpire that either because they just want, I want to talk to someone now. And if you don't want to talk to me, then maybe you're not the right company to support me. Yep. Or that through an identification from the advice business or wealth business, it's like, you've got a £250,000 SIP, or you've got some complex IHT issues. We need to talk to you. Yep. But if we can onboard more people digitally until they need to be served by a person because of the expertise that person could bring and the soft facts and the knowledge, that's going to help us as an industry serve more people and get people more, if you like, on board with the fact that this isn't some big, mysterious, scary place. Right. It can help you.
Got it. So if we look at let's say 5 years, because that's long enough, but 5 years into the future, technology continues to get better. We know that the technology, as I say, works sort of in a box, mostly, but not exclusively, intermediated by existing advisors. We're all now familiar with, you know, using Siri and Alexa or whatever for conversations, and we can discuss whether we think they're any good or not. Do we see a future of robo-advisory, to use that term, where the dialogue is with a computer? Or, I mean, is that one of the things that you're mapping out as a possible future?
So our view is very much it will be a hybrid model. The advisor and the advice business will be at the heart of everything that we do. However, even now, one of our partners that uses our at-retirement capabilities, 40% of people can go through a full at-retirement process without talking to anyone. That partner chooses to call them all at the end just in case to go, are you sure you're okay? Because you didn't talk to anyone all the way through this, and that was fine.
Is this the equivalent of me going through a chat bot, getting service?
Yep, multiple choice answers, going through, you know, the understanding piece, going through affordability, going through, you know, all of your needs, your requirements, your goals, but without necessarily having to talk to someone. You could talk to someone, but you don't have to. Right. So that happens already to a degree, because a lot of people are quite happy. I don't want to talk to anyone. I know what I want. I want to take my tax-free cash, or I want to retire. I don't want an annuity. I want drawdown. I know why. I'll go through all the questions that I have to answer, but I know exactly what I want to do. So that already happens.
So the sophisticated investor, the person with money to invest, as you say, doesn't really necessarily want a conversation about these things. Phil, how do you guys think about it the same way in terms of the interaction with the software?
Yeah, pretty much. And I think you mentioned Siri or Alexa. Can it be? To be honest, that's just a voice at the end of it, right? If you have an engine and a UX, whether you read the question on the screen or it comes to you via chatbot or via an automated voice, that's just a gimmick on top, pretty much. The underlying engine and the capability of doing this all without somebody. I totally agree. I think it is about choice. So the variety and flexibility is key. So we definitely see the point is that there's a valid case for each journey. So somebody not even wanting advice, just executing trades. If I really know what I want, there's a point of where I want to do everything digitally or part of it digitally, and there will be people or journeys, right, for really complex investments or alternatives or things like that. Private equity, how are you gonna? It's much harder to integrate. So there will be a valid case for each of these, but I think the key will be exactly to this, to ensure that each of these are drawn out completely. If I don't want to talk to somebody, I don't have to. But if I want to have the journey end to end via an advisor, I can do that as well, as long as obviously cost to serve, etc., makes sense, right? But I think that will be key. It has to be and interchangeable, meaning that if I start a journey on one channel, I do not want to repeat myself, and I think that will be absolutely key.
That's the best way of driving us insane.
Yeah.
So look, there's some great questions coming through. I'm going to pick up on this one because it's specifically to this question of segmentation. What's your view on serving the high net worth, ultra high net worth segment with robo-advisors? Go on.
I think that there is a case for this, and again, we have to put that in the caveat to a certain extent. So what I mentioned is right at the beginning is if we think of the fulfillment of the strategic asset allocation and then the additional services. So I do think that there is a case for having the strategic asset allocation directly linked to a model portfolio to start off with. That's for more complex investors, right? I can have a single line rather than a multi-asset fund or a portfolio of 4 or 5 funds. I could have single line equities and bonds and structured products in there. That is definitely something that I think is possible in the future. And as well in terms of the kind of the additional services that we provide, if we think of a private banking experience, what's the big difference from a normal retail investor to theirs? Number one is the sophistication of products. Number two is having single line in the first place, and then also the ongoing advisory piece. You have normally a portfolio of something between 5 and 10 barriers that in any given time, any of these barriers is breached, URM will call you. And that could be volatility, that could be recommendation of an individual product, that could be anything else. And I think that there is a case, again, with intelligent automation and AI, to have these triggered automatically. Why wouldn't it be possible that if our CIO office today says Apple has been downgraded from a buy to a sell, that you get an automated push notification through the HSBC app that tells you Apple has been downgraded to a buy, looking at your exposure, we believe potential replacement or rebalancing pieces could be Facebook, IBM, or whatever, and you just click a button and say like, yes, execute equal weight into all 3 or just 1, and you go ahead and the trade is done. I think there is a case for this, but again, it's about the capability needs to be built and needs to be tested properly, but I do think that that's a path where a certain percentage of clients will go for.
Interesting. Question about, it's a slightly more technical question. How can a firm ensure they are feeding their technology with enough data so it reaches its potential? Guys, this is probably more to Simon. I mean, it's a good point, isn't it, that artificial intelligence is shall we say, only as good as the data that is provided to it. By definition, that's what it learns from. And so there's a question about getting enough data into it, and also this question about, is that data in some way, shall we say, biased towards certain types of audiences? That's always a question that comes up with artificial intelligence. Any thoughts on that question?
So there's two, and I can only talk from our experience, and this is from working in the last sort of 12 years as a business to do exactly that, analyse and take in massive amounts of data. And we take past cases, as I said earlier as well. One, because it's quite useful for the advice business to see, have we been consistently giving good advice, or have we been inconsistent? Have we got any outliers? But two, the key thing for most of these businesses we work with is, how does our advice policy align to other advice policies in the industry? So benchmarking is really key. So that's where you get the massive data where it's more important, because if you've got 1 million cases from one advisor, actually all that tells you is how consistent or good that advisor is. If you've got 10 million cases from 500 different advice businesses and a couple of thousand advisors, that's when it starts to become powerful, because not only can you see as a business how are we giving advice and how consistent are we, but also how do we match up against other businesses, and can we learn anything from that? And the AI is learning from all of that to go, oh, this is interesting, so this advice firm does it like this because they've weighted something this way. This advice firm does it like this, or there's a bias towards this, and you're way out of that. And so you're talking at more an advice policy business level then, rather than an individual piece of advice. That's when it becomes powerful.
So here's a question I've been dying to ask, because everything you say I get, and I can see that it's necessary, and that it's also going to lead to a convergence of advice around where the market, either as a whole or subsegments of the market, are going. And I dug out this quote from the Financial Times 5 years ago. When it comes to investing, human stupidity beats AI. And I just love that, because what they're saying, I mean, you can intuitively figure out what they're saying, is the Warren Buffetts of this world won because they were contrarians. They had a point of view. They doggedly stuck to that point of view through thick and thin. They deliberately placed bets to, as it were, buy when everyone else is selling, and vice versa. And if your objective is to more or less follow the market or some subject of the market, then you can either buy an ETF or some sort of passive investment strategy. You can go to some sort of AI-based thing, and there's a good chance that AI will also do equivalently. So how, if at all, can we use artificial intelligence to to replicate the Warren Buffett strategy and accept the fact that sometimes it's going to be completely wrong as well as completely right. Well, this is obviously something you've thought about.
A lot.
I would love to dig into this, because for me this is the heart of what makes AI kind of different.
So this is what our data scientists, whose average age is about 13, or that's what they look like anyway to me, this is what they spend their time looking at and analysing, which they're passionate about. And I can only speak about their view, which I guess is a company that we share, which is we can put as much past and current data in as we like. All it's going to tell us is how do we do it now.
Right, exactly.
The interesting thing is how could we do it?
Right.
So, and again, it comes back to that the IBM deep blue, deep thought analogy, which is what we need to teach, and this is what we're doing at the moment with our technology. So we've taught it the rules of the game, if you like, in terms of the way that we give advice now, and that includes all the regulations within the UK. So there's a framework in place to say there's certain things you can't do, even if you think it's a great idea. You can suggest them, but you can't really do it. What they're working on now, and have been for about the last 12, 18 months, is let's teach the technology what the end game is, as in the pure end game, which is maybe as much as possible with a high risk profile, or as safe as possible with a low risk profile. And that takes into account all past history of how investments and investment managers have performed and funds have performed, and all of that information, plus the way we're giving advice, so that the tech can come up and say, that's all very interesting, and that probably will get you to, you'll get these pension statements. You might have 10 quid, you might have 5 million, you might have somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's great. That tells me nothing, and it's incredibly safe, isn't it? It's starting, we're seeing now through the patterns the technology is coming up with, to be a lot more interesting in terms of, have you thought about looking at an investment strategy like this for that risk profile? You go, and our advice business looks at it and goes, no.
Right.
And that's where it's starting to get interesting, because it's understood not just the rules of the game, but what the end game is. And the end game is a simple thing, which is maybe as much as possible for a risk level 7 person.
Right.
There might be different levels of end game, but according to that end game, how would I, learning everything I've learned from all this massive data I've taken in, how would I get you there? And it might be very different to what...
Agreed, and I want your view in the second, but one more question to Simon. So the trouble is that technology doesn't get into the details of the companies. Let's say this is equities. It's not only equities, but if it's equities, what Warren Buffett will do is he will actually look at the management of the company, he will look at the activities of that company, he will look under the hood, as it were, and he will start to see things. The trouble is that you're not feeding them that information, or perhaps you are. I mean, you're saying maybe that is the way, is that the way of the future? Because obviously if you just feed it financial information, it can only give you, this stock is overvalued against historical norms, right?
So in the same way that we originally developed the technology, and we started at the more complex end around things like DB transfers and abridged advice we've developed now along with the FCA to say, right, okay, so there's maybe 15 factors that will determine whether you should or shouldn't transfer from DB to DC. Right. And different advice businesses and their policies will have a weighting, it's like a graphic equalizer in very simple terms. Yeah. They'll have a maybe slightly different weighting on some of those to determine whether you should or shouldn't transfer. Yeah. So in the same way that we've done that from a product perspective, what we're actually looking at now is saying, okay, so there's a number of different weightings that could determine which investment fund or investment manager or portfolio might do that, and maybe we need, and now we're understanding, and what are the things that impact that? Right. In the same way that Warren Buffett would go, I've got 20 things that I look at, and I've got a weighting on them, and if they tick those boxes, I'm going to invest in that business and I'm going to invest big. Yeah. The same applies. Basically, it's a rules-based system. You just need to teach it the rules and the end game.
No, indeed. I mean, I get it conceptually, and of course, the challenge is, what do you feed the data? What data do you feed in, and is it going to come up with some surprising insights? Philip, how do you think about this question about the client who comes to you and says, I don't want to just meet the market. I want to, either double my money or lose all my money or whatever.
That's an interesting. But yet, I think to echo what you said, it's I don't know whether it was Warren Buffett, but one of the big, he said like, when I was young and I learned the rules of the game, my mentor told me never invest in a company where the CEO wears a bow tie or has a mustache. And I can definitely vouch for the mustache. That's what he said. So it's one of them. So it's like, you're right. What is that something that anybody really looks at? He did, and he went well. So in terms of AI, I guess it is really just what data you can feed. You can feed AI you can feed them the full CVs, the looks, the clothing preference of each management, of each person on the board. And the point is that the beauty with AI is that eventually you don't have to tell them whether a mustache is good or bad. Yeah. As long as you tell them whether you had a mustache or not, the AI will learn. And if there is a pattern, that's always the question. The question, I think, is more, is there a pattern to be found that we currently don't know? Yeah. Because if the answer to that is no, then the answer is no. AI will not beat the Warren Buffetts because he just saw something or had a gut feel, an intuition that he may not be able to put in a rule. But if there is a pattern to be found, AI will find it as long as it has the data. So, but is that something where I would today feel comfortable in going into? Probably not. But you know what? This is it. It's like the industry. Any industry has always been eventually dominated by a complete outlying idea. Yep. Steve Jobs came with a phone that has no buttons, and that's the norm now. And this is it. And I don't know whether there is something groundbreaking like that in banking, but AI is the best current known way of unlocking or finding that pattern. The danger is that AI doesn't necessarily tell you what that pattern is. Right. Right.
No, I recall an academic study where they were interested in the ego of the chief executive as driving their investment choices, and they literally measured the size of the photo of the chief executive in the annual report as a measure of the individual's ego, and they found a statistical correlation.
There you go.
So literally, I mean, that's a bit facetious, I suspect, but nonetheless, I see exactly where we're heading. Let's take another question. This gets to the heart of things, I guess. Let me just go to it. The leading robo-advisors in the UK are yet to make a profit. What are the reasons? So let me generalize the question slightly, which is, okay, robo-advice is coming. Who actually wins from this? I mean, you've got essentially vendors creating clever technology. We've got companies like HSBC who are using that technology to help their customers. You've got customers, clients, who may or may not be getting better advice. Is it the state of the industry that we're investing ahead of additional profits down the road? Is that where we are?
100%. Well, and I think, again, it's very easy to put everyone under the same category of a robo-advisor, because you've got the pure robo-advisors that are just offering that and looking at gathering assets. And as I mentioned earlier in my talk, that it's kind of like £500, it's costing £500, you can have 20 billion to make it even viable. Right. But then you've got, we're not a robo-advisor, for example, we're a fintech. We're developing groundbreaking, hopefully innovative technology that's going 5, 10, 15 years ahead. So the stuff that we did 5 years ago is profitable today. But we're investing loads more than that in what we need in a year's time, in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time. So the R&D costs are phenomenal because we're still in catch-up mode as an industry. We're so far behind using technology in our industry, everyone else, that the investment's got to be huge. So I don't think you should assume just because a lot of these firms aren't profitable that it means that it's a waste of time. Because actually it's about where we are in that cycle of development.
And does HSBC do invest in its own technology? Do you simply buy products from vendors like Simon's, or do you have your own team of people building?
It's both. So I think it really depends on we have an in-house IT digital department, etc., that works on new technologies and trying to innovate. But absolutely, there's pockets of pieces where it's just better to buy an expertise from elsewhere, white label parts of technology. I think to a certain degree as a heart of investment business, because your own house view, your CIO team, your own strategic asset allocation is always key. So to a certain extent, we definitely need parts of us in there. But absolutely, like if we think of like the technology to skim your credit card investments, that's not something that you need to build yourself as a bank. So that maybe more something where you would look at. But definitely, it's both. You have to evaluate each of the capabilities that you need for a wholesome client experience. But to your question, who wins? in the first instance, I hope the customer, as with any industry where we saw new innovations, it's hopefully the customer that wins, more customers being able to get advice that couldn't, better, faster advice. So saving time is a great value in itself. And then in the longer run, I mean, isn't Uber hasn't made a profit yet, or maybe they have now, but I now remember the conversations at the beginning of Facebook and saying like, yeah, that's a waste course, because how are you ever going to make money with this? Like,
but presumably, I mean, I think of this in terms of the broader sweep of computerization across businesses in every sector. Inevitably, you need fewer people in HSBC. The more sophisticated that technology becomes. Now, is that right? I mean, that would be my
It's a question that always comes around, and it's like it's very difficult to answer, because I think you mentioned it's like, say for example, various different scenarios. But if we build a digital advice and part of the journey is in a digital way, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to cut down on advisors. Maybe the advisors can just touch more people and we'll grow our business, and we need the same. The second layer of this is who's building this technology, who's integrating it, who's designing it, who maintains it. That's maybe a different skill set, but it's still people. So do I think that there's more different job roles coming up, and emphasis of certain job roles will change? I think so to a certain extent, but right now I just cannot see a world where we don't need a big advisor population to help our customers through this. And again, as we move up the client continuum to more sophisticated clients, with more sophisticated needs, and that's not necessarily more money, it's just a more complex needs base, it becomes harder and harder to fully rely on a purely digital servicing. So I think right now, again, maybe in 20 years' time I'll stand corrected, but right now I can't see a way where we.
I think we just to echo that from a sort of broader spectrum across all the partners we work with. Again, there's different business drivers. Yeah. Some businesses we're working with have scaled up so far on financial planners and specifically paraplanners and backup staff, admin staff, that actually they've got to the point where they said, this is crazy, because it just doesn't work. It's not economically viable. No matter how much we scale the business, there's always got to be these 2, 3, 4, 5 heads per 1,000 new customers. Yeah. So it's not about replacing people, as you quite rightly said. It's about how can we use the same infrastructure we've got and costs to actually scale the business, but actually do it more consistently and compliantly as well.
Couple of questions taking me back to my mother's investment strategy, if you like. I mean, is there a trust issue with consumers giving their money to an AI to invest? Barriers to adoption, examples of winning approaches to get people to invest. Any additional thoughts on either almost like tactics for how do we overcome that trust question? I mean, perhaps this is more to you.
I think number one, it starts with educating, right? And then you need to educate customer of what it means. And I think then it's again side by side. You get some clients that just automatically adopt, right? It's like you get loads of people just to want to do it online, right? They say they would never want to speak to a financial advisor. That's an easier one. But for customers who are concerned, I think it is about, if you have an RM, or if an RM is there and they talk to their customers and they identify, it's not for us to drive customers or force them down a route, but again, for the advisor to have the best possible time. People do often have pockets of money, right? So with my pension, I almost want to do it and leave it, and there's other money where I want to grow aggressively. I've got a higher risk tolerance and things. And there may be then pockets within that where the RM then says, look, this is, if you want to, I'll walk you through it. Let's do it side by side the first time, and if you're uncomfortable, that's fine. And you take away the fear through that. But I think any form of forcing it too much won't work. And in the long run, it's the truth. So you will have the easy and early adopters, and people will then see. Then you'll have case studies. You'll have a proof of concept. You will have statistics where you can show, look, guys, actually, this is how our robo-advisor beat the markets 5 years straight. The reality will then, hopefully, if you've done a good job, then reality will help people overcome that trust issue.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so again, from experience and feedback that we get from customers and their customers, there's two things. My favourite survey is, or survey question that comes back very consistently each year is, who's the organisation that you work with as a provider that pisses you off the most, that continually really annoys you? Yeah. My bank. Who would you trust most with all of your wealth? My bank. And so I think there's a lot of latitude there, which is really important, that it has to be a trusted brand. You know, HSBC is not going anywhere.
That's right.
You know, it's going to be there for the long term. Yeah, they're a big organisation. Yes, they might not always get it right for me, the customer, and I'm an HSBC customer, by the way, because when I work there, they insist you have an HSBC bank account. But actually, would I want to transfer to another bank? No, because actually 99% of the time they get it absolutely right. So I trust that brand. So if they're going to do something new, I'm going to go there first. And I think ultimately, as you quite rightly said, if over sort of 3 to 5 years my experience is really, really bad, or even in less time than that, if I'm less tolerant, I'll probably swap banks.
Yeah.
So we've got to get it right. Yeah. We've got to get it right. But actually, you've got a good chance to get it right because you've got that trusted brand.
They say that you're more likely to get divorced in this country than to change your bank.
Exactly.
I don't know if
Not
that's
a great stat.
completely true, but it's good. It's a good story.
Yeah.
No, there's for those who kind of dug back into the history of technology, there's a guy called John Nesbitt. He wrote the book called Megatrends 40 years ago. And he had this concept of high tech, high touch. And this is a concept he came up with 40 years ago. He said, any new technology has to be met with high touch. In other words, a human face, otherwise it will be rejected. And that was true in 1980, and it's no less true today. So I've got 2 minutes on the clock, and I've got one final question. How can we make sure our staff are using all the tools we've developed or deployed? I mean, it's one thing getting clients to adopt these things. It's quite another thing getting our relationship managers, some of whom have been doing the job for 50 years, to adopt them as well. Any final thoughts on this? And this is going to be the closing question.
So yeah, I've got quite a few thoughts on that, because we do get varying degrees of take-up and usage, if you like, across different advice businesses. The interesting thing is that in the first 3 to 6 months, you'll get the early adopters who are maybe a bit more tech savvy and not maybe been a financial advisor or planner for 30 years and no one can tell me how to do my job. But ultimately what it comes down to again is two things. One is productivity, which is driven by the business saying, how come you're only doing 2 cases a week now and this person or these other people that are using the technology are doing 8? And the second thing is, as a result of that, you're earning about 50% less than them as well, which tends to focus people's minds a little bit more that, actually, maybe I may not be an early adopter, but I need to adopt now. So it takes time, but people do adopt.
Yep. Your experience as well?
Echo it, yes, and I think in addition it is how do we incentivize our staff, right? It's education. One is education always. They need to actually understand and buy into that this is a good product for our customers, because at the end of the day we're all here. Yes, we want to earn money, and yes, we want to grow our brand and grow our assets under management, but this is only possible if we do right by the customer. So we need to build a product that actually helps the customers, make the staff see this and educate them around it. And then it is about, let's be honest, if I'm an advisor and I'm only incentivized by the cases that I write and not by the money that my client book brings in, am I always going to, I'm not being pushed to do what's right by the customer. So I think overall the staff adoption has to do with how do we treat our staff, and the staff outcome has to 100% for me align with the customer outcome. So as long as the staff does what's right for the customer, it has to be done. So things like I've just mentioned, and we've had that, I think we've seen that in the industry when apps first came out with retail products, where staff were concerned of letting customers know they can apply for a credit card online, because if they don't do it in the branch and they have their marker on it, they may not get the credit for this. And I think that and it has disappeared mainly with NPS scores and stuff like that. So again, the alignment of staff and customer outcomes will help drive that. So as long as you've got the right product for the customer, the staff will do the right thing for the customer.
And again, we come same survey every year to all the advisors we work with. What do you love doing? Talking to people. What do you hate doing? Writing reports and administration. This is made for you. Because the point is, we're not trying to replace you. We're trying to let you do what you do best. The soft facts that the intelligent automation can't do. What are your hopes? What are your dreams?
It's quite a straightforward sell, I do take the point. We are out of time, and apologies, there's a couple of questions we did not get to. But hopefully you enjoyed that. Please join me in thanking Philip and Simon. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julian, Philip, Simon, for giving us a real-world view on what's actually happening in robo-investing. And that was much appreciated. Fantastic. You now have a break. We'll be back in 25 minutes. Please do get yourself caffeine and a slice of cake. Take the opportunity to catch up with the people that you've missed on your connection requests, and do take another opportunity to talk to our sponsors and exhibitors about some of their solutions if you've missed them. And please, at home, as you go and get your coffee, please do make use of the virtual booths. So we'll see you all back in here in 25 minutes. We'll be talking more about the opportunities and challenges of AI and understanding the very important area of new investors. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told to start again, and hopefully people will come in with their coffees as they hear the noise. We've got a couple of excellent sessions now to finish off the day. Next up, we have a presentation on the challenges and opportunities in AI for wealth managers. We've heard a lot about AI this afternoon, but that's obviously indicative of the fact that it's now making a real-world difference in wealth management. It's my pleasure to introduce a presentation moment to you from Nicolas Méric, who is CEO and founder of DreamQuark. For those of you who don't know DreamQuark, it's a solution provider that enables wealth managers to get hyper-personalized insights. And that's an area, obviously, that's having a big impact in the industry. Now we have a slight technical situation whereby, because Nicolas can't get here from Paris, he's very kindly sent us a video. So we're going to see a video within a live conference within a video. So it'll work, hopefully. But hopefully now I can hand that over and we'll both see the video virtually and really. Okay, all right. If we could go, thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm really excited to be there with you today to speak about a really interesting topic for me, which is artificial intelligence in wealth management. So DreamQuark is a 7-year-old company, and we work now since the beginning with financial services institution, and more specifically with wealth management organization around their saving, investment, and protection business line. We raised 20 million euros in order to invest in the development of our product. We developed new key functionalities and technologies. In particular, we'll discuss later about explainability, and we developed in 2016 the first explainability features that we highlight today. But we also have raised this amount to scale our international operations. And right now we are working with customers across UK, continental Europe, Switzerland, but also in Singapore, with also some regulators. And we are now working to expand in North America. We have had a coverage of several analysts around our technology. And we also are presenting, working with customers and partners across the globe. First, I want to present about the different technologies that we see right now in artificial intelligence. So the good news is that probably you already are using artificial intelligence, even if you don't know that this is artificial intelligence. You can see on the left-hand side of the chart that whenever you are using inductive logic programming or expert system, that means generally just a set of business rules, you already are using AI, what companies are calling symbolic AI. But a lot of the hype and discussion we see right now is generally across the more advanced approach of artificial intelligence, the machine learning part generally. We see in the center the different statistical technologies that companies are looking to deploy, such as natural language processing, such as neural network, which are also the technologies that is the most discussed when you speak about artificial intelligence at the moment. And if you move to the right-hand side further, you have other techniques that can be leveraged, such as genetic algorithm, for example, in the investment side to find optimal strategies. But we spoke about technologies, which is a foundational layer, but obviously people are using this technology to address different use cases. And I highlighted there a set of use cases that companies willing to adopt AI for the front line are the most interested with. The first that I want to highlight is customer segmentation. And we see in wealth management company being interested in building what one can call segment of one. That means segmentation that are really at the level of the customer in order to be able to leverage all the data we have on this customer and use that to be able to recommend them different approach, different product, and to tailor more specifically for the need of this really small segment of customer. But if we move across the chain, there are different approach that companies are willing to leverage, in particular to convert new leads. So they have a set of leads, data about these leads, and by using machine learning, artificial intelligence, they can identify the patterns that look like the pattern of former prospects that became customers, they can identify the right channel, the right product to propose to these leads in order to convert them to actual customers. Obviously, if you have a set of customers, then you can go further, not just recommend existing products that you have on shelves, but try to really personalize, hyper-personalize the product for them. One first step is to just be able to recommend a set of existing products by selecting the products that best suit the needs of this customer. But you can go one level further and be able to really specify the parameter of existing product, such as, for example, the pricing, or also the horizon, the investment horizon, or finally, the type of securities you will put in a given portfolio to meet the customer need and wants. You can then try to sell more than one product, and if you want to do that, you may leverage information you have on the past customers that had at some time one product and decided to buy a set of new products or upsell their offering. So by analyzing all the data you have on this transaction, on the transaction pattern of these customers, you may identify the patterns that lead to reach out to your existing customer in order to propose them new products that will help you to convert this customer. If you are using this technology to increase the return investment, to increase the customer lifetime value, sometimes some customer may not be happy. Sometimes some customer may want to have other products that you are not selling, and this customer may be willing to leave. And one way of using AI also is to analyze the data you have on the departure pattern of your customers in order to predict which are the next customer to leave. And you can use data and AI in order to tailor specific retention plans specifically for these customers in order to retain them. And that's a use case that see a wider interest, in particular when people were focusing on retaining their existing customers. So you have already plenty of use case in order to scale your operation, to move from one use case to multiple use case and be able to generate significant return on investment leveraging artificial intelligence. Now that we saw techniques and use cases, obviously one question you have is it hype or is it reality? And clearly what we see on this document from Gartner is that we are not yet at the plateau of productivity. What we see in the industry is that companies are slowly moving from proof of concept, but the bulk of the market is still working on proof of concept in order to assess the value of this technology, to assess its capability to change the internal process and to change the life of their team and customers. And most of the use case and most of the technologies, therefore, are at the peak of inflated expectation. I will focus on three parts of this hype cycle. Some technologies that are a bit upfront, for example, machine learning, deep learning, or natural language processing. Companies have started to use them successfully. Some of them already moved from the first proof of concept to one or several use case in production. And they now consider that machine learning is a need and something that they need to build on. And some companies already see a major benefit in the financial services industry of leveraging this machine learning, deep learning, or natural language processing technology. At the top of the peak are new techniques, some techniques that are, for example, 2 or 3 years old, like transformers, or there is a renewed interest on knowledge graph. And these two technologies are specifically used for processing large amount of unstructured data, such as large amount of text, to create a set of structured knowledge out of this unstructured data. And transformer, for example, are the technology that is highlighted when you need to generate text, with some recent example that shows that they are close to, on some case, to human capabilities. So there is a really significant interest around that technology and an increasing number of proof of concept around that technology. And the third part is around emerging technologies. I see two sets of new tools that are emerging. On one side, what we call responsible AI or AI governance approach, which help company to mitigate risk or to accelerate the answer to a regulatory demand or new customer expectation. New regulations are emerging, and it forces company to adopt a better governance process. And the second part of this emerging technologies is around the operationalization of artificial intelligence algorithm or models, what we call AI orchestration and automation platform, where we see company willing to deploy this AI and to accelerate the deployment, and then realize that they need new tools in order to equip their team to accelerate and provide better results. So that's so the three parts that I presented are really key for Dreamquark, and this is an area where we are strong. The reason, obviously, why there is still a lot of hype of AI is that we are still missing a lot of foundational capabilities. There is a process when you want to move from to use artificial intelligence, which is first having an AI strategy, discovering the use case that make the most sense. But then you need to consider what data you have to prioritize the one you will deploy. And then you need to move from building models towards the transformational management phase, which is adopting and scaling AI across your organization. And there are a set of challenges that companies are facing. The first challenge is that data may be missing or maybe not in sufficient volume. So you need first to connect to your existing database, to sometimes collect new data, and third, to also enrich your existing data with, for example, external data that you may not own. The second challenge is around data preparation, and companies are struggling to prepare the data for AI with three parts. First challenge around improving the quality of data in order to have good AI models, garbage in, garbage out. The second part is around aggregating multiple data set, multiple database into one consistent database for building AI. And the third part is around what we call feature engineering, which is creating combination of variables that have predictive power in order to integrate these variables into AI models. And then what we see is that companies willing to use AI still are not often demonstrating a solid return investment with their AI initiatives for two reasons. Either the lack of quality of the data, but also because the models that are built by the labs are not sufficiently business oriented and does not solve the actual business pain point of the internally. If they succeed to demonstrate return investment, even on a small sample of customers, still the models need to move into production. So there are two types of environment. The first is on-premise, leveraging the existing capabilities, mainframe, for example. And the second part is moving this experiment from experiment to a production in the cloud, leveraging the emerging capabilities that cloud offer. And we see that here companies have two challenges. First, to succeed the deployment. Generally, the team responsible of building the model are not suited for deploying this AI model. So company needs new tools to accelerate the deployment of the model built by their AI lab in production. And even when they are deployed, we see that as models have been trained on historical data, the data in production may not be reflecting very well the data that has been used to train them, so which results into not good performance. Or we also see that sometimes there are new behaviors. For example, during the confinement in 2020, we saw a lot of models failing simply because the customer behavior were not captured by historical data. So that's something that requires intense monitoring in order to identify when a model is drifting. That three parts are actually the technical part. I would not say that it's easy, but that may be the easiest part, and the last part is really transformational as end users or even clients are using the AI technologies. But sometimes the end users are not trusting the models. They are not having the context around the decision to follow and trust the decision, or they may also realize that the AI is not providing them with new insight, which is not enabling them to do a better job. So they are not adopting the tools. And also sometimes you may be in the case where you have early adopters but the challenge is then to move from these early adopters to all the bulk of your relationship managers, advisors that are using these new tools. And that requires tools that are made specifically for these users and embed better AI and also maybe even directly to the customer. So that's good part. We covered how to deploy, how to adopt. But now, even when you started to successfully deploy your AI initiatives, you have new expectations that are coming. We see across different countries, different geographies, that regulators are setting regulation or having a more intense scrutiny on these AI initiatives. We see, for example, a new principle. So obviously data protection since 2017 in Europe, but now there is a demand for more transparency around the algorithm, moving from what companies call black box to glass box, white box approaches. There is a scrutiny around ethics about the fact that a model should be used for the right purpose and should not harm, and then an intense demand for more equal or fairer models that do not discriminate between different people. And we don't know yet what could come next, but that's clear already that these regulations are coming. So we're clear now that there is no magic in AI. That's something difficult. That's something where you need three key ingredients. First, good data, and that's why you need to adopt tools to improve, accelerate data aggregation, for processing that data, for integrating your data with existing system, or having external data that is integrated with this data. So Tim Cork, for example, is developing such tools. Then you need to have tools for operationalizing these models to accelerate the deployment of AI models in production, but also to have an AI governance layer that meet the demand of your customers or the demand of the regulator. And we have developed for that this AI optimization software that we have at Quark. And the third part is great industry knowledge. In particular, you need tools for your advisors that help them in their daily task by prioritizing the key opportunities, the key alerts, and giving them context around these opportunities and compliance alerts that are generated by artificial intelligence. So I spoke about AI, I spoke about some words like explainability, and I highlight in this chart that explainability is not something easy, that an increasing demand from regulators. Regulators are making experiments to understand more what it takes to be explainable, highlighting explainability for different roles. But here you see that there are different elements that are required to have a good explainability. Obviously, good explainable AI strategies, but also model monitoring, datasheet scoring, which is related to model monitoring, also reporting. And you need a process and tools in order to move from a black box model, what we see in yellow, where you have data which is entering as an input of an algorithm. You train a machine learning algorithm with data, you get then a set of output. And right now, companies building explanation approach generally take this input, the model parameters of output, in a tool that is called an explainer that will give you new insight around your model decision, such as what we call explanation, which come in the form of visualization or, for example, short text, but also in the form of recommendation about what change you need to have on your input in order to get a new output. So, for example, if you have a credit scoring model, you want to know if you are denied a credit, what you should do to get your credit, so you can identify on which parameter you want to play. So that's difficult, and companies like us are building tools that simplify all this process, package it, and provide to your end users the important alerts or factors that are highlighted either in green when they are positively affecting the decision, or in red when they are negatively affecting the decision. Then that is used to focus users. Then, now that we have explainability is not enough. I present there the scorecard from the Monetary Authority of Singapore that highlighted 4 principles: fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency. And for example, they ask their companies in financial sectors to, for example, describe the objectives and model and context of their models, to measure the disadvantage that these AI models are generating, and to make sure that they monitor and correct this disadvantage over time. And that gives us basically somehow the why we need to consider fairness, because as companies are focusing more on innovation, data access, policymakers are focusing on explainability, but even more on fairness and the fact that this AI model ensures that we avoid any bias at the end. And already it's possible to reduce these inequalities. There are algorithms that are being built. DreamQuark provided some in order to help you to have the right inequalities that are corrected. So here, for example, you have a vision on how to train algorithm with fairness in mind. You need to select which attributes you want to protect, for example, gender, nationalities, some others that you have in your data. You need to define what trade-off you want between improving equity and reducing the performance of your existing model, knowing that you may have a cost on improving equality, but sometimes improving equality even is a benefit and improves the overall performance of your model. And you need a definition on what is fairness for you. Here we highlight different definitions that we focus on, such as, for example, equality odd, where you really focused on the outcome of the model, or demographic parity, where you focus more on the mean rather than on the outcome. And to finalize, that's something that can already be done quickly, and you can get a result right now at DreamQuark with our solution. We enable our customers to move in production really quickly in a couple of weeks. It depends obviously on the decision process and the capability of providing the data and good data. But we see that, for example, right now, within 6 weeks, we are able to successfully build a use case and have this use case in production with a screen for the relationship managers. We can do all the process and start a campaign within 6 weeks. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I hope you learned new things about how to deploy artificial intelligence in production with either the tools or new approach, and obviously to take into account this new AI governance requirement that regulator and emerging regulation in Europe or elsewhere are requiring. So thank you very much, and don't hesitate to reach out to us to get more information. Have a good day.
Well, thank you to Nicola and to DreamQuark for sending that video so they could contribute. They didn't want to participate today. And that brings us on to the final session of the day, and it is a fantastic one, as the rest have been. It's well worth waiting for, well worth you still being virtually online. Thank you for that. We have a panel discussion discussing the critical concept of understanding new investors. Where will this industry be without them? So I'm delighted to be able to welcome the chair of this panel, Ines Uiteto, who is a private client manager at Seven Investment Management. Ines, it's a pleasure to welcome you. If you'd like to join us, introduce yourself and welcome your panelists, I'm delighted to hand over to you. Thank you.
I think we can all take a seat. Brilliant. I think perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, both those online and those facing us live today. I'm delighted that we'll be hosting this panel session, looking to explore, the new investors. So over kind of the next 30 to 35 minutes, we'll be looking to really understand what are some of these changes that we're seeing in client behaviours, and what will the implications be for advisors and wealth managers. And then we'll get under the bonnet to understand this growing trend that we keep hearing about within environmental, social and governance investing. And lastly, we'll explore how technology essentially is going to shape that client-advisor relationship. I'll then open the floor for questions over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I hope you all have the Brella app where you can submit all your questions. My name is Ines Tato. I'm a private client director at Seven Investment Management. And in my role, essentially, I provide investment planning advice for private clients. I'm so delighted to be joined by two excellent speakers, both Kanishk Swarap and John Ditchfield. Kanishk is a partner at St. James's Place, and he's a qualified financial planner and wealth advisor. He spent a decade working as an equity derivatives trader at Credit Suisse, JP Morgan, and BNP Paribas. And after enjoying a successful career in equities trading, he was invited essentially to join the St. James's Partnership. John Ditchfield is head of responsible investment at Helm Godfrey. He's been a specialist in responsible investment for the past 20 years, and he's one of the UK's pioneers in the area of impact and ethical investing. He served as director of the UK Sustainable Investment and Finance Association and has been a member of the admissions panel for the Social Stock Exchange, which was the first public market to list impact businesses. So welcome to you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's get straight into it. We can all agree essentially that the fundamentals of any relationship rarely change over time, and I think building trust remains at the core. However, we've noticed that client behaviours do change. So in your experience, what do you think clients are looking for from their advisors or their wealth managers? And to what extent do you think this has changed over the last 5 years? I can start with you, Kenneth.
I think in my experience, right, I think there are a lot of things that clients can expect, right? And different clients have different needs, they have different situations. But one thing that I think which is consistent across every single client is they don't want their advisor to be indifferent to them. So what I mean by that is they want to know that their advisor, whoever they are working with, is on their team, actually cares about their situation, actually understands their situation inside out, and is able to then give advice or give recommendation or suggestions which is completely in their interests. And I think that is something which is fundamental, and that has it has not changed at all over the years. What has changed, I think, in the last few years is with the advent of more online platforms and robo-advisory tools which are now available, clients just expect a bit more from their advisors. I think the expectation level has definitely gone up where, let's put it this way, they want their advisors to be far more proactive in their approach. They almost want, rather than being reactive where a client comes to an advisor and says, hey, this is my situation, and this is my problem, how do you think I should, what do you think I should be doing? They almost expect the advisor to take that first step and say, hey, listen, Mr. Client, this is how the budget has come out, these are the tax changes, and I think given your situation, this is what is relevant and why.
Yes. Anything you'd like to add there, John?
Well, I'm going to, what's the word for it? I'm just going to talk my own shop really, because what I really am enjoying immensely is the enormous shift towards, I think, what the industry calls ESG investing. I don't think any clients ever use that term. I've never had a client ask me for an ESG investment, but clients and investors, people, are more and more concerned about the impact that their money is having on the world around them. I mean, you know, Richard Curtis, who is a illustrious filmmaker, actually he's made some terrible films, but he's made quite a few films, is now campaigning on the subject of pensions and ethics, you know. So you've got all of this stuff washing around in the public discourse. You know, we've got COP26 at the moment. There's a big outcome there around investing and financial markets. So that's pushing a lot of people to ask questions about their money, which 10, 15 years ago they would have asked them, quite possibly, and the wealth manager or advisor would have said, oh, well, the performance will be terrible, just ignore it. Or they would have said, oh, we don't do a green fund, so go away, or something like that. And that's been replaced by an industry which is really keen to service clients, and often quite wealthy clients, you know, the people who've got considerable sums of money, want to invest, they want to make sure those investments are aligned to some extent with their personal values. I suppose it's, you know, if I wanted to be more perhaps a touch philosophical about it, you'd say that if you can go out and buy a pair of trainers that's exactly the colour scheme, you know, my son's got a pair of trainers that's sort of exactly the colour scheme he wanted, exactly the laces he wanted, all of this. So you can get this very high degree of personal specification in consumer products, yeah. That kind of buying behaviour is moving across into investing behaviour, isn't it? And so people are saying, well, you know, it's not good enough for me just to have a fund anymore. I want to really know what's in that fund. I want it to be an impact fund or a sustainability fund or a responsible investment fund or something like that. So going back to Ines' question, trying to draw the rambling to a close, I would say that a big trend that I'm witnessing is that sort of demand from private investors for a degree of you know, understanding and a relationship with their investments that it was less in evidence, I can say. I think it's always been around, but it's certainly less in evidence.
Brilliant. And just touching on that point in terms of, you know, this growing interest that we are seeing in environmental, social and governance investing, how do you think it's, you know, transforming the investment landscape?
Shall I take this one? Why not, eh? So how is it transforming the investment landscape? So I guess you've got the consumer push. So anyone turning on the TV tonight or listening to the radio will be hit with news from COP26 about us being a minute to midnight, to use Boris's words, to use Greta's words, blah, blah, blah. But to use my words, more action from states and intergovernmental organisations around addressing an enormous crisis that the planet faces in terms of biodiversity, species loss, in terms of climate change and the problem of our use of the environment. So you've got this big news push, yeah, that's going to ask people to certain questions about their lifestyles, and they're going to translate that into questions about their money at some stage, yeah? Okay, so that's happening. You've then got the regulator. We can't ignore the regulator. We wish we could, but we can't. So the FCA, towards the end of 2022, will adopt some sort of green taxonomy in the UK. So that's already in Europe. So many of the funds that I deal with are already compiling data on their underlying investments to be able to comply with European regulation. That's coming here to the UK, so there'll be some sort of taxonomy in green investing. So that's changing the picture in terms of what the investment houses have to do, the kind of information they have to do. So yes, and the regulator, the consumer, so the industry's really got to find ways, and we're here to talk about technology, and obviously technology is a great way that those types of concerns can be communicated back to private clients. So there you go. The landscape is changing, one hopes.
Yeah, I think I would completely agree to everything that you've just said there. I think previous to, let's say, in the last couple of, 5 years back, there used to be, let's say, one ESG fund with a wealth manager or a couple of ESG funds, and that's as far as they would go. And I think now what's happened is, I think post-COVID especially, clients want more, investors want more. It's not just good enough to generate returns. That's a given, right? You need to perform and the returns has to be there. But they want their money to go further. They want their money to be actually helping make the climate a better place, make the world a better place, make the world more sustainable. And I think what wealth managers are having to do is to fundamentally change the way they think about these things. And rather than just having a couple of funds which are ESG focused, their entire DNA in the way they select the fund managers, in the way they mandate their fund managers on what they are allowed to invest in or how they should be investing, needs to kind of incorporate ESG as one of their selection categories or selection criterias, which means that everything that a client would be invested in would have been selected through the lenses of ESG, which I think is a fundamental change that I've seen in the last couple of years.
Fantastic. And there's obviously this growing demand, but clearly there are challenges as well. And we hear issues around greenwashing. What do you think are some of, I guess, the kind of technological innovations that need to happen or changes that we need to see in order to make this something more appealing for clients, but also, how does one client pick one fund manager to another?
So I think that's really hard, isn't it? I mean, the problem is it's extremely unstructured data. The investment management, so I run apart from working at Helm Godfrey, where I'm head of their responsible investment offering, I also run a research practice which actually looks at investment funds to try and get an understanding of whether this particular investment fund is genuinely sustainable or whether it's another example of the industry's love of greenwashing their existing products. So that's what we do. But the problem is that the data that comes back from the investment fund manager is hugely unstructured. So it will be completely different from the last manager that you asked about their approach to engagement or climate change. And so it's very difficult to analyze. Now that's a huge challenge. Now I'm not a technology specialist. I've worked with some technology specialists in this area who are using that at the company level. Like one of my clients runs an ESG analysis business, so they get all their data from individual companies to help them manage their information. But when you take that up to a pension fund or an OIC or investment trust, it's very complicated because you then have to do some sort of due diligence on the underlying companies, or do you just focus on the fund manager's process? It's really difficult. So tech specialists, you know, we do need a solution. I mean, I was chatting to one of the chap from UCL who runs a data lab, you know, full of PhD students in this area, and he was kind of nodding and saying, yeah, it's very unstructured and very difficult. So they don't have an answer to it. So I think potentially if advisors can work with technology solutions in this area, there's some great opportunities to be had. I know that some companies are doing it and trying to find interesting ways of creating visualizations around impact, for example, relating impact metrics to graphical representations of the activities of the fund, this type of stuff. But it's still very early days in terms of technology solutions.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint as an advisor or a wealth manager, it's just there's no standard benchmarking, I suppose. I think that's the point you mentioned as well. Like there are hundreds of funds out there which call themselves to be ESG focused, for example. But there is no standard. I wish that over the next couple of years we get this standard benchmarking, right, which is globally accepted, where every fund gets a rank from, let's say, between 0 and 100, gets a score. And then it's easier for investors and advisors to be able to put criteria to say that, you know what, I only want my clients to have funds which score above 80 or above 90. And I think that would be the big breakthrough, because right now it's very hard to measure how far one particular fund manager has gone versus the other.
Well, Morningstar had a crack at it, didn't they, with their Globes rating, but it's a complete dog's breakfast. So what happens if you use that is you end up with a fund that has Shell as one of its major holdings. So just briefly explain this. So Shell scores terrifically highly on ESG metrics because it's one of the world's largest companies and it produces enormous quantities of data on its environmental performance. Yeah. So ESG is not a qualitative measure, it's often a quantitative measure of how much does a particular company say about itself. British American Tobacco, Shell, BP are all leading ESG stocks because they supply enormous quantities of data into the process. So a leading sustainability fund that I work with scored extremely poorly on Morningstar's Globe ratings because it held small US renewable energy businesses that didn't report a great deal of their activities to the market because they are by definition trying to achieve a shift away from fossil fuels, whereas Shell would score terrifically highly. So that's the problem you've got is if it's just data that's driving the solution, then what's going to come out of that is an unsuitable recommendation for the client. And that's a problem for anyone who works in a regulated industry because your recommendation should be suitable.
Yes, then I think with a lot of the clients that I look after, everyone's understanding or view of ESG will differ from one person to another. So I may care more about the environmental side, you may care more about the social issues. And I think the key thing is being able to, from a client, if I was sitting as the client on the other side, is looking at that fund and seeing how we're really able to demonstrate that with the funds that we're actually invested in. But as you say, it's definitely, you know, if the technology is coming along, there's definitely that regulatory push, and equally there's that client demand. So it's definitely going to be an area that we'll see continue to grow. Kind of moving slightly differently and going into what we call kind of the cryptocurrency world, where we are in a tech event. I guess there's been a lot of conversation, and for me, for my clients, it's more curiosity than anything. How much do you think that cryptocurrency like Bitcoin is encouraging more clients to invest or kind of engage with investing in general?
I think it's definitely caught people's imaginations, right? So I think what we have seen is a couple of things in the last couple of years. I think first, because of COVID, people are sitting at homes and have more time on their hands. So I think for the first time, let's say there are no sporting events, there's nothing you can bet on sports, and people have suddenly taken to the stock market as a natural substitute to have some fun. And I think that has definitely led to a lot of first-time retail investors over the last 18 months. Secondly, we have now had platforms, and the success of Robinhood in the US, for example, is a great one, where the apps have made it so easy and intuitive for people to understand how to trade or how to invest or how to put their money and buy something, whether it's a stock or a crypto, doesn't really matter, which has again really led to that shift where lots more people are now investing. And I think third is this whole crypto euphoria, where over the last 18 months or 24 months, people have just found this to be a way to express themselves, which is not controlled by the governments, and that has taken off. So I think, in my personal opinion, it's good. It's good in the sense that, like, US adoption of people investing in the markets is much higher, let's say, than in the UK. And it's good for people to invest. I think we can all fundamentally agree that it makes sense to be investing for the long term, whether it is in stocks or bonds or commodities, it doesn't really matter. But rather than holding your savings in cash and letting it erode in value due to inflation, it makes sense to be investing in the long term. And I think that concept is hopefully now much more acceptable because of what we have seen in the last 18 months. But on the flip side, just to finish off, it is extremely high risk. And I think that's where financial advice becomes extremely critical, because there's a place on how much to invest, where to invest. And I think people who do not have the experience and knowledge need to, in my opinion, get some advice so that they don't burn their fingers.
I would agree.
So I specialize in, so talking from a personal perspective, as a wealth manager and advisor, I work on a relationship basis with private clients. My issue with a lot of this is it's fundamentally good relationships are built on trust. Human beings don't in general trust something that it's simply a website or is an online platform. So the extent to which there's going to be mass adoption of real money moving to these types of platforms, I'm not hugely convinced about. I mean, everyone gets excited about Nutmeg. They sold to, 600 million or something to JP Morgan. So there's obviously evidence that you can make it work. If you throw colossal sums of money at the wall for a decade, you can gradually build a business out of this. But I think there's always going to be scope for the kind of, my colleague to my right, the kind of in-depth wealth management and understanding of your client that's there. And certainly to provide regulated advice, you need to have that understanding of the client. So the extent to which this sort of speculative activity is in competition with us, I don't believe it is. I think we can work with clients through education, through helping them understand that this is, as I say, speculation and very high risk. But it's certainly interesting. And I agree the point about the falling away of barriers to entry to investing. Anyone can pick up their smartphone now, and within 5 minutes they're an investor. Are they? Do they understand the tax consequences of what they've just done? Do they have a long-term plan for that? Are they going to be good at managing that over time? I don't think they are. I think what you'll find is that users of those apps at some point are going to need to speak to someone who can really give them personal guidance or someone they actually trust to deliver support to them.
Yeah, and I think as John mentioned, I think that's exactly what we are seeing as well on our side, right? There are increasingly clients who want to do their own thing. They want to have a kitty where they want to use these apps and have a go. But equally with, let's say, majority or their serious money, they want to take advice. They want to make sure they don't get it wrong. They want to make sure that they have all aspects considered and thought about before doing something.
Yeah, if you've just inherited £1 million, you don't go to a website, put in a username and password and transfer it over. That's just not how human beings behave, I don't think. I mean, there may
Not
be...
yet, at least.
Well, maybe. You know, we were chatting in the kind of green room before, and, you know, you've got a whole generation who are much more comfortable with the online space and with apps. So perhaps you will see more drift into that space. But I think there's always going to be a space for traditional wealth management, because fundamentally it's about relationships and understanding.
I think just one more point to add, like if you look at the last 10 years, for example, it's been the post-financial crisis period where in general markets have gone up in a straight line without, let's say, a huge shock till COVID happened. So people with recent memories, people who have, let's say, started investing in the last 5 years, I mean, with all due respect, probably felt that it's just too easy, right? You just buy, and this doesn't really, I mean, the analogy I give sometimes is, if property prices in general are going up, it doesn't really matter whether you buy in South Kensington or in Canary Wharf, because everything's gone up. But I think the real challenge comes when markets flatline or we had COVID. And I think, in fact, I would say the next 10 years, in my opinion, is not going to be as smooth as the last 10 years, because you're going to have some sectors, some areas of the world or the economy which are going to do extremely well. So technology being a great example, or e-commerce or logistics would fly because it's perfectly suited for the post-COVID world. But what about high street retail? What about oil companies, for example? What about banking in the traditional sense are probably going to struggle in the post-COVID world? So you're going to have this K-shaped phenomenon where investors need to be far more smarter about where they invest rather than just blindly putting their money into anything.
Yes, and I would agree. I think, you know, as we saw, you know, on the onset of COVID, when things tend to get choppy in markets, as a client, you simply just want somebody to talk to.
That's it.
Just that reassurance. And, you know, if you can't really communicate with something on a digital platform. And so I would agree. I think that plays a lot to a lot of the strengths within our industry. And so we've probably touched on this slightly, I guess, looking to the future then. Do you still believe that, you know, that human interaction, those face-to-face engagements will still be much more important than, I guess, those digital interactions? And what are kind of the merits of both?
I think clients are agnostic to whether it is completely face-to-face or completely technology. I think it has to be a mix of both, in my opinion, right? I think clients want things faster. They want their requests to be actioned quicker. They want to be able to see things and understand things on their own. So I think just completely being reliant on face-to-face is not going to work. So I think the way I look at it is, the ideal model in my mind is where the client has the option to pick up the phone and speak to an advisor, whether it's on WhatsApp, email, phone, or Zoom, or whatever it might be. But equally, the advisor is using as much technology as possible to kind of make that experience much better for the client. So the client has all the tools available to, let's say, log in and look at their performance or analyze their returns or whatever. But they have the option to pick up the phone and speak to their advisor who really understands their situation, understands the history, understands the goals, and is able to, especially let's say in the COVID, when COVID struck, when the markets fell 20-30% in like 2 weeks or something. I think the value that was added to speaking, or the decisions that were made during those few days with the clients, is probably paid for like 10 years of financial advice, or paid 10 years of fees, for example, because of some key decisions that were made then. And most importantly, which was just hang tight, right?
Yes,
Don't panic. Don't make any emotional decisions, as hard as it might seem at the time.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the way forward.
Well, I think those are all very good points. I think it's remarkable that really advisors add more value by telling people not to do things more often than telling them to do things, really. That we're someone who's reliable, who's on the end of an email or a phone call, who can say, just hold on, really, you know, that adds an enormous amount of value. So obviously, you know, I've consulted in these kinds of apps, trying to develop something online, and what I've seen is that they miss a key component. They miss the relationship. They miss that trust, and if you don't build that sort of trust, it's very hard to get commitment from clients, and clients aren't going to stay with a platform, especially through a 3-year bear market. I came into advising in the early 2000s, and there was a 3-year bear market around that period where equities did nothing, client portfolios typically drifted or fell well below starting value, and I don't know how someone's going to work with Nutmeg during that period, or why they're going to stay with an online portal during that period, because they're used to logging in, seeing the portfolio headed up, which is what markets have been doing since the financial crisis. So, you know, there's going to be quite a shakeout, really, I would have thought, at that period. And at that point, people want to sit down or meet via Zoom or some sort of telephone conferencing and have it explained to them that this is part of a long-term financial strategy, and bear markets or periods where equities fall year on year just happen, and this is the nature of investing. So yeah.
I think it's that questioning of that thesis again. So I think it's well understood that one should not try to time the market, and it's time in the market, and you should stay invested. But I think what people don't realize is that you should still probably test the thesis as to why you invested and why you are into something regularly. So you're not completely blind and being ignorant about what is happening in the world. And I think a lot of the conversations with clients is about that. Is like, yes, let's test the thesis. Why did we invest? Are the factors that we invested still the same fundamentally? And if so, then let's do nothing. So I think it's that ongoing dialogue which is extremely important. And also financial education, right? It's about the way I look at my role is I'm not there to just solve the problems for my clients and just give advice and manage things for them. It's part of my responsibility to give them insights from the world of personal finance, because they don't have access to it and they are too busy with their own careers, focusing on how to get promoted, how to get bigger bonuses, how to make more profits for their businesses. And I am the one responsible for their personal finances. So if I come across any insights which can help them understand the concepts better, then that's what I would do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think the financial education piece is so important for clients really understanding part of that suitability piece. You know, why am I invested? What does this mean to me? How are we achieving those objectives? So yes, I would completely agree with that. Just looking at the time, we've got some questions coming in, so I will probably wrap up the discussion now and just go and take some questions from, I think, virtual and the audience. The first one essentially is kind of focusing more on what we were discussing around ESG. The FCA has released a discussion paper on the criteria to classify and label investment products, in that bid to help investors make more informed ESG decisions. How do you feel about it? Do you think this is necessary? Do you think it will help? I'll let you take that one, John.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, this. So I've had a look at this and I know a bit about the EU taxonomy and how it functions. And the kind of smart view in the market for people who specialise in this area is it's going to get us some way, but it's definitely not going to get us all the way. So it's going to give very broad labels to funds. So you'll have funds that are categorised as having some responsible investment criteria that are noteworthy and could be promoted to clients. You'll have funds that are labelled as green or sustainability orientated. So there'll be these very general labels. So it won't lift away the burden of suitability or research that sits with advisors. It certainly won't do that. It won't allow the advisor or the wealth manager simply say, well, look, this fund has now been badged through this process as a sustainability product, and therefore it's suitable for you. So the advisor will still have to understand these products. So I don't think the regulator is going to bring in a solution which is effective for the complexities of what private clients actually want in this area. Because private clients don't ask for, I want a fund with a solid track record in engagement, but I'm not so committed about its commitments to meeting the Paris goals. Clients don't frame their requirements in that way. Yeah, they'll come to you and they'll say, I'm interested in investing in a way that's environmentally sensitive. I still want to make a strong financial return, and I have a particular view about investments in China because I'm unhappy about human rights abuses in China. So my point there is the regulator will give us some very broad categories which will cause quite a lot of disquiet in the industry, I think, because they will be very broad. What clients want is something that doesn't really conform to those categories, and the advisor or whoever's doing the suitability work or helping the client obtain an investment solution is still going to have to do a lot of the analysis and explain all this to the client. So yes, it's a good thing. I think we need some more clarity, we need some more standardization so that the data that fund groups provide is in a more consistent format, and the regulator is headed in that direction. But it's not going to be a sort of, oh, well, we've done that now. Responsible investment's been dealt with because the regulator's given us 3 boxes and everyone's going to fit neatly into one of those. It's just not going to happen, in my view.
Anything you'd like
No.
to? Yeah, I would agree. I think, and when it comes to investing, as we said, it's personal. So it can't just be a tick box exercise. And I guess just following from that, do you still feel that your clients view ESG investing as their charity or goodwill pot? Or do they really see it as, these funds can actually outperform the market and do well?
I think it's the latter. I think it's definitely where clients generally and people I believe are now starting to just live in a way which is better for the planet. I think there's far more awareness. It's not just about doing your quota and feeling good about it. But fundamentally, I believe this as well, that if you are investing in companies which are thinking about these issues as part of their DNA and in the way they probably produce their goods and services and the way they sell them to people, the market and the world will reward them for it. And I think Tesla is the greatest example for it. There's been hundreds and hundreds of articles about how their market cap, for example, dwarfs everything else by a country mile. But I would say that Tesla is being rewarded for their 100% focus towards doing things which is going to help the planet. Now, I would expect that trend to continue, and people would be willing to pay a higher price or willing to pay more if they can see that the company is completely aligned to those initiatives.
Okay. What do you think, John? Do you agree?
Well, so my thoughts on this, yeah. Okay. So humanity is on a course at the moment, a trajectory based on its CO2 emissions, which will make large swathes of the planet uninhabitable. We're talking about mean temperatures similar to the Sahara Desert across areas that are currently cultivatable land and provide food for the world's population, which is headed rapidly up to 10 billion. Yeah. So there is very little doubt, and all the scientific evidence supports a view that we are headed to something very serious in terms of societal change, yes, which is going to be compressed into a fairly short period of time, 30 to 40 years, yeah. Now, most people's investing timeline is 10 to 15, 20 years if they're talking about pension assets, yeah. So this is all really relevant stuff. The shift away from fossil fuels is happening. You know, you can't really doubt that. The UK generated 100% of its energy from renewables on a number of days just last year. You know, we are moving away from fossil fuels. Now, the fossil fuel industry is on the sort of sharp end of this, but you have other industries that are under severe threat. You know, their whole business models are going to need to shift in some way to try and accommodate greater resource scarcity, very different population concentrations in the world as people have to leave certain parts of the planet due to changing weather patterns. So, you know, this is hopefully sound forward-looking investing. Yeah, we're paid to look ahead 10 to 15 years for our clients and talk to them about how their investments can be structured to deliver the right financial performance for them. So I suppose what I'm doing there is I'm not, you know, the question was posed as, is this charity or is it something that's planned to make a financial return? Well, I think the good thing about responsible investing is it can just be intelligent investing. You know, that's why I don't go to my clients and say, I'm going to hit you with a lot of, you know, I'm not a, you know, Greenpeace activist. I wasn't sat on the M25 earlier today trying to stop a lorry. You know, it's about sound investing and having an interesting conversation with clients about what the world's going to look like in 10 to 15 years, or the type of world that they want their children to grow up in. There we go.
I think clients are much more in tune in the fact that they can see that their capital can essentially affect change, as you say, rather than taking to the streets or chaining themselves up. And fundamentally, money talks, right? So if we see all this money coming out of the bad companies, then we have to see some change. I've had another interesting question come in, and I guess it's more about the emotional, the behavioral economic side of investing, where, you know, earlier we'd heard about GameStop. Do you see, you know, retail investors kind of making more emotional investments like this, or do you think they'll still be sticking to looking at fundamentals essentially?
I think who is to say what is correct, right? I mean, it's naive of us to, let's say, make a claim that emotional investing is wrong and just looking at valuations and reading the balance sheet is the right way to invest and that's how it should be done and that's the only way to make money. I mean, everybody is free to make their own choices. Everybody has different ideologies, different way of thinking, different way of analyzing the company. So I think I'm most happy about the fact that people are actually investing, right? People are actually making that first step, because right or wrong, if they do well, then they will be encouraged to do it more proactively, do it with a bigger portion of their savings, which is great. And even if they get it wrong, I feel they will learn from those mistakes. And you know, investing is not a one-year thing. It's something that you should be doing throughout your life, and then teaching your kids about it. And people will learn and improve, and if they feel that they're not getting it right because of their thinking, then they will take advice and trust specialists to do it for them. So that's what I'd say to that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think bubbles and bear markets and collapses have been part of investing history for hundreds of years, haven't they, really? Yeah. You know, I mean, human beings will make rash decisions on the spur of the moment, and when they get together, they'll share that view with a group of other people, and they'll all make poor decisions about money. You know, I don't, you know, the people don't really change all that much, do they?
No. Okay, as we're kind of reaching towards the end of this session, maybe, you know, each of you can kind of give me, when we're looking at the new investor, the future investor, what are the kind of key things you think they will be needing or will want from their wealth advisors?
I think in my view, the key thing would be, I think I've touched upon this before, I think it's being far more proactive. I think I fundamentally believe to create wealth or to have a good lifestyle in retirement or to achieve financial independence, it is two fundamental pillars which is going to contribute towards that. One is your career, how much you earn, how much you make, and all of that. But equally important is what you do with the savings or with the income that you've actually earned and saved. And I find that across the board, on average, probably 90% of the time an individual spends is on their career, but maybe 10% or less on their own finances or to think about what to do with their savings. And I think that shift has to be 50% in an ideal world. And if you can't find that time, then you need to delegate it elsewhere. You get delegated to an advisor, you delegate it to a robo-advisor, whatever that might look like for you, but it cannot be ignored. And I think the people with the inflation that we are seeing, with the potential tax increases that we are going to see, that need is no longer a nice to do. It is a must. It must happen, and that is the only way people will be able to kind of stay ahead of the game. And I think advisors or wealth managers will need to make sure that that proactive approach is there to address those needs.
Yes.
Okay, so really quickly, so a couple of things. Well, I believe it's the case that the next 10 to 15 years we'll see a lot of money shifting towards female investors. I mean, the idea that investing is a male activity is kind of disappearing, perhaps. We'll see more women in control of their own money. I mean, the thing that's always struck me as quite amazing is the scarcity of female fund managers. I mean, I just can't get over it every time I go to a fund manager event. I mean, how many funds are actually run by women? It's an absolutely minuscule number. I think things have got to change in terms of the look and feel of some of the communication, perhaps, as that change takes place. We've already talked about responsible investment ad nauseum. I think that's a trend that's here to stay. I think it links to increased demand for information on products. I think people want more transparency when they buy a product now, and when they buy an investment product, that also figures. So I would say those are the major.
I think people want to understand what is going on. I think clients are not happy enough, I guess, to just say, here you go and you deal with it. It's okay if I don't understand it. They want to understand it. They want to feel comfortable about it. They want to feel confident about it. And I think that is a big responsibility on us, I think.
Yeah, and I think for clients, when I think about them, it's really that piece. It's the engagement side, that communication, that proactive nature, but also the service, right? And we'll all have great products, et cetera, but it's going to be that service or that relationship is why clients will pick you over John or whatever. But the great thing is, I think what we've seen is that clients have wanted to also become much closer to their investments and really seeing what they're actually doing and how they're impacting the world, and that's a great thing to see. I think for the new investor, it's about adopting that technology, embracing it, and seeing how it can really help improve those efficiencies. We've all done Zoom calls, meetings, etc. I don't think it will be the death of them going forward, but certainly it makes it easier for some clients who prefer that. Yeah. And it's as you say, it's finding that middle house. So as we kind of draw this session to a close, I want to thank everybody that joined us here today. Thank you for FinTech for putting over this great event for us, and thank you, John and Krashnik, for your insight as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I couldn't have thought of a better way to end the day. That was the best way we could possibly, I think, have had the final discussion. So thank you, Ines, Kanishk, and John. Setting the scene, dealing with the issues that matter, that are so topical and are going to define this industry to go forward over the next year, the next 5 years, the next 20 years, so 40 years, in fact. So thank you very much indeed for that. It was fantastic. And thank you to all of you. I know I did my thank yous at the beginning, but I'd like to do them again. I think you'll all agree it's been an extraordinary day. So huge thank yous to all of our sponsors, our exhibitors, our panellists, our chairs, all of our speakers, the delegates that turned up today. Hope you were reminded about how great it is to see people in real life and how much that is useful, how enjoyable it is, and how beneficial it is for business. And also virtual delegates, thank you for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you in person very soon. We do have a huge number of events lined up. I was going to say next year, but actually there's half a dozen webinars and things happening this side of Christmas across all areas of FinTech. Plus we have various other initiatives like training, courses, and impact marketing solution activities. So please do keep in touch so that we can communicate those to you. And then finally, I'd like to invite you all to join us for a drink. It's been well earned outside. And those of you that are virtual, well, you'll have to wait till next time. But there you go. I will drink it for you. We will drink it for you. So thank you very much indeed. And hopefully we'll see you outside and look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Thank you.